Slovenia. This could be your way of green escape.
No, KGT-jučki, danes imamo pa prav en poseben trening in sicer, kot veste, bo letos junija v Kamniku prav ena zelo velika športna prireditev. A mogoče kdo od vas ve, katera?
Ja, Evropsko prvenstvo v gorskih in trail tekih.
No, in danes bomo šli po tej trasi, kjer bodo reprezentanti junija tekli na 52 km.
Ali bodo tekači tekli na več razdalj?
Ja, člani reprezentance bodo tekli od Vegrada na Veliko planino na trailu 52 km, ki bo štartom in ciljem na glavnem trgu v Kamniku, potem pa bodo tekli tudi na Stari grad.
Ali na prugah lahko tečejo tudi drugi tekači?
Ja, na open race tekmi in sicer na teku na Veliko planino, na trailu 52 km in 25 km. Veste, na takšni tekmi, kjer so tekmovalci iz 32 držav, je teči prav posebna čast in ponos.
Ja, to je res. V reprezentanco Slovenije je izbran vaš bivši trener Nejc, na katerega smo lahko zelo ponosni.
Joj, sem videla, koliko lepe medalje bojo dobili.
Poglejte, kakšna je!
Gor je koča z Velike planine in slon.
To ni slon, to je mamut. Wow, oni so tukaj nekje blizu izkopali v kosti mamuta.
Ja, to je tukaj blizu, pri mamutovem mostu v Nevljah. A bi radi videli, kje je to?
Ja!
Pozdravljeni tekači, jaz vam bom pa danes predstavila svojo animacijo, ker sem jo naredila v sklopu svoje diplomske naloge in sicer na temo nevaljskega mamuta. Pa si jo kar skupaj poglejmo.
Bili so socialne živali. V iskanju hrane so prehodili velike razdalje in ta čreda je zatavala globoko v nevaljsko močvirje. Ogromen 40-letni samec se je pod težo svojega telesa začel pogrezati v mehko močvirsko podlago. Čredo je poklical na pomoč, nato pa izgubil ravnotežje, se prevrnil in sčasoma poginil zaradi podhladitve in izstradanosti. Duplo mamuta je sčasoma razpadlo. Ohranile so se le kosti, ki jih je pozimi prekrila snežna odeja, poleti pa so se nanje nalagale plasti usedlin. Ta cikel se je ponavljal vse do 14. marca 1938, ko so delavci med regulacijo struge potoka Nevljica, kopanju temeljev za podpornik mostu, naleteli na nepričakovane ovire v obliki štorov, o čemer so poročali župan.
Brita, to je bilo zelo super.
A veste, da bo mamut maskota Evropskega prvenstva?
Maskota, kaj pa je to?
Maskota je lahko žival, predmet ali oseba, ki ponazarja nek športni dogodek ali mesto. To je pri nas mamut, ki je tudi zgodovinski del Kamnika. Poleg tega pa ponazarja tudi moč, vzdržljivost in prinaša srečo, kar potrebujejo tudi naši tekači.
Joj, kaj pa je to? A ni to mamut?
Wow, maskota, mamut!
Tekači, saj ne moram verjeti, vi ste oživeli mamuta.
To bo zdaj naša maskota. Joj, kako bodo veseli organizatorji.
Naši tekači, a vi ste oživeli mamuta?
Ja!
No, to bo uradna maskota našega Evropskega prvenstva, ki bo v Kamniku in zato sem prinesel tudi majico, da bo tudi mamut nosil majico, tako kot vsi udeleženci Evropskega prvenstva. Neža, izvoli majico in prosim, da mu pomagaš obleči.
Zdaj gremo pa do avtobusne postaje, kjer je pa mamut v naravni velikosti. Dajmo.
Zdaj smo pa pri skulpturi mamuta v naravni velikosti, ki ga je ustvaril Miha Kač.
Zdaj pa lahko naredimo še enega selfija skupaj z mamutom.
Well, good morning and welcome to Slovenia, where the European Off-Road Running Championships lands in one of Central Europe's most picturesque and challenging landscapes. Known for its steep forested slopes and panoramic alpine views, Ljubljana-Kamnik provides the perfect backdrop for 3 days of action and, of course, breathtaking scenery here. As we are back for day 2 of the European Off-Road Running Championships.
The footsteps are still echoing among the old walls, while under Veronica's shadow, the running challenge has only just begun. When the path opens into vastness, the race of strength begins, the race against others and with oneself. The step pauses only for a moment. The soul inhales, and the mind embraces the distance. Welcome to the place where your steps write your story. European Championship in Mountain and Trail Running 2026.
Well, welcome back to Slovenia for day 2 of the European Off-Road Running Championships here in Ljubljana-Kamnik. We had a thrilling day of lung-busting action for the uphill races yesterday, but today the big one, it is the trail race with both the men and women starting at 9 o'clock local time, and it really features an excellent lineup of seasoned international competitors starting from Kamnik's main square. The athletes will head north on a 52.7 kilometre loop with a total elevation gain of 2,450 metres. And we will see the course shortly. Jeff Whiteman alongside myself, Ellen Ellard. This is down in the main square, Jeff, where the athletes are getting ready to get started today, and then they will head up after 6 relatively flat kilometres into these steep uphill sections that stretch out into the mountains, and it is the most beautiful scenery.
Well, I'm glad we're able to see it today, because yesterday we had almost 100% precipitation and cloud cover, so we didn't see the majesty of the local area. That's the 3-day schedule. And the thing I'm looking forward to today that we didn't see yesterday, where in the uphill races we had 2 virtual dead heats in the under 20 age groups and 2 runaway wins, is tactics. Tactics in operation, team tactics, hydration tactics, holding back and trying to run a negative split over the return run to the finish. All of those things are going to come into play. You'll notice, by the way, that in this race, the competitors all have a mandatory backpack. And I can tell you in there is meant to be a jacket or a blanket, a whistle, a fully charged mobile, and half a litre of water with an option on a GPS watch and poles. And that gets checked before the start and at the finish. And if any of those items are missing, and they're there for safety reasons, if anybody goes off course or gets lost or gets injured, it's an automatic disqualification at the finish. Sometimes we see time penalties, but more often than not, as we look at the loop that they're going to be running, it is a disqualification. So a very different kind of race coming up today.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see, as you rightly say, Jeff, the course there. It's a relatively flat first 6 kilometres, you can see, and then the steep upcline as we head towards the 10 kilometre mark, back down after 15k, and then back into the town centre for the finish line. As you mentioned, though, of course, we're seeing these gorgeous shots of Kamnik. It is such a beautiful town, and the scenery, as we keep saying, so breathtaking, but with that sort of rugged nature of it, there is, of course, high risk when it comes to the athletes and how they want to take on this course. So that is why we have the mandatory backpack safety equipment, of course, for those out there. Plenty of aid stations as well, and there'll be team staff, supporters, of course, dotted around the course. We have the open races as well today, 2 different distances for that, the full 52 kilometres and then also the 25-kilometre option. Here is just an indication of where those aid stations are dotted around the course, and you can see there are a variety of aid stations that we'll have in the elevation profile there as well. Jeff, you mentioned the tactics there as well, as we'll see another look at this course. There are athletes who prefer the longer distance or the shorter distance. This is a bit of a meeting in the middle in comparison to what we see at the World Championships, though.
Yes, it's whatever loop you can get into Kamnik is the distance, but as you say, there are athletes who prefer something more along the lines of 8 or 10 hours, 100 kilometres. There are others who've got quite good track personal bests, and half marathon times will favour something a little bit shorter. The other feature which we're not seeing is the humidity levels. Yesterday, the temperature was 16 degrees, but it was with wind and rain. Today, it's 16 degrees, but no wind, no rain, quite extensive cloud cover. So the athletes will really perspire. At 91% humidity, the hydration strategy is going to be really key. This graphic gives you every little twist and turn on the course, but essentially they're climbing to get up to a plateau, doing a loop and then coming back down. So there will be an ascent and descent, and the descent will be when the legs are most tired. We're going to see fatigue playing a part as well today, which we didn't have yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. What a day of racing we had yesterday. The under-20 races, 2 shared golds. How often can you say that? And then in the senior races, 2 outright winners, and a great day for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And we will see plenty of the same terrain, particularly right at the top of this plateau, which is where the athletes will loop back on themselves a couple of times, really making the most of that area before heading back through the forest and then down into the town. Better weather today, as you say, Jeff, but of course that high humidity will be a challenge.
And it'll be interesting to see where the spectators make their way onto on the course. It is a hiking day. Those that have set off early can get to the far point on the course. We saw good crowd support yesterday, but it was in clusters around the built-up areas and the key points on the course. I think there'll be spectators throughout, but hats off to those that hike 20 kilometres to get a vantage point.
Well, that is a huge part of it as well, and I saw plenty of that highlighted after the races on the EA running social media channels. Make sure you go and follow those over the course of the weekend to see all the behind the scenes action, but a lot of that community aspect highlighted, because it is a big part of trail and mountain running, isn't it? The community that all travel around the globe together competing in these high level races, and also the fans that come out to support them.
This is essentially the down run back to the start finish area that we're seeing now. You can see in the distance there that blue dot. They will be swooping down at this point, but they will have 5 hours of hard running in their legs before they return to the centre of Kamnik. So it is going to be a classic. There it is. That's all there is to it.
That's all there is to it. And I'm sure, of course, we will see in the detail, we hope, the forested sections and, of course, up to the plateau. It really is such a stunning venue here in Kamnik. A beautiful day in terms of what we saw yesterday at the bottom of the mountain, not so much right at the top where they're battling with high winds, rain. That has all subsided, and we're seeing quite the beautiful course today. Here's a look at the weather: a cloudy 14 degrees, so a little bit cooler than yesterday, and I think that will be well received by the athletes.
I think because of the bad weather yesterday, the medal ceremonies have been held over to this morning, so we may not see them live, but we'll certainly see some pictures from the medal ceremonies. A good day for Great Britain with the 2 senior individual winners and the women's team title, and some of those team podium places were just decided by 1 or 2 scoring points. Let's hear about this course.
Kamnik in Veliko planino. Sprva je zadeva izgledala kot neka misija nemogoče, ker nismo našli nekih pametnih povezav v kombinaciji, ta pravi kombinaciji, da bi dobili tistih zaželenih okrog 50 km in nekih 2500 višinskih metrov. Na vsak način smo želeli prikazati veliko planino z vsemi lepotami in pa jasno, izhodišče in cilj morata biti v Kamniku. Mislim, da s to progo, ki smo jo zdaj spravili skupaj, je to doseženo. Prvi uvodni del za ogrevanje, 5 km približno ravnino, potem pa klasičen vzpon na Veliko planino, potem križ, kraž po Veliki planini, po pašnikih in pa spust potem do Kranjskega raka, pa potem še do vzpon preko Kašne planine do Črnivca in potem spet en križ, kraž po okoliških vaseh do Kamnika. Mislim, da je to največ, kar lahko Kamnik z okolico ponudi.
It's going to be really nice to start, finally. I've been looking forward to be on the start line. And yeah, of course, 50 kilometers is always long. I mean, many things can happen, but also I think it's going to be really fast and interesting and cool to see who is going to be the first back in Kamnik. So no, I have not been on the course yet. I just arrived today. We will go for a short loop tomorrow and then hopefully get a little bit of insight about the course. And then also it's going to be nice to just see what comes. I've been knowing the terrain from orienteering. I know the place you can do orienteering on the top, and I know it's a really nice place, so I'm looking forward to be there. I mean, of course, you need to do your work for the long trainings. You need to be able to cope with 5 hours running and also to be able to eat your nutrition well and to speed up also in the last kilometers. But then, of course, now it's just mostly about rest and taking it easy and looking forward to the race. I mean, the weather is how it's going to be, but of course, I would love to have hot weather. I like it if it's warm and if the sun is out. It's also nice for the spectators and for the people who cheer on the course. So, of course, this would be cool, but we take what comes.
Yeah, the race is really interesting. A lot of uphill, downhills, a lot of technical trails, less technical trails, so a bit of everything. It's gonna be hard, but yeah, it will be a good day for us, I think. I think I have to be slow at the beginning because it's a long race and the first part is flat, so you tend to go quite fast. I will try to not go too fast at the beginning, also not at the first uphill. And then, try to keep up with the first and the second part of the race. I would enjoy it more if it would be dry, but the temperatures are actually quite nice, not too hot, not too cold, so it's actually quite nice. Yeah.
So back we go to the start line, Jeff, where there is plenty of movement, about a real good mix of athletes, as we saw yesterday as well. In the men's race, 104 from 30 nations taking part, while in the women's race we have 91 athletes from 28 nations. And we saw the Netherlands perform well yesterday in the uphill race, and good to see their representation here in the trail race today.
And one of the lessons from yesterday was that form is everything. Our 2 individual senior winners were in the form of their lives, and it showed, and they knew it, and it felt like the rest of the field knew it. When we research these athletes, we have endless statistics about what they've run over the last 4 or 5 years. But we have had a couple of withdrawals. Toby Anderson doesn't go in this senior women's trail race. And essentially everything, their personal best, their previous wins, their record, even as a legend in the sport, doesn't tell you anything about how are they today, how are they this morning when they line up, how is that twinge which they got from their last race, how is their confidence, what about that cold they had 3 weeks ago, and it's all about confidence and form. And I think whoever amongst those that we're looking at now believes they're going to win, it will probably come through for them.
Yeah, you make an excellent point about that, and if you were tuning in yesterday, you'd know that Tove Alexandersson is out of the race today, opting not to line up after a week in Slovenia. She felt like it wasn't the right time for her. Had been around a few teammates who had suffered with illness and was coming off the back of a big run in Zagama, where she smashed the meeting record, the course record there, and decided that she wanted to save herself for later on in the season. So no, Tove Alexandersson, who that is the one athlete I think, Jeff, who in this women's field you could have said would, if she's in form and she lines up, she will win by a significant margin. And now it does throw really this women's race quite wide open. We heard from Judith Weider there, and she said exactly to what you're saying, Jeff, that anything can happen out on the trail. She experienced that at the World Championships last year, where a wasp sting made her race really difficult, and she ended up being a DNF in the end. And it is, once you get out there, up to the trails, and of course whoever believes that they can win it the most.
We'll have a quick sweep through the list of starters. As Ellen mentioned, it's 91 women and 104 men, so we'll see all of those scrolling through on the screen. Some of these athletes arrived in Ljubljana-Kamnik more than a week ago, so they've essentially had a mini camp getting used to the terrain, having a few run-outs on the course, and that can do funny things to athletes. Some grow in confidence and familiarity and power up. Others find a change of food, not sleeping in their own bed, some aspects of the course daunting, and things can go the other way. So there is a psychological component to this one as well as a physical one. And I noticed as they're warming up, they're doing it as teams. I think we'll see far more group running as teams than we saw in any of yesterday's 4 races, where there was the odd 1 or 2. We saw the Slovenian trio in one of the later races run the whole way together, but I think that will be far more common today.
Yeah, you do make a good point there, Jeff. A lot of them have flown out as teams and have been here for the last week or so, in some cases really soaking up the atmosphere, the environment, a couple going around to local orienteering groups and seeing what it is all about here in Slovenia. And for plenty as well, they have experience on this course, particularly the mountain runners amongst the trail runners, with World Cup races being held on this course over the course of the last couple of years. So plenty familiar with the surroundings here, but for quite a lot, as we said yesterday, there are athletes transitioning over from the track, from the road, into their first taste of off-road, mountain and trail running. And it will be a new environment for them. Here's a look at the lineup for the senior men's race.
We also have the full rainbow of experience. Some of these athletes have got multiple sponsors. They make their living from ultra trail running. They live in the Alps, in the mountains, and race every week, every other week, and know each other very well. Others are making their international debuts. Some of them are self-funded. The federations don't have the resources to bring them out here, so they may have paid up to €1,000 just for the honour of representing their country. So it really is an inclusive event. We've got everybody from almost Olympic level equivalent athletes to those that have graduated from club ranks and are having perhaps the day of their lives, their first international vests. As we get to ST, let's see if we've got San Marino in this one. They covered all the bases yesterday. One of the smallest European Federation members, San Marino, STM. They had under 20s and seniors in the uphill. I think it will be on the next page or the one after. Our San Marino here, it's roll call time. There they are, 1. Good luck, Roberto Pizzaglia in the men's race.
Saw Malta on the list as well, and it is always great to see a real mix of colours on the start line, and always great, particularly with the investment that is going into those smaller European nations, to see them represented here at the European Off-Road Running Championships. We're about 11 minutes away from getting underway in the big race of the weekend, the 52-kilometre trail race that has quite the significant climbs in it as they make their way up to the big plain at the top of the mountain here. Velika Planina, which we saw plenty of yesterday, Jeff. It is challenging underfoot conditions up there, and it was interesting hearing some of the athletes speak about those ups and those downs. Of course, all uphill. Well, the majority of the race yesterday uphill. There was a few short, sharp downhill sections, but of course the uphill race going mostly up all the way to the top of the mountain and that finish line from hell, as you put it. Whereas today we will see more of that technicality required for the descents, particularly when they come back down into the town later on this afternoon.
Yeah, this will be the first bit of downhill running of any kind that we've seen across the weekend on day 2. The return run to this finish line, which will be the start line coming up very shortly. I can see 1 or 2 wearing gloves. They'll be carrying poles. They may do a bit of scrambling across the boulders. So the kit choices have evolved, personalised over years of racing. Those shoes, as we look at them, quite low profile grip for the uphill and the downhill. The ultra runners don't necessarily favour super shoes. Those stack heights of 40 millimetres at the heel do nothing for stability and grip when you're running off-road for such a long period. There's the Great Britain team, the Italian team alongside. It is a mixed start, so the men and women will all set off together in one biggest start of the weekend, as Ellen said, and that is now coming up. It will be at 9 o'clock local time, just under 9 minutes from now.
Yeah, you say that the biggest start of the weekend. It is the biggest European off-road running championships, so record-breaking championships, with a huge growth after the 2024 championships in Annecy in France, and a real boom in running in general in the last 2 years. You really feel it in Europe. We see it on the ground in Great Britain, in England, of course, a huge real uptake in people coming into the sport, and great to see so many later on in life taking up running. And once you've done those challenges, we were speaking about it yesterday, Jeff, once you've done a couple of marathons, there is that desire to look for something new, and this provides an opportunity to our open runners, who for some are already out on the course, and a few others starting later on today as well, to give something different a go.
Yeah, this is athletics' version of extreme sport, isn't it? You can't go further than this. 53 kilometres, ultra trail. It is a warriors event. Just looking at some of the equipment choices, the old Rafael Nadal bandanas only appear in trail races. We don't see any other branches of athletics wearing those. A few athletes with those hydration vests, so they can take on board fluids without having to wait for the drink stations. And it looks as though quite a few of them have managed to get those mandatory items into essentially a waist bag, with the charge mobile, the jacket or blanket, and the whistle. So it's not all backpacks. Some of them are just minimal weight waistbands that they're carrying around. I think this is one of the best organised events I've come across. The amount of information available to competitors, media, supporters, federations, they've really looked forward to this event from a long way out. I think Ljubljana-Kamnik, Ljubljana, the capital, is only less than an hour's drive away. This is their big time to shine. They've been looking forward to hosting a European Championship. And thank goodness on day 2, the weather is helping a little bit as well for spectators.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty along this start, a couple of 100 metres, as the athletes were saying as well. It is a relatively easy 6 kilometres. It'll be interesting, Jeff, to see how they judge the start, knowing that they've got that amount of distance before things really turn up the heat.
Yeah. I think it would be a brave athlete that takes it on, tries to run the legs off the field in the first quarter of the race. They're very, very experienced. They'll know that the race is won in the final quarter, not the first quarter. But you never know. Somebody may be feeling absolutely uber confident in that lineup. There's a lot of smiley faces. We didn't see quite so much of that yesterday. But it would be a bold move to take it on in the opening 10 kilometres. There are 6 men and women who will feature on the front row of the grid. They are the leading names. They are the ones that the organisers expect will feature on the podium, maybe even the winner coming from there. Doesn't always quite work out like that, as we discovered yesterday. but the odds are in favour of the more experienced names, and we'll be meeting them in just a moment. That is the mammoth mascot. You may have seen the trailer for the history of this part of Slovenia, where a mammoth skeleton was excavated. It's on the medal, and the mascot is there as well.
Well, it is a town that is very proud of its history and its heritage as well. We saw plenty of that in the opening ceremony, a real celebration of everything Slovenian and from this particular region of the country, as well as Jeff said. We can see the front row of athletes who have been selected, and plenty engaging with the mammoth judo fighter in there as well, just making sure that watch settings correct and accurate. Fabiola Conti as well next to her, and well, we do hope the mammoth will jump out of the way at some point before this race gets started in earnest. Here is a look through the top women selected by the organising committee. There were athletes that we expect to be up there throughout the race, and of course, when she's on the start list, no surprise to see Judith Weider up there second in the up and down race in 2024, and really looking to assert herself on the trails in the absence of Tove Alexanderson today. Sara of Spain lining up alongside Kristjansdottir of Iceland, 11th in the long trail at the World Championships last year, and won the County Ultra Marathon on the trails just 10 weeks ago. A really good performance to finish across the line as the first woman, and well, the home favourite Klanchnik. Just
well, these are the seeded men. As we sweep across, Frederick Tranchard is the world short trail champion from last September, going a bit further, quite a bit further here. Daniel Patti has already had 3 wins on the ultra trail circuit in 2026, so a man in form. We heard in the interview he's not going to go mad at the start. We'll hold him to that. Petr Frano of Slovakia was the bronze medalist at the World Trail Championships in 2023, looking a bit pensive. You saw Alan Santamaria a little while ago, already a winner on home soil in one of the early Spanish classics in 2026. That's Christian Minoggia. 3 ultra trail wins and 2 runners-up positions. So he's been on the podium in every race he's done this year. Comes to this with a chance. And for the home team, Marko Tratnik of Slovenia was 3rd in the Gladiator 60K in Slovenia back in April. So there are some form athletes as well as some athletes with great CVs, but it all comes down to the next 5 hours. We're going to be underway in just under 2 minutes from now. Good crowds.
So one by one, the selected athletes introduced to the crowd here in the Kamnik main square. One to watch today, 5th in the short trail at the World Championships, also set to compete in the up and down race. There are quite a few who are on both the lineups, as we see Fred Tranchard make his way forward next to the home favourite of Klanchnik of Slovenia, former national football player for Slovenia, and transferring over to trail running after she finished her playing career. So a real mixed bag in terms of how people find the sport.
You've got to get your anecdote about the footballing connections within her family.
There are plenty. We'll see how exciting the race is and where she ends up later on. But she does have plenty of very interesting footballing connections, having spent quite a lot of time in the senior Slovenian national team. Also a teacher.
You can see the athletes hanging on to their bottles up until the last minute. They may discard that outside the running rail as they get underway to save weight, but absolutely taking every last second to get on board fluids, and it is 91% humidity.
So the countdown is on here in the Kamnik main square. And we are underway here on the big day of action at the European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships. This is the big one, the trail race, 52 kilometres, over 2,000 metres climbed in elevation by the time they get back here to the Kamnik main square. It is a relatively flat first 6 kilometres. They really ease into this race before they make their way up the mountainside and up to the main plateau, which we saw plenty of yesterday. They really want to highlight, the organisers, the beautiful scenery here in the town, but also right at the top of the plateau, which, Jeff, unfortunately, we didn't get to see a huge amount of yesterday through the fog.
No, the visibility yesterday, if you were with us, welcome back, was less than 100 metres. In fact, towards the end, it got down to less than 50 metres, so very difficult. Ellen, as we watch the replay, we've done a bit of event presentation announcing. The starter, the announcer decided he was going to do a countdown, and he very quickly got cut off on that because the man with the gun decided he was just going to fire the gun. What happens with a countdown with elite athletes is they trigger early. You get to 3, 2, and off they go. So no countdowns at international level.
We are used to that, aren't we? And you know the nerves of being on a start line. You're trying to anticipate everything, and that countdown just adds to it, doesn't it? We see an early lead from Finland, but then tucked in behind Fred Tranchard. What a couple of years he's had, Jeff, and no doubt coming into this as one of the favourites.
Well, you notice he was the first name that was brought forward. I think that does make him the #1 seed for this event. The man who's got a great championship pedigree and also great form in 2026, but he's also a wise head. So, he is following the pacemaker, as it were, tucked in second. And I'm surprised at how strung out they are. If you look at the clock, top left, we're only just coming up to the first 2 minutes of the race. So this is very, very early in a 5-hour race, but they are stringing out.
We do have 3 athletes representing Finland as they twist onto this part of the route, onto the gravel underfoot coming off the main road. They'll go along the river, and it is really, really stunning scenery. And well, when you're in the pain cave later on, Jeff, that's exactly what you're going to need for a distraction.
The definition of trail running is more than 80% off-road, off-tarmac. And already, even though we're running adjacent to some of the carriageways through central Kamnik, we are onto trails. So trying to keep to that, I think this may well end up being a 90% off-road, 90% plus, because it was literally just that opening 90 seconds of running, and they are off and onto the banks of the river that go down the side of the right as we look at it.
Yeah, and it's stunning. The water quality is just exceptional, isn't it? You can see all the way through there, such clear water. I wonder how many will be off for a dip after these 52 kilometres, particularly those who are lining up once again tomorrow for the up and down races, which those will really be thrilling races to watch. It is such a treat to see the athletes fly back down the mountain after working so hard to get to the top. It is a breakaway group that we have now at the front of the field, maybe around 12 in that lead group, but it has really splintered early on in this race, Jeff.
Yes, I'm surprised to see a breakaway group. You can see a few familiar vests in there: Finland, France, Netherlands and Sweden. That also looks like a Hungarian vest on the right-hand side. And already, if we're looking at team orders, I think there may be 3 French in that lead breakaway group. So they've made their intent clear for the opening stages. They had a clean sweep in the men's under 20 uphill championship yesterday. They won the team championship with 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And that sort of a mood when they went back to the team hotel last night will have permeated through. The seniors will have seen that and thought, you crazy kids, hold my beer, watch this. So France going for it. I think we can't see right to the back of that group, but they've certainly got 2 in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And particularly when we look at how France won yesterday, but also how they had so many packing out the podium in 2024 on home soil in Annecy. They want to prove that wasn't just a home advantage, that they are strong wherever they go. Of course, Tranchard among the French athletes who steps up on such a high level wherever he goes. around the globe, and they will be looking to prove that it wasn't just a home advantage 2 years ago, and they can do it once again in 2026. So in terms of time checks today, there's the pace really being pushed at the front of this elite men's field. Our big first time checks, and then where we'll get them frequently after that will be around the 15-kilometre mark. Before that, we're hoping to get some indication of where the athletes sit, but after 15k we will have them around every 4 kilometres to keep you up to date with how the athletes are going. And it is a Hungarian vest that's leading the way, Jeff.
Yes, there's 3 Hungarians in this, and Marty David Vasarhelyi is the leader. I'm just looking back to see there's 2 or 3 teams that run with red singlets, including Switzerland and Hungary. So it's a bit of a glory run for him. Very bouncy, as you can see, a bit of a toe striker and quite a lot of kickback, almost like a track runner's gait, but he's managed to put 4 or 5 seconds. If he can keep this going for even 10 kilometres, it will be amazing, because the firepower is all in that group behind. But he's giving Hungary something to cheer for as we go back and watch the start of this combined 91 women and 104 men at the start.
And as we said, a real shame not to have Tove Alexanderson among the starters in this mixed race, because she's continuing to push the boundaries in terms of what she's doing out on the tracks. And so frequently we see her beat the majority of men in races, as she did in Zagama, only, you know, in terms of the percentages ahead of her. The majority of the men were behind her, and she has been really carving her own way in the trail running scene after transferring over from orienteering. We do have plenty of ex and current orienteers in this group, and as some were saying, Gina Fider involved as well, that there are orienteering courses that they come over and do here in Slovenia up on the main plain that they will make their way up to. We're still making our way through the early stages of this one, and it is so key not to get too carried away in the early stages, Jeff, with it being so flat.
I'm looking back at Tranchard in the middle there with the white singlet and the red shorts for France, and he's already fiddling around in his backpack or his waist bag to get out, I think, carbohydrate gel. So the fueling strategy for this, you can't run 53k on just what you had for breakfast. You've got to replenish the rocket or non-rocket science version of glycogen stores is CH2O, carbohydrates and water. So you have to have the fluids to release the carbs, but you've got to be regularly taking on board carbohydrates. And Tranchard has already got in his right hand a gel sachet where he's starting a fueling process just 8 minutes into a 5-hour race.
And that may be the difference. You know, we spoke about the variety of athletes, some stepping up to the national team for the first time, some who are really established names in trail running. And later on in this race, Jeff, that could be the big difference, because when you look at the likes of Tranchard, when you look at the big names in the women's field as well, you Judith Viders, etc., they have all, they'll have been tested, they'll have been in labs to see how many carbohydrates per hour they can take on, how their body responds to that, and making sure that it is the best balance for them. Whereas some of these athletes who are stepping up maybe for the first time to their national team, who lack that experience, might not have tested the boundaries of how much carbohydrates they can take on and just how their body responds to that.
Yeah, we're into a complete new era of detail for hydration and fueling. There's an article in this month's Athletics Weekly magazine about what Sebastian Sarway took on board for his sub-2 hour marathon, and the involvement of one of the it's an energy source company, but it's also a lactic buffering product as well. And all these things are light years ahead of what they were even 10, 20 years ago. The amount of concentrate you take on board, when you take it, whether you vary that dosage, whether it gets modified for the conditions. So with 91% humidity, they will be perspiring far more freely than in less humid conditions. So that all has to be factored in. There are drink stations, but you can see as you look back, there's quite a few athletes with drinks vests on. There's a straw attached to those pouches, and they can just sip fluids as they go. The trade-off for that, of course, is it's additional weight to carry.
So 10 minutes into
So
this.
I can tell you. Well, just to mention the leader, because he might not be here for the long term. Ultra Trail Mont Blanc, UTMB, is one of the brands that's involved in ultra trail running, and they give everybody like a handicap score. So the highest you could possibly be as an ultra runner is getting on for 1,000. This leader, Mate Vasahaili, is 860 on their ratings, and he has raced a fair bit this year. As recently as May, over 50k, he won a trail race in Hungary, and that was 4 hours and 45. So it's exactly his type of distance. He knows he's in form, but he is having a look back because this is a long way to run solo. It would probably be wiser to just tuck in with that leading group. Why do more work than you need to at this point? We're going to cut away to get up to one of the higher points. So that's the last chance to see them. Let's hear from the local team.
Težja, kot sem najprej mislila, da bo. V začetku aprila sem še tekla 100-milsko razdaljo na Hrvaškem, kjer sem tudi dosegla en svoj velik cilj sezone, se uvrstiti med 3, potem pa se dobro spočiti in narediti sklop 6-tedenskih priprav na Evropsko prvenstvo. Treningi so potekali malo drugače, kot potekajo običajno, ker v ultrateku imam toliko ene svobode in vsega in te tekme so običajno tako dolge, da je teh vzponov in padcev v formi na tisti dan veliko več, kot jih bo sedaj na sobotni preizkušnji. Tekma je, oziroma trasa v soboto je težka, ampak še vedno zelo hitra. Prvi del velik vzpon na veliko planino, pol en lušten krog na veliki planini, potem pa bo se začelo še hitreje teči. In upam, da se mi je uspelo pripraviti za tisti zadnji del. Ja, se veselim.
Slovenia's number one athlete is probably the pole vaulter Tina Schutte, who's often on the podium at world level, and I think that was like a 70% lookalike there for the leading trail runner. We've got a new leader for Netherlands. These are testers, I guess you could say. He feels good, has a little look back, and will decide whether there are any takers and whether it's worth persevering with it. The likely net effect is that there may be 1 or 2 that drift out of the back of that group. He's unlikely to force a winning lead at this early stage. We're only 13 minutes into a race that may have another 4 hours of running still to come, but we are into the uphill stage very firmly.
And we have seen a couple go off the front already, Jeff. Hearing from Jacob Adkin after his race yesterday, of course, that's only 9 kilometres, the uphill race. He said that he felt like he was having a really good leg day with 52 kilometres on the cards today. How much do you trust these early stages if your legs are telling you that they're having a good day? How much do you need to be disciplined?
Yes, he looked like a man that was totally confident yesterday, didn't he? This is Lucas Nieuwebouwer of Netherlands. I had a few jokey messages during the programme yesterday from one of my fellow announcers about the mountains of Netherlands. There are none. The highest point in Netherlands is about the same height as a pole vault bar, but they have managed to provide one of the leading contenders in the women's event yesterday and the current leader in the men's. This is Lucas Nieuwebouwer of Netherlands.
Yeah, they have brought a fairly sizable team as well out for both the men and the women for these trail races, and we will see again tomorrow in the up and down race as well, those mountain specialists making their way back out onto the course. But it is great to see the representation from those nations in particular who maybe don't have the biggest of mountains, let's say, to practice on.
And you can see the change in terrain. So we've gone from fairly smooth trails to those which have got a lot of flints and stones on them. You've got to protect your feet, but you still want that feel. You still want to be able to feel and grip, and especially on the downhills, have sure footing. So they aren't heavily protected shoes. They are cushioned a little bit, but they're more for support and stability and grip. And I think this is almost like a classic cycle race. There's the breakaway rider, and there is the peloton behind, 10, 12 runners together, just keeping an eye on him, knowing that at any point they could give each other the nod and just reel him in a matter of a couple of minutes.
So we are seeing our first bits of incline as they make their way out of the town and onto the trails proper. Just after the 6 kilometre mark where it really jumps up, and not too far away from that point.
You can see there, it's more mixed than yesterday. We do get up and downhill sections. We're not following those mountain paths. These are far more trail walker friendly routes that they're using. This is the height of the trail season coming up, June, July and August. So resorts that are traditionally for skiing in the winter in the Alps become trekkers and trail walkers havens in the summer, and that's how a lot of people will have perhaps decided to spend their weekend, getting out on the trails, supporting these athletes at European Championship level. And you would say, even though we're at a relatively early stage, just 16 minutes into the race, the champion is probably in shot now. If you sat too far back, still back in the woods, in the forest beyond, you're giving away over a minute at this early stage. You can see our early leader from Hungary has drifted back. It's going to be very, very difficult to come all the way through. You can do a little bit of negative splitting. If you're a downhill runner, you can take advantage a bit, but you're not going to claw back a kilometre in the closing stages. I'm glad we're seeing the beauty of this part of the world. Kamnik, it does look well on a day like this. These are live shots.
And here a reminder of the course profile. You can see that glowing yellow dot around the 5 kilometre mark, showing where the majority of our athletes are still. Of course, the early stages, our first big time check we will be when we get up into the mountains and onto the plateau at around 15 kilometres, hoping to get a couple of indications before then, as well as just to where the lay of the land is, particularly in the women's race. Of course, this being a mixed start for the 52 kilometres, so we will catch those the women's race as and when we can find them amongst the crowds. But it is the elite men at the front of the field who are our focus as they make their way through these earlier stages, where it is a little bit flatter, having to ease into the race, but there is still those off-trail moments, off-road moments, and as they start to head into the lower parts of the forest, and we will bring you, of course, coverage as they make their way up the mountain.
Well, with that interview coming up, let's just hear from one of the home team.
Počasi smo imeli leti malo zaključiti, dokler se lahko borim, bi rekel, z mladino in pridem noter, to izkoristim. Jaz sigurno domač teren to veliko pomeni, še posebno, ker vidim, da je Boštjan, moj trener, sva bila pa 22 let nazaj v kopu reprezentanci, jaz kot mladinc, vam pa v članski reprezentanci. Tako da ja, izkušnje neke so, je pa res, da sem tak član ekipe, da sem nikoli nisem neki profesionalno s tem ukvarjal. Pridem pa vsako leto zraven, tako da to izkoristim.
I may expect a faster race because our 52 kilometers, but only 2,500 meters. I usually do the race the trail long, and so is a bit fast the race for me. But I feel good, so I hope the race could be better on Saturday, and it's an honor for me to represent Italy, and this is my first European Championship because I had participated on 3 World Championship, but in nothing European, and so.
Ja, kot sem rekel, moje prvo evropsko prvenstvo v gorskih tekih. Pričakovanja so nekaj posebnega nisem, pač želim si, da smo ekipno seveda tudi čim boljši in da na progi čim bolj taktično lepo odtečem, varno in potem bomo videli, do kam seže.
Just to keep the event relatable for you, if you're watching and you run 5K or if you do park runs, they've gone through 5K in about the speed that the average winner goes through, so about 16.5 minutes for the men and 18 minutes for the women. Bear in mind that's been uphill, and bear in mind they're doing 10.5 consecutive 5Ks. They're doing 52 kilometres and they're going at the speed that most local 5 kilometres are one in, notwithstanding the ultra nature of it and the early uphill stage. So that's an aerial view of the runners streaming down on the right-hand side, down that asphalt trail that you can see just centre right. Hopefully the helicopter will be able to keep tabs on where the leaders are throughout the race, but coming across the road and back onto another ascent. Should mention, Ellen, the age profile of these athletes, because obviously we had a women's senior champion yesterday, age 27. That's a real baby age in terms of ultra and trail. We've got competitors here well into their mid-40s. It's a branch of the sport that, as long as you can stay injury-free, rewards experience and racecraft and all sorts of things that aren't directly speed-related. So you can mature as a trail runner well into your 5th decade.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jeff. I think it is those uphill races that are maybe more the specific uphill races that are maybe a little bit more focused and centered around the youth. We see them perform particularly well there, but as soon as you start to up the distance and we take a look at these trail races, it's no surprise to see athletes competing at their first European Championships well into their 40s. It is a discipline that really, as you said, of course, it's the experience, the time you're able to give to it, but also the mentality that you can take into races as well, being able to sit with your own mentality for 5 hours, with your own thoughts. A lot of this can become lonely running once we see this field really break up, as I'm sure we will do when they start to get a bit further up onto the plateau, up the mountain, and the loops that they have to do up there in Velika Planina. And it can be quite lonely. It is very time consuming. You have to put a lot into it, and it is one of those sports that we do see the age profile, as you rightly say, a bit significantly higher than your traditional road running and of course athletics on the track.
The aerial view we're getting there is that's around about 20th to 30th going through in the men's race. As Ellen said, they've gone to single file. The path has narrowed. It's still climbing through the forest. They're in there, in amongst the pines. As far as I could see, unless he'd extended his lead, Lucas Nieuweboer, who was well clear for Netherlands the last time we were down at ground floor level, I think that lead may have been neutralised or extended. It could be that he's blasting it and trying to get away. That would be a do-or-die tactic on a day like this.
It would be bold, to say the least. It didn't look like we saw the quite recognisable bright orange of the Netherlands. And when we did see him, he was checking his watch, looking over his shoulder. Here we've got might have a better idea. Car.
Yeah, he's been caught. So these are the leaders. He's somewhere, in fact, he drifted back into that pack. So we have France 1 and 2, Germany 3, Italy 4, and maybe 5. And the early leader, or the previous leader, unless he's gone beyond the lead car, I'm not seeing an orange vest of Netherlands in that group.
I think
So
he's just tucked in
or is he there with the jacket?
Yeah, on
he's there
the
in
left-hand side.
back in 7th place, yeah. So it was a bit of showboating. He may pay a heavy price for that, but it has done nothing other than to allow these 4 to just chug through.
And this is, of course, Jeff, why these course recce's are so important. Of course, you can't go out and do the full 50 kilometres. Some may come close to that if they've come out earlier on in the week, maybe even last week, made their way out to Slovenia. They might try and take on the majority of the course, but it is so important to go out and see what you're contending with before, because that understanding that the first 6 kilometres are going to quickly disappear, and you need to be very disciplined through them before you head up into these beautiful mountains.
So I didn't see the bib on the left-hand side Frenchman, but it was Frédéric Trenchard, the favourite, on the right-hand side of the leading duo. And I think it was also Christian Minoggio, who we met on the start line for Italy. I think that's him with the cap in 3rd. See if we can pick out the bibs here a little bit better.
Well, Sweden in the top 4 once again. There is only one Swedish runner in this race, as we had in the men's race, the senior men's race in the uphill yesterday. So Oscar Claesson of Sweden is the man who is just tucked in behind Fred Trenchard.
And I'm wondering if that's Antoine Charvelin on the left, with the reverse cap. They've given us names and numerals on the front of the bibs, but that's no use if it's scrunched up origami style to make way for your drinks vest. Oh, never mind. Style it out. Style the fall out. You got the photos. That's the main thing.
Well, you have to tip your cap, don't you, to some of these runners that we've seen. The runners, of course, on the track competing, but also those who are trying to bring us the footage. We saw yesterday some of the runners right on the top of the big plane at the top of the mountain, with the cameras strapped to them, running along with them to try and give us the best footage of the athletes that they can do. But of course, an occupational hazard there out on the trails.
Okay, the caption may have read the, no, it's just generically, that is the lead group. Think Charvelin, I think 32. Could be Daniel Patti with the cap on the left for Italy. A winner 3 times already this year. They will know each other, these guys. There's no talking. It's a bit of a breathless section of the course. Even the French duo at the front are not comparing notes or saying anything, but they will have done a quick look round and they'll pretty much know everybody that is in that group, what they've done, where they've raced them before.
Looks like the Norwegian vest tucked in there is likely to be, you'd imagine, Stian Angermund.
Yes.
But he isn't the tallest, and tucked away in there quite just on the left-hand side, 3 back. And particularly when they were coming up the mountain, they were 2 abreast. You couldn't quite see his vest tucked in there, but it is him just tucked in at the back there. Of course, one of the favourites coming into this competition as well. So much experience, now 39 years old, as we move over to one side and we see the Italian reaching to his pocket.
They are getting away, this group at the moment. They're just working together. I don't see anybody looking back, but they have got daylight over that chasing group. We're only half an hour in, so we're still in the first 20% of this race. It's impossible to be a good ultra trail runner without being a good climber. And you'd have to wonder, because at a certain point they're going to be coming back down these hills, who is the master of the downhill descent, because that will be the decisive skill that is going to determine who is the first European champion of day 2 here. We should mention Angermund's background because he is a former world champion from 2023. He then took a ban for a substance which by common consent, and I think it's well documented, appears to have been accidental contamination. But he took his ban in late 2023, Angermund. I think that is him at the back of that group, and has returned at pretty much the same level. And I don't detect, and the sport is very good at closing ranks against people who they believe to have been cheats. I don't see that with Angermund. I think most people feel like that was a genuine mistake. It was something that was in his system without doing it on purpose. But he took his medicine literally, and he's back.
Was a DNF at the World Championships last year. You can see him tucked in the back there, looking to add to his very impressive collection of medals over the years. Twice a European medalist in sky running. He's won the Golden Trail World Series in 2018 and 2021.
And now the bibs come into focus. We can see that it is Chavois for France and Klassen for Germany to complete that lead group. Are we looking at our champion there? And are we looking at 2 athletes that won't make the podium? Or has somebody judged it better a little bit further back? Just biding their time, conserving their energy, and mounting a charge later on in the race. Because if this was a 1,500-metre race, we're still in the first 200.
Which is an excellent way of putting it, Jeff.
Very, very economical. I've not seen Tranchard run before, but you can see there's minimal movement of the arms. They stay quite close to his waist, minimal knee lift, and we look at some of the beautiful churches. That is quite the hike, though, isn't it, for a Sunday service to get up to there. There are people there. I can see them in the front with their dog. Beautiful bit of sunshine on that side of the church.
Yeah, enjoying the weather, which is much improved in comparison to yesterday's torrential downpours. We had side wind, which was then pulling the rain across the athletes as they try to battle their way up the mountain. They'll be battling to get up onto the top today, but in much better conditions, much improved conditions. Here is a look at where we are on the course, approaching the 8.2 kilometre mark for our leading group. This is the elite men that we are taking a look at, and I'm sure shortly we'll be able to bring you up to speed with where the women sit in their race. A reminder, it has been a mixed start. We are 32, almost 33 minutes into the race for both our elite men and our elite women, and following them through the early stages of this race as we approach and around the 8.5 kilometre mark. Now you can see the different drinking stations available. There are water stations at 8 kilometres, 10 kilometres, and then 14.1 is where they will have the benefit of having their team staff there as well. Each will have little huts, gazebos marked out with the team flags, easily identifiable for the athletes as they come through. As we head back to the front of the field, and it looks to be, to me, Jeff, like Tranchard has said, I'm not hanging around here, and is pushing the pace. And now Angermund launching from the back to try and avoid this attack getting away from him.
This is actually the number 1 and 2 seeds as we look at another of the churches. This one, Church of St. Peter, is Tranchard of France and Paty, Tranchard and Paty of Italy, the athlete in the white singlet alongside him. I'm sure there are races on the circuit where all of these athletes do take poles because it's rough ground. They've got to scramble. They can go quicker. And the trade-off of carrying the poles against the benefit of steering yourself with them is outweighed. But there's not a single runner with poles today. This is a running event, and everybody, having recce'd the course, has taken the same view. There's also minimal items being carried, and there are, I would say, those drinks vests are in the minority. I saw 1 or 2 women on the front row wearing them, but I think that is a minority apparel choice as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the consensus across the board is that it is an easier course than some of these Sky runners in particular are used to racing on. The challenges aren't as great, and even this climb you can see here, it is quite gradual, and that is why the attack has been launched by the Frenchman and the Italian. And Angerman late to react. You could see he sort of steered around the back of the Swede and the other Frenchman, but he's trying to drag them up the field here. But it is already the Frenchman and the Italian who have got away and added just a little bit of daylight between them and the Norwegian.
Well, it's certainly a tester they're putting in here. This section looks very reminiscent of where Jacob Adkin got away equivalently in the men's. We're going to zoom in close to see where they are. And you can see much ground covered, but a huge amount still to come. These are the sections we're going through where there are little population centres. That's where the crowds will get out most and support, especially Slovenia, in the green.
And this is the ascent where we find our athletes on now as they make their way around the side of the mountain and up onto the plateau. This is the marks that we've just seen. This ahead of where our athletes are now as they make their way up the steep climb. There's a bit of a technical descent back onto the climb, and then they're onto the plain where it is quite rocky underfoot, but a much drier day today. There is Planina, the main settlement up here on the top of the mountain. We saw plenty of it yesterday, mostly in the footage, the pre-recorded footage from the days before. It was very foggy yesterday, and we will get a much better look today. There is a lot of looping back on themselves up at this point. It was something the organisers spoke about, really wanting to maximise their time up here on what is such a significant part of the local history.
As we look at this course, and it is all of 53 or 52 kilometres, sometimes in hill races you get those zigzags, you get those uphill ladders where you're doubling back on yourself and you can see where the athletes are up ahead and you can see where the athletes are behind you. It's demoralising if you're behind, it's very motivating if you see yourself well clear. There's none of those. This is limited opportunity to see what's going on behind you. You've got to rely on your team management. They may well be relying on our pictures and the updates from the European Athletics website to know what the gaps are and to feed that back to the athletes, because it's one direction only, and that's forward. There's no zigzags.
And even the little bits of the zigzags that you can see there, they're all through the forest, Jeff, so you gain no real advantage. The only time you may see a glimmer if you are out front, or indeed one of the chasing athletes behind, will be out on the main plain, and that is, of course, depending on what visibility we get up there today. We expect it will be a lot better than yesterday, but imagine if we were trying to contend with the conditions from yesterday today, you'd have no clue where you or anyone else around you was.
This, I think, this point on the graphic is where the race will be won and lost. As we come over the top of this hill, you can see the blue dot of the finish line, and it's a big swoop back down. On tired legs and smashed up quads, who can accelerate down those closing kilometres? Because unless you've broken well clear, that's where it's going to be won and lost. So we're rejoined by Angermund of Norway and the second French athlete, I think that's Chatrier. So France riding high in the team standing. It's 3 to score on closing positions. The lowest total across 3 athletes. They're doing very well for 2, but it will be a while before we get a checkpoint to see where the third scoring Frenchman is. They won individual gold in the under-20 uphill, and they absolutely romped that team title with the first 4 home. It's still the number 1 and 2 Cs, Tranchard and Petit. Angermund alongside Chevrier just at the back of that group of four as they round another of these beautiful churches with a few supporters skipping Sunday service with their flags.
You can see the damage though that it has done to the extra runner in that group of five, Oscar Claesson of Sweden. He's unable to match the pace. This is the same point that we saw out on the uphill race yesterday. They cover a little bit of the same course.
Grass is a funny little change of terrain, isn't it? I think it will have dried out from yesterday, but that has the potential, especially on the downhill return, of being quite a slippery section.
Just a few yards gained by Daniel Petit, who was 15th at the World Championships in the short trail. Was in the leading group for quite some time though before dropping back. He has had some excellent results though on the shorter trails this season. In 2026 there's a handful of wins, 3 wins, 2 second places and a third, and has been really driving the Italian team forward, and he'd love to add a medal at the European Championships here today.
Well, these are the athletes just outside 12, I think, coming around that last church that we saw on the fixed camera. And if those positions are correct and we haven't jumped any or missed any, I think France have 3 inside the top 8, maybe even top 7. So, and there's the 4th and 5th, 4th French scorer there. So right now, 41 minutes into the men's race, and hopefully we'll stay with this potentially to see our first woman come through. France are 2 inside the top 4 individually and leading in the team scores. Imagine living in a house there, just popping out to get a loaf of bread. I'll see you in about 4 hours.
Or 4 days for me.
Yeah. It's 53k to the supermarket. I'm going to walk it on this occasion. Pass me my poles.
But that is why, of course, we see, Jeff, so many, it's no surprise to see France, Italy up the front of this men's race. Spain, we expect to feature well in the women's race as well. There are, of course, athletes who have grown up in slightly more isolated communities where this kind of environment, this kind of landscape is the norm for their training, and they are so used to performing at these levels. The high altitude as well, of course, something that they've been raised in, which is particularly when you get up to the sky running level, something that is of course taken into such great consideration.
Yeah, almost everybody has hills somewhere in their backstory. They were raised in a mountainous area, or their club specialises in hill running. But in a way, it's something in your spirit. You know, that freedom of the mountains, you enjoy open running without worrying too much about the watch, far more than you do running around a track, every lap being counted. It's a spiritual thing as well as a physical thing. And I also think you find out very early on as a runner if you're any good at running up and down hills. I could name the members of my school teams and student teams who were good at uphill. Here's our pole guys. So we have got a few runners that took the trouble to carry the poles. This is where they're coming into their own.
Even the technology, we've spoken about the lack of technology maybe in the shoes in comparison to what we're used to talking about, Jeff, on road running, but the technology that goes into the poles as well to ensure that they're super lightweight. There's a couple who run on the World Cup circuit who use bamboo poles to ensure that the weight is completely negated, and that they're using them purely for that support, but they're not carrying anything more than they need to.
I had a meeting one time with a manufacturer and importer of walking poles. It won't surprise you that the meeting was in a cabin on top of a hill that was as windswept as hell. It was like something out of Wuthering Heights, but that's where he had 1,000 ski poles on display. That's in his spirit as well.
It is interesting that you say about the spirit, though. I hope at some point we do get a look at where our elite women are. And one of the contenders that we met and were heard from pre-match was introduced on the start line, Fabiola Conti of Italy. She said she started road running. She started running after she had her child. She's got a young girl, and she just got bored on the roads and decided to head into the mountains instead. And it is so interesting to hear that calling. Here we go. So our first women making their way through. It looked like it was Swiss vests there, Judith Vida, maybe amongst those two. That bright red. You wouldn't be surprised if it is Judith Vida in and amongst the top athletes of our women's race. Anna Plattner as well, wearing the red of Austria. You wouldn't be surprised if you see her up at the front of the field. We do hope that at some point soon we can bring you slightly more accurate readings as to those times. The first time check, the big time check, will be around the 15-kilometre mark. And we will be able to give you both the full rundown of the men's and the women's order at that point.
Well, the helicopter is staying with Vida there. It's difficult to pick out, but I think that is how she was clad at the start, with the shades and the headwear on. So our first woman is going for poles. Remember, they have a part to play on the descent as well for maintaining balance. So you can get a little bit of extra power on the rocky sections. Let's hear from the officials.
Bila moja prva želja, da bi v Slovenijo pripeljal veliko evropsko atletsko tekmovanje, in prva misel je bila ravno Evropsko prvenstvo v gorskih tekih. To tekmovanje se nam je zdelo, da je najbolj izvedljivo z vidika infrastrukture, z vidika zmožnosti in pa predvsem z vidika izkušenj. Namreč Dušan Papež in Tomo Šarf sta imela v preteklosti že več takšnih tekmovanj, in to je vse evropska atletika spoznala, videla, zato pa nam je potem podelila tudi to tekmovanje letos v Kamniku. Ampak še z večjim veseljem pa ugotavljam, da je to že drugo leto zapored veliko evropsko atletsko tekmovanje v Sloveniji, kar pomeni, da se slovenska atletika izkazuje kot odličen organizator in želimo si, da bi tudi v prihodnosti potem še organizirali kakšno podobno tekmovanje. Našim tekačom in tekačicam želim lahke noge, da klanci ne bodo pretežki in pa seveda na koncu čim boljši uspeh. Upamo pa tudi na kakšno medaljo.
Dragi tekmovalke, tekmovalci, spoštovani trenerji, člani ekip in vsi ostali, lepo pozdravljeni in pa dobrodošli tukaj v Kamniku, v občini v naročju Kamniško-Savinjskih Alp, kjer se odvija Evropsko prvenstvo v gorskih tekih in kjer boste dejansko preizkušali meje mogočega in vsa čas za vse, kar sestavljate, to je noro, to so ekstremni podvigi in to ni samoumevno, to zahteva ogromno odrekanja, truda, treninga in vse čestitke za to. Iskrena hvala za to, ko ste prišli, čestitke za to, ko ste se udeležili na Evropsko prvenstvo. Želim vam najboljše rezultate, čim boljše dosežke in pa, da se tudi v prihodnje morda vrnete v naše konce. Torej, Kamniško-Savinjske Alpe z veliko planino, Tuhinjska dolina z Menino planino in Termasnovik, mesto Kamnik, staro skoraj 800 let, park Arboretum, vse to so lepote, ki dajo nam, domačinom, eno tako samozavest in pa dobre pogoje za življenje. Vam pa prvošam, da se tudi v prihodnje kdaj vrnete. Dobrodošli v Kamniku.
We should say thank you to Kamnik because they really have embraced this championship. We're looking at the journey the runners are making, that strobing light indicating they're nearly up to the plateau, the ridge at the top, but still some ascent ahead of them for the next couple of kilometres. But this is only the third edition of these European Off-Road Running Championships, and Kamnik has really taken it to another level in terms of the numbers, the effort they've put in, the quality of the delivery. So it's been a great edition so far. We've still got more than half the championship to come, but so far so good.
Slovenia. This could be your way of green escape.
C'est déjà mieux que hier. Hein. Mais ouais, là on voyait pas. Ah bah oui. Bon, bah tout à l'heure, moi je descends un peu.
Well, it's still a bit murky, isn't it, up on the higher levels? There is cloud cover predicted for most of today, which is why it is so humid, but there was meant to be a little bit more blue sky and a little bit more green compared to the grey of yesterday. So I hope we get some of the views that you're seeing in the commercials, because it is a beautiful part of the world.
So the last time we saw the athletes around the 10.7 kilometre mark. Here is a look at where everyone is individually along the course, Jeff, and it is quite stretched out. You can see those stars right up at the front of the field. There are leading athletes, and just how far it is all stretched out. This pack, bigger uptake than we've seen in previous years at the European Off-Road Running Championships, with 104 athletes from 30 nations in the men's race and 91 from 28 nations in the women's race.
There are open trail races taking place here today. We had a 25k race an hour before the main one, so I think it's part of the format that European Athletics loves, that you have mass races as well as the elite races, and one can stay on and be inspired by the other. I'm thinking that 125 is probably not going to be the race winner, but actually there's nobody adrift at this point. We're 52 minutes into a potentially 5-hour race. You can follow everything on European Athletics socials, and there is live tracking on the results with some of the intermediate checkpoints coming up. That graphic at the bottom there just showing the incline that is still ahead all the way through to 15 kilometres before things level out on the top of the ridge, the plateau.
And those two stars that you see, the yellow star for the men, the leading athlete, and then the blue stars for the leading female athletes. We do apologise, we haven't been able to get you pictures, as clear pictures as yet, of our leading women. We will be able to paint a better picture when we get to the 15 kilometre mark, which is where we get our first big time check. We hope we will get a little bit of more information before that provided to us by the graphics, but we are waiting for the 15 kilometre mark. And of course, if you were with us yesterday, you will know that when they make their way through the trees, as I'm sure we're all have experienced in the past, it is quite hard to keep the phone signal going, to be required to send back the images. So we are kind of at the mercy of this timing trackers that we are seeing, and the numbers on the screen. We hope that when they come back out onto the plains, around that water, the next water bottle you can see is a time check, and of course the aid station. After that, we are usually, having seen the similar part of the course yesterday, that part of the forest seems to be in good signal. So after that, we should be in a good place to bring you pictures once again of where our leading athletes are. But you can see, you can make out some of the numbers on there, and it looks to be like the leading French pair still together.
Yeah, do the trackers change into stars as you get near the front of the field? Is that the little evolution there? Well, let's hear from the locals.
First of all, European athletics, we are happy and we are proud that we are here again. First of all, we are again in Slovenia after the last year's very successful delivery of our second and third division European team championships. And we are again in Kamnik because we still remember 2017 when it was European mountain running championships here. But now there is off-road championships 3 days in a row. It's a big occasion for the runners, off-road runners, mountain runners, to show their opportunity to challenge themselves in this occasion. But we really trust first of all to Slovenian Athletic Federation, who under the leadership of President Primož Fegus will really make a big improvement. We so thankful to the city of Kamnik and the mayor of Kamnik for their contribution to this event, and we are thanks to all the people who is involved here. What I understood is around 500 volunteers, what is really a big number, who shows all the readiness of the people to help and to contribute to this important championship. So it's a really important championship for European athletics.
Above the clouds, those GPS trackers that are giving us positions streaming all the way across those trails also have a safety function, because it's a mandatory requirement to carry one along with the water, the mobile, the whistle and the jacket and blanket. I wonder if the water requirement has been modified for this championship, but it is part of the check before the start and at the finish that you are safe throughout all 52 kilometers.
So just under the hour mark, and by our tracker's judgment, we are around the 10-kilometre mark. The next aid station, drinking station, will be at 10.7 kilometres, and we are hoping we get some good images of the athletes emerging from the forest at that point. Then the next one they need to look out for, the 14.1 kilometre mark. That is where they will get the bulk of their information from their team, the aid station there as well. Here's a look back to the front of the course, Jeff, where it seems like we do have a couple who are breaking away. Bib number 32, that is one of our French leaders. Always hard to tell, though.
Yeah, if that's correct, 32 is Antoine Charvelin, and 39 is Pierre-Emmanuel Alexander of Germany. I'm not sure they directly correlate to the bibs, the trackers, but hopefully we'll get a visual. You can see how tightly packed it is. I mean, it's all relative. There may be a few seconds between runners, but those few seconds may be the difference between a team podium and not. We saw yesterday that Great Britain and Northern Ireland in the men's senior uphill race missed out on the bronze medal positions by 2 points. And I think there was one of the under-20 podiums that was by 1 point. So literally every single place counts.
Well, by the tracker that I have open, it does seem like we have a couple, our leading group of 4 through 15 kilometres. Now, it may be that there is a slight error there on one side, where, of course, the aid station that they look to be approaching on these trackers is short of 15 kilometres. We believe it to be around the 10-kilometre mark, but we do on the trackers that we have available to us, and we have around the same information that you have at home. There is not a huge amount in terms of what we can bring to you in terms of the tracking numbers. We do have 6 athletes through 15 kilometres by the look of things. A group of 4 led up by Trenchard, and here we go, through the aid station they go. So they are a little bit up the road than the tracker was allowing us to see initially.
Is this the same aid station as yesterday?
It is indeed, yep. So this is where
So
I expected we would get pictures, just because it's around the same kind of signal loss through the trees yesterday. So I'm sure we will stick here for a little while. Around, as I said, 6 men through. We have a group of 4. The same group that we've been looking at, the 2 Frenchmen with Daniel Paty and Stian Angermund as well. Those 4 going along nicely, although it looks to be about a 10-second gap between Trenchard and Paty, and then the other 2, Chavalan and Angermund, with a big pack coming through now. So this must be around the 15-kilometre time check that we have down. Now, a bit of discrepancy between what it says on the station and what we've got on our markers here, but we're seeing Spain go through, the 2 Polish athletes as well. Great Britain and Northern Ireland have Luke Grenfell-Shaw in 4th as things stand. He's just in 5th with Jerome Fura of Switzerland tucked in behind him, and France going along very well indeed, as you suggested, Jeff. They have their 3 within the top 8, which is a very strong position, of course, with those counting for the team championships here in Slovenia.
Yeah, if we stay with this, we've probably got 4 or 5 minutes to wait for the glimpse of our first female. When last we checked, it was Judith Weider of Switzerland. Just looking to see if there's any other senior men closing 3. As we look at it, there's a few teams in yellow. Germany and Sweden look together there, but 2 different teams. In fact, that's a 3rd yellow vest there. Sweden have definitely closed 2 at this point.
One of the interesting ones that we do have as we look down the top 10 here, there we go, the intermediate splits at what we believe is the 15-kilometre mark, owing to our the information we're being given. The interesting one, Poland, Jeff, have their 3 in a very good position. They're all tightly packed together, and Great Britain and Northern Ireland with their 2 in the top 15 as well. So it will be an interesting battle, and I'd say France leading the way in the team battle, and then Poland up there as well. I would hedge my bets with them as things stand, being the 2nd place team.
If you look at that graphic, if it stays with us, that you can see there's only 2 seconds between Kubica and Matuchak. So effectively, the pair of them are working together, albeit with a Frenchman sandwiched between them. So, yep, a good bit of team running from Poland. They absolutely love their relays, train together as squads, big part of the ethos, men's and women's relay teams, and working well as a team so far here. But still, at least 3 hours of running still to go. The next hour or so will be comparatively flat. They've done most of the ascending. This is the leading 2. Just looking to see on this replay, bit of chat going on. Did somebody miss their bottle? That is the number 1 seed, Trenchard, on the left, and Paty, the number 2 seed, behind him. Then the 3rd Frenchman, Chavrier, and then Angermund of Norway. So that was the 4 when they went through that checkpoint a few minutes ago. This is our first Slovenian. He'll be the most popular man on the hills at the moment. We may have had 1 other Slovenian go through so far. That wasn't the athlete Marko Tratnik who was introduced on the start line. It's a contrast, isn't it? Because none of these have got poles. They only come in much further down. Oh, there's one. There's our first Swiss athlete with both poles in one hand and the gloves to go with them. So inside the top 20, somebody has elected to take poles, or maybe inside the top 30, because these are live pictures. And somebody stopping for the drink. It is an art to be able to pick up an open cup. Try it if you doubt it. So pick up an open cup and take it on board without spilling. Very, very difficult. So one or two athletes just electing to pause, even stop, to make sure they take the fluids on board without glugging down air as well, which gives you stitch.
And of course, all of that comes in your training, doesn't it? As anyone who's done a marathon, a half marathon, will know you have to start early on in your preparation, finding out what works for you, what gels work for you, the different textures, flavours. Some will take on gels, some will take on more solid fuel, and of course how you want to stop for your water. Particularly with the more experienced mountain runners, they'll use the bits where they have to break into the hike to really climb and use that opportunity to take on the water.
Yeah, this is a generic drink station, so it's for everybody. The fluid's the same for everybody. The containers are the same. It's pure water. There are team aid stations at different points on the course where you can get a more bespoke bit of support from your team management. Gels with your name on it to your strength, and electrolyte drinks to the strength that you wanted at that point in the race. So that's all still to come, but very noticeable in this humidity. Nobody is passing on this drink station. Everybody's taking something, getting a proportion of it down them, and also the areas where you dissipate heat are across your thighs and across your shoulders in particular. So it's possible, if you drink some, put the rest on those areas if you need to cool down. I'm just looking at, it's very difficult to pick up on the numbers as they go through, but I think Andrew Simons was the first British athlete we saw, number 38, just a minute or two back.
We actually
more
have
poles, more vests in operation at this point.
Yeah, well, Great Britain and Northern Ireland having a good day if our intermediate standings are anything to go by. Luke Grenfell-Shaw in 5th for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. He's a little bit in somewhat a bit of no man's land, but behind the leading four of Transferad, Patis, Chavalan and Angerman. Then it goes around a minute, just over a minute back to Grenfell-Shaw, and Fura then behind him by around 15 seconds.
Yeah, the spread of the top 10 athletes was 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Well, that's nothing in the overall context of a 5-hour race. So there are athletes that we're already seeing on a bit of a charge. The Polish team en masse appears to be mounting a bit of an attack, but we're still in the first quarter of the race.
And we are still keeping our eyes open for our first female athletes through this aid station. And I think we're about to see our first come through now. And it is Judith Weider of Switzerland with both her poles. She's quick to get out of this aid station, though she hasn't hung around at all, moving at a really good pace. We'll wait to see who comes through behind her. She's 1 hour and 9 minutes, 45 seconds through the time check that we've just seen there, the intermediate results, as they come away from this aid station. And seems to have opened up quite the significant gap on those behind her. It is Anna Plattner of Austria who is sat in second. See her come through the screen now. Had some really good results in the course of the last couple of years, and coming into this was certainly one to keep an eye on after finishing 5th in the short trail, the World Championship. She's also set to compete tomorrow in the up and down race. As we go back to the front of the field, Jeff.
Yeah, Dale Scarlett of Great Britain just nipped through the timing apparatus there before we cut away. So Great Britain with an athlete in 3rd right now. This is the front two in the men's on a very rocky ascent. This is where you could see that poles might be an advantage. Very tricky footing. And it is the number 1 and 2 seeds here, perhaps starting to go away and go to form. Frederick Tranchard just up front. The gaps come and go a little bit. You can see we're riding with Daniel Patti of Italy, the number 2 seed with the cap on, running very smoothly, belying the rough and elevated terrain. Good number of spectators who've made the long hike up here to support them. France having a day at the moment, but a long way to go. And good work. Can I hear the camera operative breathing there as he tries to maintain contact? He's doing very well. This runner is giving us outstanding shots. You can see what's underfoot, you know, the mixture of mud and rocks, and also the varying elevation. 1 minute they're swooping down, and the next minute they're rising up. And the camera guy has done a terrific job giving us that insight into the race. Much better view of the horizon as well, that the runners can see the next few minutes of running up ahead of them. I don't think this is a serious break by Tranchard. He'd be equally happy, I suspect, running side by side with Paty. It's just not that kind of trail. And in third place, I think this is Chevrier of France, Antoine Charvelin of France, and then Angermund of Norway in fourth place. Those gaps are still about the same as they were at the recent checkpoint.
And here is confirmation of the top 8 for the senior women in this 52-kilometre trail. It's Judith Weider who leads the way for Switzerland, from Anna Plattner of Austria, and Scarlett Dale looking to back up her British Championships win this year with a medal at the European Championships. She finds herself in a good position, but then look at that, Jeff, lining up behind her, the 4 French women who are making sure that, as things stand, it is France who are leading the team battle in the senior women's trail here in Kamnik.
Well, they're not running together by any means, because there's 16 seconds covering those 4 French women, but they have got a scorer to spare there. So somebody could have a bad patch, drift off, and they're still riding very high in the team standings. That will be difficult to get 3 ahead of that. But as we keep saying, look at the clock in the top left, an hour and a quarter in, and maybe 3 3/4 hours still to go for the women.
And I think we've just seen Luke Grenfell-Shaw make his way through the screen. Very, very well decorated at UTMB level. He has a good gap there as well. It's Jerome Furrer of Switzerland who has just gone through behind him, but it is Luke Grenfell-Shaw who sat in 5th as things stand for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And I expect the next man that we see through will be Rémi Brassac of France, who will be France's 3rd counter in the team battle. And then as we go further back down the field, you start to see more travelling in groups, and they are making their way down this short decline, which they want to make the most of. It is actually a Spain vest who comes through. I wonder whether that was Santa Maria.
Santa Maria, yeah. We introduced him on the start line. He's one of the favoured athletes. You can see the poles still working together. This is a fairly critical point in the proceedings, because some of the team medals and maybe some of the late charges coming from back there. Alan Santa Maria knows his way around an ultra trail course. This is the leading 2. You can see that gap. Neither of them are too bothered about it particularly, but reduced to walking and pushing on the thighs to get up this steep incline. Is this towards the end of where the uphill was yesterday? These rocks look a little bit familiar to that extent.
It does indeed. I think we will come through the end of the course for the uphill yesterday. You can see those familiar rock features as the athletes come towards what was the last 500 metres. This is the final 500 metres of the uphill championships yesterday that provided some drama. And it is interesting, isn't it, Jeff, to see how Paty here just sort of gliding up those small, quick steps, whereas Frederick Tranchard just favouring to break into the height. But it is a controlled climb now from Daniel Paty.
Yesterday, every single runner approaching this point in the race was within a minute or so of the finish, and they absolutely burst everything to get every extra second. Here, they've still got a long way to go, and you can see the technique is quite different. It's much more scrambling. It's much more hands on the thighs and pushing, just anything to keep momentum going. But they're not racing this point because they don't have to. Cameraman, and I think it is a man, I'll stick with camera operative to be correct. He does do a terrific job, because this is very thin air up here as well. And these are 2 of the best trail runners in the world. And he's giving us a real fireside view of what lies ahead of them on what is a familiar part of this course, and a very, very difficult part of the course as well. Every single medalist yesterday keeled over the absolute second they crossed the line.
And this is one of the steepest climbs of the course as we come to this peak. They then have a few short, sharp up and downs, but all the majority of their climbing already done. They'll towards the end of the course, they will come up before they head back down into the town. They will come up face another climb as we see the battle for third behind with Chavolan and Stian Angermund, and those two. Pretty much as side by side and in tow with each other as you can be on this tight trail course. Angermund hot on the heels of the Frenchman.
Yeah, it's difficult because company is very welcome, but you have to keep an eye on what's going behind you. And one of those two is not getting a medal. That is third and fourth places. So at the moment, somebody's on the podium and somebody's in the loneliest position in the world, fourth place. It might be compensated for somewhat if it's a team medal at stake as well. So we'll give our cameraman a breather. Hopefully he can run up that section with one or two of the others coming, but you're getting an idea of the gaps that have opened up. It's not unbridgeable yet. We've seen on a charge Alan Santamaria of Spain, but it will be a charge from a long way back, especially on the podium, and it needs to keep going from this point, really. The athletes, this is Luke Grenfell-Shaw, I think, for Great Britain. So in a very isolated sixth place, I think that is. At the last checkpoint, he had a lead of only 8 seconds over the athlete in seventh. So he appears to have opened up quite well on that section. This is suiting him down to the ground, literally.
He's got a really interesting backstory as well. An award-winning documentary maker, Luke Grenfell-Shaw, riding on a tandem from the UK to China, which is something that very, very few people can say they've done. That was, of course, before he became a trail runner and put all his energy into competing at this level. A man who's overcome so much in his lifetime and now dedicating his life to competing at the top level.
I think that could be the Swiss athlete Furia, and I'm just looking to see the nationality of the athlete in the green. I don't think he was inside the 10 at the last checkpoint, so that could be somebody on a bit of a charge. These are, or he may have been missed. He may have been missed on the chip.
Yeah.
But there are no green vests. We expect France, Poland, and Santa Maria of Spain maybe coming through next. This is back at the front of the field, right up into the clouds, almost the highest point on the course. Little walk again. This is the summit where the finish line was for the uphill race yesterday. That's why the crowds are back there again. There'll still be a little bit of infrastructure there. Patti of Italy, moving okay. He's not too worried about a second or two between friends. So yeah, that was the gantry where everybody keeled over. They may get team refreshments within that area there. So some of the gels and electrolyte fluids, they can grab a sachet of carbohydrate gel as Patti almost effortlessly, and I suspect Tranchard did take on board something from the teammates under the tent there. It's going to be a duel, isn't it, between these two? You can almost see it. They're the number 1 and 2 seeds. The first two athletes that were introduced to us on the start line. Both of them have won major ultras this year. Something has to give. And it's Tranchard really just setting the agenda for this. Needs to stay on his feet as we get our first descent on this rockier part of the terrain. So we haven't seen this. Look at the cable car to the left. That is how steep it is. That's what they ski down in the summer, in the winter months when it is properly alpine. And it looks to me, just at first impression, that Patti descends better than Tranchard. Tranchard putting the brakes on a little bit there, and Patti has closed almost at will from about 5 or 6 seconds back to just 1 second behind.
And this is really where
And
you
that's
can...
how the spectators get up, isn't it? The cable car. Sorry, Ellen.
No, I was going to say that's where you can really make some gains. I'm trying to sort of figure out what we're looking at here through the... I think this is the drone shots through the fog, which is still incredibly thick. I thought, Jeff, that we were out of the fog after yesterday, and we were set for better conditions as we go back to the front of our women's field, and our current leader, who has picked up quite the lead so far, Judith Weider of Switzerland. She has had a healthy lead of just under a minute over Anna Plattner at the last time check. She's running with her poles here and is making some good ground behind the two athletes of Weider, Plattner first and second. You then have Scarlett Dale of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who is in third. Of course, such a great day for Great Britain and Northern Ireland yesterday. 2 gold medalists in the uphill races, and well, we have a big day of up and down running to come tomorrow, where they'll be eyeing up the medals once again. But this is the front of the field and Judith Weider.
Well, we're getting excellent shots here, aren't we? She just takes her poles to one side, has some sort of energy intake. I'm not sure what it is. It might be a crunch bar, it might be gel. But you saw from those shots behind just how adept she is with the poles, because she absolutely stayed completely vertical, just enabled the poles to take a little bit of weight either side on the rockier terrain. It is a skill, and I've not seen it close up quite like that. Really excellent work.
Oh, she's an athlete who's garnered so much respect from the competitors that she comes up against. She's praised for being so rigorous in her training, and well, we're speaking about Luke Grenfell-Shaw and about how he's dedicated his life to trail running and endurance competitions after being diagnosed with cancer. Judith Weider already in the trail running and sky running scene, but she suffered a stroke in 2019 while pregnant. It's left her field of vision slightly impaired, but has continued to push the boundaries of what's possible in trail running and compete at the highest level. And you do find, Jeff, when we look at endurance racing, that there are athletes, regular people who have suffered and have come through a lot in their life, who then find a lot in pushing the boundaries and go into endurance sports to just see how far they can push their body.
Yes, that's amazing. I didn't know those details about her, so fair play to her. She is literally running away with this at the moment. We got a glimpse of the Dutchman that was one of the early leaders. It's economy and distribution of effort that is one of the key elements here. An hour and a half's worth of work, still inside the first third of the race. I'm sure under that tent just beyond the uphill finish, that infrastructure has been maintained so that the teams can give out gels and energy drinks as lovingly prepared by the competitors themselves. Our first Slovenian going through, and I think he may be inside the top 20, and it isn't Marko Tratnik, who was the favoured athlete introduced on the start lines. So suddenly everybody knows his name. There are a lot of green flags out on the course.
Well, it's so interesting, isn't it, Jeff, to watch the different techniques of these athletes who are making their way up the steepest part of the course, and particularly the steepest part of the first half of this race as we come towards the 90-minute mark since things got underway in the square of Kamnik, and those flat roads and the tarmac seem a long, long way away now, I'm sure, for these athletes. It's so interesting to see how many deem it runnable. There's been a lot of talk about how runnable a course this is, and plenty already breaking into the hike, whereas others, like we saw with Daniel Patty, able to really just glide, keep those steps, the cadence nice and quick, and it did look like he was floating up the climb and made up a lot of ground on the downhill as well. It'll be interesting when we get an opportunity to go back to our leaders to see just the lay of the land between the two men who are out front.
Well, some of those athletes that we've just seen go through, They may look a bit weary and they may look a little way down the field, but a couple of them will be leaving here with European Championship medals because they will be the third scorers for teams that are going to be challenging. France going well at the moment, Great Britain going well, Poland going well, but anything can still happen, especially around the positions of the third counters. Energy bars as well, you can carry those in a belt bag. So the ability to eat on the run, drink on the run, absorb it into your stomach and keep going without cramping or getting any disruption. This is the toughest part of any race, isn't it? Yesterday's finish line approach, it's savage. It's a chairlift elevation, so most people coming up by mechanical means. This is the intermediate checkpoint with the two leaders going through. That was a few minutes ago. That's the top four in the men's race. Still is the top four in the men's race, but it doesn't quite look like that. It looks like this. These are live pictures back on the grass, and as ever, it is Italy chasing France, Daniel Petit chasing Frédéric Tronchard. And further back, nearing the high point of the course. Oh, in fact, I think that is Petit, as you mentioned, Ellen. Very, very smooth over the rough terrain and over the summit. And it looked as though he was able to get into his descent mode more freely than maybe Tranchard up ahead.
You can really tell who is used to these kinds of conditions, who's used to the feel of the rock underfoot, and maybe even who has pushed it a little bit too hard through the first 90 minutes of this race, which we are fast approaching, just 30 seconds away from that point. And we are keeping our eyes out for our first women's athletes through this point of the course, which you will recognise if you were with us yesterday for the uphill races as the finish line, the finish line from hell, as you branded it, Jeff, which I saw a couple of people run with on social media as the footage was shared afterwards of particularly in the women's race, the women's under 20 race, the two coming across the line together. A few having their numbers, their bibs checked there as they come through this checkpoint. And here is our leading women's athlete, Judith Fider, who's taken this race out from the start. Her nearest contender at the last time check was Anna Plattner, and then Scarlett Dale not too far behind her, and then all four French women in a train after that, separated by quite some time, around 15 seconds separating the fourth place French woman and the next then the French athletes coming through following her. Sweden up there as well with Emma Eriksson. Slovakia in a good position. Switzerland looking good in terms of the picture for the second place team, although you have to say as well, Great Britain and Northern Ireland up there, and if they can keep battling forward, they'll be in the mix for a medal. But it is France who are dominating on the team side of things, and in the individual competition, Judith Fider of Switzerland leading the way.
What's helpful for her is that she can key on some of those men up ahead. So in a mixed race, she's never going to be on her own. She's actually riding very high in the overall standings, combined men and women. So having a fantastic day. If she can get gold, it would be Switzerland's first gold on day two. And right now, going strongly. Doesn't it make your thighs burn just watching this section of the course? I'm almost getting a sympathetic lactic response to this, just watching it. Look at it, it's like, ooh.
It's one of those things,
and they've got a lot of this still to come.
Yeah, it's one of those things where watching them, particularly as they come over those rocks, I'm sure if you're sat at home, you understand the feeling of going over, scrambling over the rocks like that, wherever you're based, whether it be fell running or having the option to go up into the mountains. You do tense your legs looking at it, don't you, Jeff? You're getting that sympathetic cramp in your calves and your hamstrings. But it is a brilliant watch, and I think anyone who knows the feelings of scrambling over the rocks and going up into the mountains knows just how, as much as the pain is there, how freeing it is as an experience. They're obviously out there focused on the race, but also, I'm sure, soaking up the atmosphere, the ability to be out there enjoying the environment. Of how much they can see, we're relatively unsure. We were hoping for a better day in terms of the fog in comparison to yesterday, and it does help when we have the Slovenians come through the picture, Jeff, because their vibrant green kit is so easy to spot through the fog.
Yes, I'm just trying to spot which athlete that is for Slovenia. I think that's potentially their second scorer. We've had one man through in about the top 14th position. Everybody getting rewarded if they try and run it. We're very easily pleased. The old cowbells are going. And they are still running it on what is probably the trickiest part of the course in terms of underfoot conditions and the incline. But very shortly after that, they will move into downhill mode.
And you have to be so mentally alert, don't you, Jeff, to switch from that climb where your thighs are burning, your hamstrings are screaming, your calves are tensing, and then into that really technical downhill, particularly through the fog, where you can't anticipate maybe anything more than the next 75 to 100 meters as time check comes, or the officials there just checking the chest number of Judith Weider, who not hanging around, continuing up this climb ever so steep. This was the finish line yesterday. You can still see that finish marker there, and then they will emerge out onto the main plateau here, which is one that we're becoming quite familiar with, even though we haven't seen it in all its glory in the sunlight.
Yes, I think we may not see Vida go into and out of the tent. Oh, dropped something there. Drink spotter, you might need that. This is the descent. There's the chairlift station directly behind them. And it's physiologically, we're not well built for that yielding motion that you have to do with your knees and thighs going downhill. When you're a toddler, you learn how to go uphill, upstairs quite quickly. But all of us then come downstairs on our backsides for quite a while. It is a late and last development to be able to yield on your knee. And that's why, just to put it in a running context, people hurt for days after the Boston Marathon, not because of Heartbreak Hill and the going up. It's the coming down, the 6 miles down to the finish that shoots your thighs. Vida not using the poles at this point, trying to get the smooth grass on the right-hand side, but she's suddenly had to go from that short stepping downhill motion to the downhill yielding on the thighs, and she's put her poles away, so they must be telescopic. That's why a few of them, we didn't think there was a high pole count on the start. There wasn't. They keep them in the bum bag and just bring them out when they need them.
Yeah, there's some excellent technology that goes into the development of those poles, as we were speaking about earlier, and a variety of different poles that you can use, including some that opt for bamboo poles for the to save the weight that they are carrying. And this is the bit where you have to be so switched on, particularly through the fog, as we've mentioned. You can't anticipate really more than what's coming up directly in front of you, and really neither would you want to, Jeff. Listening to a couple of the great descenders in the sports, Tove Alexanderson, who unfortunately we're not seeing compete here this weekend, they speak about how you have to just really clear your mind and focus on the here and now on these descents.
Well, there's only one thing trickier than putting your telescopic poles away and running downhill, and that is trying to follow the European Championship leader with a camera focused on her, trying to keep her in the centre of the shot and keep up with her on a downhill where she is now opening up. Vida with a big lead. We'll tell you in a while how big that lead is, but she looks like she is on her way to glory at the moment.
Yeah, we haven't seen any pictures of the second place athlete, which at the last time check was Anna Plattner, and she wasn't too far behind the time of Judith Weider when we look at the grand scheme, the big picture of things. But, well, what's happening here? It seems, I think it's hard, isn't it, Jeff?
She's worried if she's gone off course.
Yeah, she's looking to one side and then the other, and I think because she can't see any of the male athletes around her, she is she would be so used to in these mass start, of course, these mixed start trail races, to have at least a couple of the men's markers around her. She's just got the camera runner behind her, and she did just look to one side and say, "Is this me?" and continuing to look over her shoulder. And
there's no
she's
alternative.
not
But there's no
convinced here.
alternative. Keep going, keep going. That's the only trail down. Although it is surprising, there's nobody around her, is there? The trouble is the visibility is less than 100 meters up ahead. So, I mean, there's the cable car left and right. I'm sure these are the shots we saw with other runners. But, well, a little bit of panic there for the leader there. Just not sure she's on the right trail. Still doubting it.
Yeah, still not convinced. I wonder whether it's because of...
Nobody around.
No one around is obviously the big one, isn't it? But then it's the width maybe of this trail. The underfoot conditions are quite smooth in comparison to some of the other pictures we've seen. And she's still looking around. She's being followed by the camera. And this is slightly concerning.
Honestly, if you had to go back up this, you've lost the gold medal, haven't you? But I'm sure, I just don't see, this was the direction that all of the male leaders went a few minutes ago. It's just unfortunate for her that you can't see anybody up ahead, and we're focusing on the picture from behind. But this is playing on her mind. Is she on the right trail?
And that doubt
I don't think there's any alternative.
No, but you never want that doubt to creep in, do you? And of course, she's such an experienced orienteer as well. She has competed and won medals at championships, global championships, European championships in orienteering. She has such an excellent sense of direction, but through the fog, and when that doubt starts to creep in that you're not going the right way, it's just debilitating. She won't be able to get into her stride properly. She'll be looking over her shoulder as she has been, and here we go.
Okay.
Well, this will be a great relief to her. And she does pull on the brakes, and here we go. So she's having a conversation now with one of the...
Why has he put his hands
men,
up?
I think they're both saying,
Don't
have
shoot
we
me.
gone the right way? We've seen, of course, a couple of the spectators, some hikers out today. And here are some of the pictures of what it can look like when the sun is shining.
That was Aaron Levi Herogots of Bell. We've been calling it a ridge, we've been calling it a plateau. It's actually the Velika Plain. It's a plain. That's what a flatter area on top of a mountain is called in these parts of the world, and it is beautiful.
Quite literally translates to big pasture. And of course, so much history with in the Alps across Central Europe, isn't there, of the traditions of taking the cattle up to these pastures to graze during the summer months, and then taking them back down into the huts where they will spend the winter months. And we did see a couple of shepherds out yesterday. Here's a look back at Judith Vida making her way through the last time check. We are waiting for the next one, and I'm sure Vida as well, Jeff, just to have that certainty that she has taken the right route. We'll be hoping that time check arrives sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that was panic, wasn't it? If you're having possibly the race of her life, notwithstanding her distinguished career, you just don't want to be having to double back and retrace your footsteps. And of course, over 52 kilometres, there will be quieter, lonelier sections. She'd be glad to see spectators as well, just reassuring her. But she's very, very good at picking a route. Intuitively, she finds the smoothest, the most runnable section, just looking ahead and scanning. Are these live pictures or
no,
are we
these are the pictures
reprising,
from earlier
her
on,
descent?
and this is where she she first felt that that pang in her gut that it wasn't quite the right route as they came down the side where we saw the cable cars. I'm sure we'll join back up with the pictures as soon as we can. Of course, plenty of challenges, as I'm sure any of you who watch this sport regularly will understand, with the coverage and trying to get as many pictures up to date to you as possible. Here are a couple of the lovely shots of what we can expect to see when the main plateau, the main plain, is not completely covered in fog like we have seen for the last couple of days. And of course that will be playing its part in that doubt that has crept into the mind of Judith Weider. We will hopefully rejoin with her shortly.
That's what it looks like. That's what's causing it. We're up in the clouds. The forecast was cloudy all day and humid because of that, but we didn't expect it to be quite as low slung as it's proving to be. As we look at the checkpoint, and it looks like Petit has just gone into the lead, but only by 5 seconds. No, we're missing, they're missing 2 on that graphic. So I think it's still Petit and Tranchard running together, then a gap of 142 to Chauvelin. No movement really. There is a charge coming in there from Alain Santamaria, now just 3 minutes behind the leaders. That's the big move as we approach the halfway point, that the Spaniard has come from outside the 10 to now up into the top 5. So a bit of momentum building with him.
Yeah, just 1 second between Alain Santamaria and Luke Grenfell-Shaw, those two moving pretty much together, and that is how this front pack is split, Jeff. We've got 6 through and they're all running in pairs.
Well, hopefully we'll get the equivalent gaps coming up in a few minutes for the women. What a remarkable little sequence there. Runaway leader in European Championships asks following cameraman, am I going the right way? And he says, I don't know, I'm following you. I'm just filming. I'm not in the race.
It's never a position you want to be in, is it? It's a really tough place to be. As we see, I'm just watching a couple more of the times come through. Poland still in a really strong position when it comes to the team championships. So we have the top 6 through running in pairs, and then the 2 Poles in 7th and 8th. There's 7 seconds between those two, and then you just have to look a little bit further down. We're waiting for David Molina is the final counter for Poland. As well, I'm sure this is what some of the athletes are maybe visualising as they're making their way through the fog. The idea that they can, in a couple of hours' time, maybe a little bit longer, find their way into a nice warm spa. So an hour and 45 minutes on the clock in both the elite men and elite women's race here in the European Off-Road Running Championships. We hope to bring you back to our live pictures of the race shortly, as we are waiting for our first women to come through the next time check. We have had a good battle so far in the men's race. 6 athletes through. All running in pairs. It's the leading pair of Fred Tranchard and Daniel Petit who have been the driving forces in the men's race from very early on, and we can take a look back at the course in its entirety if you are joining us for the first time today. Just over an hour and 45 minutes on the clock. It was a relatively easy first 6 kilometres for the athletes that lulled them into a false sense of security, certainly for some who went off at blistering pace from the start. It was a reserve start for Tranchard, Petit, Chauvelin of France, and Stian Angermund as well, all tipped to do well in this race. And this is the part of the course where they first make their way up into the foothills of the mountain, through the forest, and then onto the plateau. Some ups and downs through that forest, some technical sections in there as well before we got to the steepest part of the course, which they will pretty much loop back on themselves on as they come back down the plain and into the town. There's a lot of looping around this really steep part of the plateau. This is the highest point, and then this is around the section that the athletes are at right now, where they'll drop back down almost over the other side of the mountain into a small valley, and then back up on the second steepest part of the course, a few more climbs, and then it will be a long descent down into the town centre once again. And that is where we imagine, particularly with so many in the men's race travelling quite close together in terms of proximity, the races will be won and lost.
We're still getting splits for 19 kilometres out of 52, and there's about just under 8 minutes separating the first 20 runners. So some big gaps. It looks as though the first two are certainly consolidating their lead at this point, but then lots of fluidity around the third place scorers for some of those teams. Lots of different nationalities in that first 20 as well. Some of those we saw flourish early at the front have already drifted back into the second half of the field, so they had their moment on screen, but one or two on the charge. And I think the one to keep an eye on in particular is Alan Santamaria of Spain, working his way through the field, very experienced, very conservative start, and he can probably at points like this on the course coming up be able to see the leaders up ahead of him, because that gap between him and the leaders is just a couple of minutes.
Ja, tu je težko reči, posebno za trail race z izkušnjami. Jaz ga dostikrat rečem z izkušnjami, ker reš najbolj počasi, je tu po 4 urah rata nahlo in to speljati. Je pa res, da današnjo mladino vidim, jaz to izkoriščam, verjetno sem bolj sposoben trpiti in to je treba na dolgih urah, je treba glavo izkoristiti. Današnja mladina z današnjim načinom življenja mislim, da bo zmeraj manj hrala.
Ma sarà sicuramente, abbiamo perlustrato il percorso e abbiamo visto che sarà una gara abbastanza veloce, un terreno veloce e niente. Mi aspetto di arrivare in fondo e divertirmi e dare il massimo.
One of the athletes we saw early on, leading briefly, was Neugebauer of Netherlands, and he still hasn't come through that 19-kilometre checkpoint. So well back into the second half of the field now. I hope he's okay.
Well, we spoke about it at the time, didn't we, Jeff? It was such and as we just reminded there of the course profile, and particularly those first 6 kilometres through out through the main square in Kamnik up into the mountains. It really lulled you into a false sense of security, and we spoke about, of course, Jacob Akin yesterday saying that he had a good day, felt his legs were good. It is not the time to be judging if you're having a good leg day on the flat 6 kilometres of a 52-kilometre trail race.
No, there's some real racecraft going to come into play here. You know, the initial adrenaline surge, the desire to get going on the uphill section, the desire to take advantage of the downhill, and yet some way to go even until the halfway point. It is a day for patience.
Well, I would like to do it well. I had the chance to check the track 2 weeks ago, so it's a long race, and I would like to do it good and do my best performance. Well, I would like not I would like sunny, but I think for better performance, it's better not rain, but a little bit cold. It's better for everyone, I think.
Ko sem pred 4 leti postal predsednik Atletske zveze, je bila moja prva želja, da bi v Slovenijo pripeljal veliko evropsko atletsko tekmovanje in prva misel je bila ravno Evropsko prvenstvo v gorskih tekih. To tekmovanje se nam je zdelo, da je najbolj izvedljivo z vidika infrastrukture, z vidika zmožnosti in pa predvsem z vidika izkušenj. Namreč Dušan Papež in Tomo Šarf sta imela v preteklosti že več takšnih tekmovanj in to je vse evropska atletika spoznala, videla, zato pa nam je potem podelila tudi to tekmovanje letos v Kamniku. Ampak še z večjim veseljem pa ugotavljam, da je to že drugo leto zapored veliko evropsko atletsko tekmovanje v Sloveniji, kar pomeni, da se slovenska atletika izkazuje kot odličen organizator in želimo si, da bi tudi v prihodnosti potem še organizirali kakšno podobno tekmovanje. Našim tekačom in tekačicam želim lahke noge, da klanci ne bodo pretežki in pa seveda na koncu čim boljši uspeh. Upamo pa tudi na kakšno medaljo.
No, sigurno, kar je bilo tudi povedano, sploh ta naša disciplina gorski in trail tek je bistveno lepša v lepem vremenu, ne? Tako da sigurno si želimo tega. No? Kar se tiče naših tekmovalnih nastopov, težko govorimo o številkah. Ne? Prej so bile omenjene kolajne, ne? Seveda si tega zelo želimo vsi. To bila ena velika stvar za naš gorski tek in trail, ampak realno pa imamo možnosti. Jaz si predvsem želim, da vsi naši tekmovalci tekmujejo tako kot najboljš lahko. No? Imamo zelo raznoliko ekipo, kot ste rekli, smo lahko veliko tekmovalcem dali priložnost, kaj tekma doma. Mislim, so vsi do zadnjega izjemno motivirani za nastope. Vsi se veselimo teh tekem, vključno z vodstvom, ampak če bodo tako tekmovali, kot pač so sposobni, optimalno, mislim, da se lahko veselimo tudi zelo visokih uvrstitev. No, je pa tudi tukaj konkurenca toliko močna, da čist v špico pridati je včasih skoraj misija nemogoča.
Well, just to pick up on a couple of the wishes that were expressed there, the wishes of Ikram Rasala of Spain were that it's cooler weather would be better for everybody. Well, I think she's had a wish there, because hard to believe that it's 16 degrees again for the second day in a row when the cloud cover and the clothing cover is so thick once again. But hopefully tomorrow will be a bright sunny day for the up and downhill classic. And we also had the organizer wishing everybody light legs. Well, we'll find out. I'm not sure that's a wish that Santa can grant for runners that are doing 52k, but let's see.
We're seeing some of the hikers, their fans, make their way down the mountain here, and I'm sure plenty trying to get back into the town, taking some of the shortcuts so they can make it back in time for the finish line. We are still under the halfway point, and we're still waiting for our leading women to come through the 19-kilometre mark. We have Judith Vida as our leading contender in the women's race, but she was lacking confidence on the course, no doubt owing to just how thick this fog is, the challenges that poses. And it is a really good picture there that you can see, Jeff, as you see people emerge from the fog coming towards us, and then people going the opposite direction suddenly disappear into the bleakness behind.
Yeah, I think if you host an event in the mountains, the contingency always has to be the weather might be bad. I saw on the advance notes saying the medal ceremonies timings may be flexible depending on the weather. I suspect at this time of year you can get 4 seasons in one day. It wouldn't take long for this cloud to burn off and for it to be absolutely scorchio, but not today.
So we are fast approaching the 2-hour mark for both our men and women. Of course, a mixed start for this off-road running championships here in Kamnik. It's day 2 today. We had a thrilling uphill race yesterday. I say thrilling uphill race. There was 4 of them. There's some of the hikers making their way through, interacting with our cameras who are awaiting.
Are they asking the cameraman which way to go? I don't know. I'm just taking pictures. I'm just following you.
Well, they're all following each other. Quite the train of hikers coming through here. Well, here we go. Our leading runners making their way down the hill. And it is our pair who have been together from start to this point at nearly 2 hours, Jeff.
I think Patti fancies his downhill form. You can see he runs very fluidly. They will both know each other's strengths and weaknesses far better than we do. But my feeling is that Patti transitioned best and looks slightly more comfortable. And maybe that will count for something in that long downhill run back into the town centre to finish. But that's a little way off. I think between now and then, they won't mind just trading the lead every so often and helping each other around this course.
Championships in mountain trail running and off-road running, it's a big event also from the world's perspective, right?
Right, and you know, trail and mountain running is a great opportunity for athletes to extend his radio of action, and I'm very happy to be here in Slovenia for first time, and also it's a great opportunity for the city, for the region, for the territory to promote the image of this amazing environment, and we are very happy to be here.
How difficult would you say it's to organize such an open event, really? Because when running on tracks, it is more a secure environment.
Listen, organize a top event is always a challenge, but mainly when we are talking about the trail and mountain running, because you know the natural environment is so difficult to have under control, the weather condition and many other things. But the LOC is working very hard, and you know this is an amazing event, and we are very happy. And I would like to congratulate the LOC and the city and the local authorities, and also, of course, European Athletics.
Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
Raul Chaparro is Senior Vice President of World Athletics, and there are people that believe that in a year's time, in Beijing 2027, he may be the next president when Seb Coe steps down after 3 terms. So he's here with 2 hats on, a European and also a World Athletics Council member. And these are the 2 leaders. A little bit of a chat going on there between them. Looks as though certainly Patti is looking across. Absolutely tanking along down these downhill sections. I mean, it is a completely different type of running, but they've shown they're good at both elements of it. There is still some uphills to come, so they will have to transition again at different points in the remaining 2 or 3 hours of this race.
Well, I was going to jump in there, Jeff, and so I wonder if the conversation was about how many times on a trail running championships you've run through someone's front room as they made their way through one of the huts there. That's quite extraordinary. Almost reminiscent of, was it a couple of years ago in Italy, I want to say, the European Championships running through an old house, a museum, was it? Yeah, incredible.
Yeah.
That a little bit more challenging, as we'll see the gap really open up here. We were waiting a couple of minutes ago to see our second group, this pair who have been travelling together. This is the battle for the bronze medal, and there is quite a significant distance between them and the leaders now, Jeff.
Yeah, it's like a dance festival, isn't it? You know, pick your partner and run round with them. So that is Norway and France. That is Angmarund and the second French athlete, Chavrier. And these are the standings updated in the women's.
Yeah, big change in the order that sees the big climber is Emma Eriksson of Sweden, who has jumped up to 4th. And is trying to close the gap on the medals, occupied by Anna Plattner in the bronze medal position, because Scarlett Dale of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the British champion this year in trail running, is up to 2nd behind Judith Fider. There is another look at the time differences there, and really, I know a change of order behind her, Jeff, but the time gap hasn't really changed in comparison to the lead of Judith Vider. We thought it may look like she was pulling away, but around that 48-second mark is quite similar to the time difference that she had when we last checked in on them at the 15-kilometre mark. This is now 19k for our women.
I wonder if Scarlett Dale can see Judith Vider at different points on this course. It is misty. It does sway from side to side, going round trails and tight bends. But I wouldn't be surprised if up ahead, if she can't see her, she will be able to hear the cowbells ringing. So she'll know that it's not too far behind. This is the leading British athlete in the men's event. So this is, well, it was 7th place last time around. 6th place, actually, for Luke Grenfell-Shaw. On his own, he won't mind that, breathing a bit, opening up on the downhill. There is a British challenge for the medals in the team competition, and he's leading the line on that one. You can see a very firm footprint, feet slightly splayed. That works very well on a loose downhill surface. He's got a very solid plant. I hope these hikers are aware there is a European Championship going on. I
think we just missed the segment where they go back through the huts. I'm desperate to see them run through the huts once again, but I think we may just have missed it here as we see Angermund and Chavalan make their way around the course. Here we go back to our leaders, and they're back on the grass, Jeff, making their way through the upper part of the big plain here, and it won't be too long before we see them descend back down the mountain now.
Honestly, there's everything, isn't there? You've got rocks sticking out a foot high. You've got slippery mud if you miss the rocks, and you can go from uphill to downhill in the space of and back again in the space of a few strides. So you've really got to be the all-round runner for your feet and your temperament to adapt to this. It is just relentless. And as Ellen said, we are still not quite at halfway. So they are tanking along, opening up their lead very slightly. That's the benefit of racing together. But 3rd and 4th are also together. It's Stian Angermund and Antoine Charvelin. So I think these conditions are best tackled in company if you can. I wouldn't be surprised if they stay together until the final quarter of the race. I think it would be a lavish use of energy for one of them to suddenly put a spurt in here and try and open up, because they're clearly very evenly matched. Cameraman's breath we can hear. He is giving us terrific shots here. He's almost like a one-man drone. Following them for as long as he can. He'll go back and follow some more and maybe pick up on the female leader, who's a few minutes back down and with a more marginal lead over 2nd place in the women's. We're concluding the top 10 of the men on this downhill section that is favoured by the hikers. This Finnish athlete was one of the early leaders through the town section, still going well. And I think that is Juho Ilinen, and I think he's in 10th place exactly. Very isolated though. It's quite clear visibility. You can see the runner going across in the foreground there. So that visibility, which when they reached the top of the uphill races yesterday was down to about 10 metres. Now they've got 600 metres of visibility.
It is crazy how quickly it changes the visibility, even that area that we've just seen the athletes come through. Not so long ago, it was covered in fog, but just starting to ease. The conditions in terms of the visibility getting just that touch easier now for the athletes who are coming through. 2 hours and 6 minutes on the clock. It seems a very long time since they started the race in the main square of Kamnik, and still quite some way to go. We haven't yet hit the halfway point of this race. They won't be too far away from it, the men, and we're a little bit further back, of course, in the women's race as well, hoping to bring you some more pictures of the standings in the women's race shortly. Poland, though, Jeff, working together well as a team, and they could reap the rewards here in terms of a team medal.
Well, 77 closest to us is Marcin Kubica, and just up ahead of him, leading the way, is Rafael Matuchak. And they are, as you say, working together. They're not making a big dent on what's up ahead. They're in 7th and 8th place by my reckoning, and the third Polish scorer is 5 places further back. So at the moment, Poland challenging France for the overall team title. It's on positions and not cumulative times.
Just to give you a reminder of the top 3 in the women's race. It is Judith Vida, Scarlett Dale and Anna Plattner are the top 3 in that competition, as we are watching some of our male athletes in the top 15 come through, and some of the favourites in there, Jeff, who particularly when you look at the Italians, they haven't had that sort of packing out of the top 5s that you'd expect from them, given the rankings coming into this race.
Well, but I think 1 or 2 of them are on a charge now, because if that Italian that we're looking at is Gianluca Giano, at the previous checkpoint, he was about 4 places further back. So starting to get rolling. And I think, of course, we have an Italian in 2nd place at the moment. And the third scorer is only 4 places further back. So Italy now mounting a little bit of a charge for the line. We haven't seen their 2nd and 3rd scorers, but they're starting to show now. This is 3rd and 4th place. This is Norway and France. This is Angermund and Charvelin. Not too chatty on this section of the course, both concentrating. You would only need to take a spill in the mud, and it could take you many kilometres to get back on terms. So first rule of downhill running is stay on your feet.
It is an important rule as well, and one that these athletes, to learn the boundaries of that, plenty of occasions will have ended up on the wrong side of it. We've seen some spectacular falls over the course of a couple of years. We saw a spectacular fall at the start of yesterday's women's senior uphill race. We hope not to see any more over the course of the weekend, but it is, of course, one of the occupational hazards of this job.
Remy Brassac is number 31 for France. Seems to have found one of the big gaps in the race. This is Peter Frano of Slovakia. Shares a border with Slovenia, of course, so he will have taken the opportunity, even if he had, that's emergency services going up. I hope there's nothing serious involving any athletes. Slovenia shares a border with Slovakia, so he'll have trained on parts of this course and probably raced here because it is a very regular venue. We've heard in the interviews with a number of the athletes that they raced here last year. Sweden, I think, have only got 2 men riding high. This is how finely balanced it will be in some of the team scoring positions. It looks more like a cross country. We've been running well over 2 hours, and you can see 6 athletes absolutely locked together here. As our cameraman goes again, he likes this part of the course. It's his breathing you can hear, by the way. It's not the athletes, it's the cameraman doing his bit, and he is doing a terrific job. Look at this. You can feel it under your feet. You can see us trying to hang on to those runners up ahead. It's authentic for racing conditions. This is actually, I'm sure, for the runners, one of the nicer parts of the course. Yeah. Not too rocky, not too downhill. and there's no wind anyway.
No, nice and soft underfoot as well as they make their way across the grass, and we look back to some of those still making their way around the gravel section of the course, and still to go through some of the huts that we will. You can just see over the shoulder of some of the content creators there, making sure that they're getting all the footage of their athletes as they come through. Big part of the
Watching
job.
me,
now,
watching you. Yeah, it is. It is. If it's not on Instagram, it didn't happen.
No.
So we
Of
are
course, we
here
saw
at
that
the
yesterday, didn't we? As we can go
end
back
of
to the
the
start
open
line.
race. You just came to the finish line. What was your day like?
It was absolutely wonderful. The trails were beautiful, not the same as we have in Ireland with really big climbs. So by the time I got to 1100 meters, I was like, whew, that was a lot, but it was really beautiful. The rain yesterday made it a little bit slippy on the downhills, but it was fun. It was really good. So I enjoyed it, and it was so well marked and beautiful. Really, really lovely. So I really enjoyed it.
So you're here for the medal or here for all the enjoyment and the soccer?
The team leader for the Irish national team, so I thought I would race today, so I didn't expect anything today. I just went out to have fun and get the race over with so I can go and help my team members today, so it's good.
Still a great success, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's okay, good. I'm just coming back from injury as well, so it's a surprise, so it's nice.
Yeah. Thank you and enjoy.
Yeah, thank you so much for everything. It was great, and the warm welcome was just lovely. People were great on the course, all the kids and everything. It was fun. So thank you. Yeah, thanks.
The mass race preceded this. We had open uphill races yesterday, and we've had an open long trail race today. And interesting to hear that it is the rain yesterday has made some of the descents slippery where it's muddy. I think the athletes that we're running with here with our intrepid camera operative are around about 11th and 12th place through this switchback section of the course up on the plain.
Yeah, this is the back of Dimitri Bussard of Switzerland. Just keeping an eye on his camera up, just dropping back. They are doing exceptional work, aren't they, Jeff, to try and match the pace of...
You can hear his breathing now. And relax, and relax.
Oh, it really does add to it, doesn't it? It's been great as a development over the years. And there we go. One of our German athletes just folding his poles back up and preparing to put them back into his bag, as making the most of this slightly easier descent here. There's a look at where the athletes are spread out along the course. We did see, didn't we, Jeff, a little bit earlier on, that tightly packed together when we last saw this graphic, and now a lot more spread out in terms of the picture, particularly on the men's side of things.
Yes, have a look at the hill graphic at the bottom, the gradient, because the yellow star on the right-hand side is the leading men, and the blue star slightly to the left is the leading female. So that's where they are on the plain. Coming up ahead are some big downhill sections that will take them progressively closer to the finish. There's one last ascent beyond 30 kilometers, but that's the gap between the top male and top female competitors at the moment.
And you can see on that graphic there as well, not too far away from the halfway point for the men, the leading men coming towards around 25 kilometres. Of course, this is a 52-kilometre course, climbing almost 2,500 metres above sea level. And interesting listening to some of the athletes before this race kicked off, some of the pre-race interviews saying the last time that they'd come and raced here, it was actually snowy on these peaks. So a few of them who decided to come and scout the course earlier on in the year, still they were having to battle with the snow that you can see some of the higher peaks just over the back of this plain still. And will continue, of course, throughout the year to have the snow-topped mountains that are so significant and really characterise this area of Slovenia, as we see more of our athletes go through the Finnish athlete there as we take a look around the plain.
That's Kari Varis of Finland. I don't have exact current standings, but I think he's in around about 25th. And he is the second scorer for Finland at the moment, as things stand. He's found himself in a little bit of an isolated position. If we scan the horizon, There's the athlete up ahead. So that's not too bad. He can key in on that and just try and close that gap. One step at a time, one athlete at a time. And you never know if there's a charge going on behind him for Finland. And that is, I think, the third Finnish athlete behind him. So that's a little bit further back down the route there. He's moving well in the Rafael Nadal bandana. Just to remind you, if you're just joining us, welcome along, by the way. It's Ellen Ellard with Jeff Whiteman for day 2 of these European Athletics Off-Road Championships in Slovenia. In the bags, which they've got strapped mostly around their waist, they need to have a jacket or a blanket, a whistle, a charged mobile. They need to be carrying half a litre of water. I'm not sure about that one. And the optional items are a GPS watch and poles. They have to have the transponder in there. That's what's giving you the intermediate timing. And those bag contents are checked at the start and at the finish for safety reasons.
And if you are just joining us for the first time this weekend, this is an area which you will become quite acquainted with. These big plains at the top of the mountains, the big plateaus really characterise this area of Kamnik. It's Ljubljana-Kamnik, the host nation, the host cities for this off-road running championships. They have previously, of course, been hosts for the championships before they came the off-road running championships, the European Championships held here in 2017 before they were officially named as the new branding of the European Off-Road Championships. And Slovenia hosting more over the last couple of years as well. We had the team championships in Maribor last year. As here's a look at where our athletes are out on the course. Of course, this glowing yellow dot here, a rough estimate. We are getting closer and closer to the 25-kilometre mark. The next big time check we'll be able to give you will be the 29-kilometre mark, so a little bit further after the halfway point. Here's our leader in the women's race. It's Judith Weider. Now, we'll be keeping our eyes on just how big the gap is between her and Scarlett Dale, who is the athlete who's in second place. And this does feel like a bit of a story. You spoke about it earlier, Jeff, an athlete who's willing to take on the challenge, experience, and it doesn't really count for much as form does really count in these races. And Scarlett Dale, after winning the British title in April, is holding a good second position at the last time check. And we spoke about the age categories as well, the age where we see most of the athletes around their mid to late 30s. Scarlett Dale, just 26 years old and currently in second for Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Well, something had definitely changed there, hadn't it, for Vidak? We've got 2 cameramen tracking her as women's leader. It was only 18 seconds. She had that very, querulous, where she wasn't sure if she was on the correct route section of the course. But at that point, she couldn't see anybody up ahead. And right now, she can see 4 men, maybe even 5 men directly up ahead of her. Now, I don't know if they've caught her or she has closed them down, but it has certainly changed in the last 4 kilometres for the women's leader.
Yeah, and of course with the fog easing at this part of the course, she does have the benefit of being able to see those around her. She didn't have that in the last part, but obviously encouraging, I think, to hear from the athlete that we heard from the team manager for Ireland, who went out and raced the mass race, saying how well marked the course was. So I think that, of course, will bring some encouragement to those who are listening.
Here comes your favourite bit.
Here she goes through the hut.
Indoors. Indoors, outdoors.
I love that they have to put the soft foam, what do you call them in the swimming pool? The pool noodles on on the top of the top of the things, because there's I'm sure Judith Weider, she's of average height, but there'll be some tall men who are charging towards those
noodles they're called,
pool noodles, to ensure that they don't hit their heads. You don't want any damage to the cranium during, of course, one of these trail races. But it is Judith Weider who we are seeing make her way through these traditional huts. She is the leader of the women's competition, and arguably no surprise to see her out front after the withdrawal of Tove Alexanderson, who we all had eyes on to see what she could do. The world champion won in such commanding fashion last year in Spain at the World Championships. Where are we going now? Is this back to the front of the field? It looks to be, Jeff.
Yeah, a little bit of a breakaway for Tranchard. I'm just also trying to research. Oh, it is a surge. Well, the French were loving that. That was almost like a Tour de France moment there, wasn't it? With the allez and the funny hairdos. I said it would be a risky manoeuvre to put in a surge now, and he's done exactly that. And we're looking back now to see where Paty is. They were glued at the hip for so many kilometres, and suddenly the number one seed, the pre-race favourite, has put the hammer down, and I can't even see Paty. I wonder if he stopped for a drink or stumbled or just hesitated, because look at this. He's absolutely surged away. Still can't see him coming round the corner at the bottom of that slope. So while we're away, the men's title may have been won. Bottom right, the women's title, and I think that Judith Vida is gaining on those men. So she may have closed the gap on them and is absolutely hammering the women's race as well. We're 2.5 hours into a 5-hour race, and the two pre-race favourites are making big moves here.
Yeah, and interesting, you speak about the gaps there, Jeff, because Fred Tranchard, as he comes through this aid station here, takes on some water. Daniel Paty is yet to come through the 29-kilometre mark. So where we saw the French fans, there we go, he's only just come through. 1 minute and 12 seconds down. Now he has lost a significant amount of ground here to the Frenchman.
Yeah, I mean, either something happened or this is a emphatic surge, and there can be a payback if he's overcooked it slightly, if he runs out of glycogen. He will pay a price for that, but he's not the number one seed for no reason. He knows what he's doing, probably familiar with the overall topography of the course, probably has run most parts of it at different points. And right now he is showing why he is the pre-race favourite, because he's running away from everybody in this race.
A 72-second advantage over the man who he was glued to the hip of through the first 19 kilometres. We don't get a clear picture of where that breakaway happened, but it has been a really significant surge forward regardless from Fred Tranchard, the reigning world champion. Of course, this is a bit of an in-between course in comparison to the World Championships. They have the short trail and the long trail. Tranchard winner in the short trail, which was 45 kilometres. This 7 kilometres longer at 52 kilometres, but still seen as a bit of a middle distance, and one that I think in the grand scheme of things probably favours the athletes who perform better on the shorter trail in comparison to those who are dropping down, who prefer, the 10 hours on the feet, the 100 kilometres, those kinds of hours. I think it's the shorter, sharper bursts of these, which is still, I think, quite funny to say if you are watching on just from an athletics perspective, a road running perspective, this being seen as a shorter middle distance, maybe somewhat eyebrow raising, but it is certainly one that seems to be favouring, Jeff, those who are used to running and competing on the shorter trail.
Yes, it's been very much to Tranchard's liking so far. I'm just looking at him. His head is rolling a little bit. He's certainly puffing on this uphill section, but no wonder. I mean, that incline, as you've mentioned, can reach 17%. Quite a flat-footed, firm foot placement. You can see very regular, very even. The fists barely get above hip level, but I'm just looking at his head, just rolling a little bit. I think he's put in a pronounced burst here, and it is high risk. It was always going to be high risk with so much of the race left, but a high proportion of what's left is downhill. So he can take a breather. He can rely on his descending form. This could be one of the last significant uphill sections of the race. By the time we get to the final quarter, it is all downhill. He knew it was coming, and my goodness, he has really opened up. But is there a price to be paid for that? We will find out. Great pictures. With Paty being over a minute behind, we're not going to see him on these windy shots. And he will be absolutely demoralised, because at a certain point, when last we had them together with the runner camera, Patti looked very buoyant, very confident, like things were going his way. And suddenly to be on the receiving end of this sort of injection of pace is very demoralising, but it's not economical.
Well, that could be part of the...
yet tax him.
Yeah, it could be part of the decision-making, Jeff, for Fred Tranchard here, who, as we see now, the third-place athlete, Alan Santamaria, come through 4 minutes and 54 seconds behind our leader, with Stian Angerman dropping down to now 5 minutes over behind the time of the leader. But he is still with Antoine Chavalin of France. Those two, the pair who are still together. Everyone else has been split up, though. And we were looking at how well Daniel Petit was descending. He looked really smooth. He looked smooth on the climb as well. And it probably would have come into the thinking of Fred Tranchard that I have to go where I know I can break him, because he won't want to leave this to a sprint finish through the town, will he?
I think the bogeyman there, if they had a rear view mirror, the one they'd be worried about would be Alain Santamaria, because for the first time in a long while, we've got 3 different nationalities on that leaderboard, and it is the Spaniard who's got momentum behind him. And 4 minutes sounds like a lot. In most conventional road races, cross country, or even shorter ultra races, that would be too much. But he is absolutely flying in third. He's come from about 10th to get up to third. So we could have a really classic finish on our hands as we keep an eye on the lead woman, bottom right as well.
Yeah, and really, we haven't seen anything that's given us any idea that anyone's there to challenge in reality the time of Judith Vida. They've all gone through the 19-kilometre mark. Our leading women, most of the whole of the field through the 19-kilometre mark. It's just a few who are still yet to come through that point in terms of the elite women's race, and it is still quite some way before we see Vida go through where we've just seen Fred Tranchard go through the 29-kilometre mark. Of course, 10 whole kilometres between the two time checks there, and the next one will be 43 kilometres, so not too far away, and then a 9-kilometre gap before we see them come across the finish line. But of course, that will be all downhill and then back onto the road as they head towards the town centre and the finish line, which is the same as where they started around almost 2.5 hours ago, as we see some more shots of these various lovely plains. They all pop up, don't they, through the forested areas of these mountains. And there is a more realistic look at how things look in this daylight with the fog, with Judith Vida. She is on a charge here. You're right to point out, Jeff. She is closing the gaps towards the men in front of her.
Yeah, the biggest charge of all, though, is Santamaria. He's only 5 minutes behind the lead now in third place. We know from that he's very good downhill, and if you love your downhill, he'll be absolutely salivating over the last 10 kilometres in Prospect, because that could be the difference between... Oh, a little hand slap there. I'm not sure. Not sure she was up for that. We're back with Tranchard left-hand side. That's the first time I've seen Vida caught by any man in the last half an hour or so. So different surge points. I think it may just be the gradient that's doing it, but Tranchard looks a little bit weary here. Looking at his head, keeps rocking, keeps looking down. It's impossible to judge any person on a long drag like this.
And this is the second big climb, isn't it, Jeff? This is the big.
Yes.
This is the second big drag. They had to come out through the town, and that climb from 6 kilometres up to really the high point, which is where we saw the finish line yesterday in the uphill race. That was the big climb. This is the second big climb before they then reap the rewards on the downhill afterwards. And as much as he is looking not as comfortable and as slick as we saw him earlier on, as we can go back to the start line.
Especially for those who are spectators around the finish and start line, how do you make the crowd seem interested?
Yeah, it's, when it's a big event, the crowd is coming, and my goal and my work and my job is to cheer the crowd all the time. So we need to keep the energy always high, from the first to the last athlete crossing the finish line. That's the most important for me. I'm not focusing only on the winners, I'm focusing to all the participants. So it's my goal also here at these European Championships. Especially yesterday, we've seen with these conditions, weather conditions, that it's important also for the staff, for the crew who's helping, also for me as announcer, to give them a lot of energy, to give them all energy I have, because they deserve it, as all the sportsmen. So yeah, my goal is to keep the atmosphere really high all the time.
Thank you for that, and enjoy the moment when they are crossing the line as well.
Thank you too. Enjoy your work too. Thank you.
In the background there, we could see the mass race that preceded this, just some of the final finishers there. In vision, we're getting pictures of the men's runaway leader at the moment, but an interesting story taking place behind Frederic Tranchard of France, the men's leader, the #1 seed. It is a big charge coming in from Alain Santamaria of Spain. It's brought him up into 3rd place, still significantly behind Daniel Petit, but with a lot of momentum as we go to the helicopter drone shot. We might get a better idea of some of the gaps from this angle. Here's the, I thought we were going to get a caption. It's purely going to be visual. He may also be leading France to the team title at the moment.
Well, we've got rid of our runners, and we're on a, what is this, a quad bike here, Jeff? We've got our cameraman on a quad bike. Rather than using his own quads, he's hopped on the quad bike, and we have a good angle there of our leader, Fred Tranchard, making his way through the forest.
And it would be a long tracking shot back, because he's probably the best part of 2 minutes clear of 2nd place, and maybe still more than 4 minutes clear of 3rd place. But the only person who's had a better last 10 kilometres than Tranchard is Alain Santamaria of Spain.
We now have 14 athletes through the 29-kilometre mark. Is that the rain starting to fall once again? It looks like he's battling through a little bit of the fog, maybe some rain as they come back up to the top of this peak. It is such a long drag, and you have to be so mentally prepared for this. He'll be so relieved, Jeff, to see this sort of starting to level out here. Some more sharp climbs, but the real hard work of the climb, the big 2nd climb done now for him. And it is really the just apart from those short, sharp climbs, the big descents now to come, where he has to be mentally switched on.
Yeah, he goes off-road. He starts having to pick his footing once again. That was obviously a tactic in advance. He wanted to attack the field as soon as those foothills on that gravel trail started. That's obviously where he enjoys running and where he knows he can squeeze a bit more out. But this is a different technique again, isn't it? They've gone from that rhythmic running on the pebble-strewn gravel paths to this. Every footing is slightly different. Sometimes you have to reduce to a walk and put your hands on your knees. It is absolutely the most varied type of running you could ever imagine.
And they've done so well, haven't they, the organisers, to get that real variety of the terrain. We've seen pretty much all of it through the first 2.5 hours of this race, the first 30 kilometres or so. And they've got such a mix. It was something we were hearing from the organisers about before and during this race, about the challenges, wanting to get the elevation in, wanting to get the distance in as well, but do it in a really varied manner that keeps, the athletes over the course of the 52 kilometres really engaged mentally, and gives them a really good view. If this is the first time that they are racing here in Slovenia, for many, they come here on the World Cup circuit, and I think, is he just taking on a little bit of fluid there? Maybe our leader Tranchard looked like he was taking something up to his mouth as he twists off the road again.
Did well. He did well to spot that left-hand turn, actually, because the road naturally goes right. So he knew that was coming. He wasn't fiddling for his car keys. He's got an energy gel sachet out of his pocket, and while he was moving slowly at walking speed, just getting that down him. It's difficult, that, because any of you that have tried a regular sachet of energy gel will know that it is very, very concentrated, very acidic and very sharp. and it doesn't always sit well in your stomach. A lot of people prefer to take that on board with water and just dilute it so that it's better absorbed. He knows what he's doing. Far be it from me to tell the European champion how he takes his gels, but it was that was the point at which he decided he had a moment and he could do it. Don't drop any litter though, Frederick. Only leave your footprints on the mountains, please.
They are very mindful, aren't they, of ensuring that they're collecting all the litter, ensuring that they are taking what they bring off the mountain with them. It is, of course, a huge part of the community and in trail runners, ensuring you leave these breathtaking scenes as you found them.
Oh, these are our production bike cameras. Well done, fellas. You've done a terrific job. Keep it up, though. It's going to be a long day in the saddle.
What a shot that is.
You're welcome.
Both
You're welcome,
looking at each
fellas.
other. It's what a vision, and we will see that side of things come into play. I think they're waiting for our leader to start coming back down the mountain, and then he will be chased down the mountain by the downhill mountain bikers with the GoPro cameras strapped to their heads, giving us the live pictures as we make our way through the forest and back into the town. But the bulk really of this climb already done for Tranchard. It is the final push up to the top now. There will be some more short, sharp inclines after this, but finds himself in a great position, well over the halfway mark now, and it is the better part of the run in terms of the downhill, and there will be, of course, the technicalities, and as we heard as well, the soft underfoot conditions causing some problems, and just the athletes having to stay switched on to how wet, damp, slippery it is underfoot. But the bulk of his running, the bulk of his race, already the challenging part long behind him.
I'm glad we're now getting these beautiful shots of the whole mountain range. You can see it's a majestic area. Even if the helicopter were to pull back here, the leader's off. The leader is 4 and a bit minutes clear, so you're not going to get the first two runners in the same tracking shot. He looks unstoppable. I don't think downhill running is his strength. I think it is a particular strength of the athletes in second and third. So they are using their strengths accordingly, and this is what Tranchard does well. Absolutely blasted this uphill section. I don't think he'll be stopping to look at that view, but we can. Look at that. The course will sweep round and down back to the bottom and eventually to the town centre in Kamnik. It is absolutely sensational, but he's not a tourist. He is here on business.
And he is taking care of business, Fred Tranchard, as you would have expected from the world champion, who is now at the highest, some of the highest points of the course. And yeah, what breathtaking scenery it is here in Kamnik. He'll make his way back down into the town. It is a gorgeous ancient alpine town, and surrounded, completely enclosed by these green, bright green hills. And the peaks of the Kamnik Alps, which at their highest point go up to 2,500 metres above sea level. Glintovec is the highest point, 2,558 metres above sea level, and not too far away from the climbing that these athletes have had to do today. They will climb in total 2,450 metres above sea level. Now that is the cumulative climb of the athletes across all the peaks that they are going up here. And as Jeff mentioned earlier on, not too far away from Ljubljana and the capital of Slovenia, just 23 kilometres away, and so very easy to get in and out of this town for the championships.
The leader, Tranchard, will be getting through calories at a huge rate of knots. I think his tactic will be to put a handful of energy gels into that bag so he doesn't have to carry them the whole way, pick them up from his team aid station and then consume them as he goes. It would be too many to carry at once, but he is getting through them quicker than the aid stations are coming. So that's a little while ago, that last checkpoint. And the story is, look at third place there. Alan Santamaria has come from outside 10. He's not one or two of the other athletes. The third Polish athlete has been pushed back outside 10, and he's on a charge. We're not getting the benefit of seeing him in vision because he's such a long way back. But the next checkpoint is going to be really interesting, because if Santamaria has managed to cut that gap or even move into second place, 2-3 minutes, that is still doable on the descent. So getting quite exciting, even though we've still got a couple of hours to go.
We won't be too far away as well from seeing our leading women come through the 29-kilometre mark, maybe in around 10-15 minutes time. We expect them to come to that point. There's still waiting. This is the top of, not quite the top, but almost near the top of the climb that Fredrik Tranchand has just gone over, and still no sign of Daniel Petit or Alan Santamaria, who, as Jeff rightly said, is on quite the charge. Everyone's sort of falling back down behind him. He's timed this race really, in terms of this surge, you feel, to a very good point. He would have hoped, though, that Tranchand wouldn't have made the attack when he did. You wonder just what the gap will be between Santamaria and Patys, Jeff, and I think that will be quite telling when we do finally see them emerge from this point and start to tackle this final part of the final steep uphill.
It's going to be a genius move if this works for Tranchand, because there we go. So there's somebody at the bottom of the shot, and that is second and third together. Or is that the Spaniard? That looks like Spanish colours, so that could be Alan Santamaria in the orange and yellow.
But I think with him might be Antoine Chavalan, the Frenchman. Potentially, yes. Is that Chavalan with him? Which means Daniel Patys, we are not seeing him. We have not seen him yet, the Italian. Those are the red shorts. You would, I think, I'm trying to take my mind back to the last time we saw Chavalan.
It is France.
It is France. So that would be Antoine Chavalan. And those two were running together at a point. There was 8 seconds between them at the 29-kilometre mark. So no surprise to see Santamaria and Chavalan running together. They weren't too far away the last time, but this may be a surge from the Frenchman. He's just put himself back into, without seeing Daniel Patys. We think it might be the silver medal position, but we are still waiting for
Well, the story, therefore, of the last 10K is that either Patys has fallen over or he has fallen apart, because if he's not in the shot there, he's gone from second to fourth while we've been away and following the leader. You're right, Santamaria just content to hitch a ride up this slope. I think he's an outstanding downhill runner, because it was on the downhill section that he moved his way through the top 10. He's halted his progress here. I don't see too many Spanish team officials able to tell him what the gap is and whether he's closing and how much distance he's got left. He's got to almost figure that out intuitively. But let's not forget that the Frenchman ahead of him is also having a really good day. Chavalan was an athlete we were talking about in the early stages of the race. He's stuck with it, and he's in the silver medal position right now. They are a long way back, though. I think that's more than 5 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been quite the wait to see where these next two would come through. There is, I'm seeing it's so hard, isn't it, to focus on the track and who might be behind this man, which is Fred Tranchand, who is flying through the downhill section. Now, this the technical downhill section. We'll keep our eyes keenly on when he hits the 43-kilometre mark. That will be the next time check, and that will give us the real clear picture of how far away he is from Santamaria and Chavalan. He seems to be well out front. We're looking probably at a gap over or around 4 minutes, and then of course we're keeping a keen eye for where Daniel Patys is. But this is the bit, Jeff, that you can understand why some of the athletes coming from the open race have spoken about the softness underfoot, because it does look quite damp down there.
Yeah, hearts in mouth for this section of the course because they're flying. That is the camera bike working with him as well. As we go back to Judith Weider, how much is her lead in the women's race? She's led for a long, long way as we split the screen. Switzerland leading in the women's, France flying downhill. Any question marks about Tranchan's downhill ability? Well, judge for yourself. He's absolutely fearless.
And you have to be, don't you, at these championships? These are the big medals that everyone wants to win. And to have the title of, you know, of course, European champion, the best in Europe. He has the world title, of course, already in the short trail. He's looking to back it up with the European title. We've just seen Judith Weider go through the 29-kilometre mark. She did so in 2 hours, 46 minutes and 36 seconds. We'll keep you up to date with who comes through behind her at the last checkpoint. That was 10 kilometres ago, though. It was Scarlett Dale of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, a previous junior European champion in mountain running, now 26 years old. She spent time in the collegiate system in the USA before being based now up in the Lake District in the north of England. And behind her at 19 kilometres was Anna Plattner as well. But Emma Eriksson on a charge for Sweden, so keeping our eyes on when they come through, along with the French quartet who are moving together. And it is France leading the way at the last time check in the team competition, and it's France leading the way in the men's. And just look at this, Jeff, he is flying through the trees here.
Well, I'm loving these pictures. I know we're getting some breakup, but remember, this is coming from the GoPro in the helmet of the mountain bike cameraman, trying to keep up with Tranchan there on that downhill section. And it's not even footing. There's flints, there's tree roots. That's it. It's the steepest downhill. You can see where the yellow light is strobing. You can see how relatively close they are to the finish, all downhill from here. And looking visually at the gap to second and third, even if Santa Maria borrows the camera bike, I think he's going to struggle to close this gap because it is more than 5 minutes.
I think there would be some protests there. And well, it's just a great picture, isn't it, that, Jeff? We, as you can see, some of the runners, I think this must be some runners probably in the top 5, top 6, making their way up this high part of the climb past the cows who are grazing on the pasture. This is the big last final climb. This is the big climb, and after that it is downhill from there. And at the foot of it, really only just starting the climb, this big last push on the uphill is Judith Weider. She is still the only woman to go through the 29-kilometre mark. We're keenly keeping our eyes on who may follow, but this has been her race and she has really dominated. Such a shame that we haven't had a closer race in this one with her up against Tove Alexanderson, which we would have hoped would have been a brilliant battle, but she's had to overcome a lot in the course of the last year. Judith Weider would have had such high hopes at the World Championships in Spain. There was a real issue where a wasp nest, I think, became unstuck on a tree, and there was when they came through the forested parts, it was Judith Weider who got stung by a wasp. She tried to continue, and in the end she was forced to pull out of the race. As we go into the split screen, just look at the pace in which the Frenchman is flying down the hill, Jeff.
Yeah, I think even if you race the bike, it wouldn't go a lot quicker than this. He's really been able to take the gears off. It's not easy to do after all that uphill running. This is a man with a physiology that is just so suited to this, but also an attitude, because honestly, if you or I picked our way down there, it would take us ages. We'd be worried about rocks, worried about the flints, worried about the overhang branches. Look, the bike actually can't keep up at this point.
No, a bit of second guessing from the camera operator on the bike. And it is really interesting, isn't it, when you look at the downhill running in particular, as here we go, and it is our second woman who's coming through now, and I believe that it will be Emma Eriksson. Yeah, she is around just over 3 minutes behind the time of Judith Weider as she came through 29 kilometres. And this is a really well-timed race from Emma Eriksson, who was well back outside of the top 10, maybe even in the early stages outside the top 15, and has just bided her time as she's come through the downhill. She's clearly a strong descender as well, because she's made up a chunk on Scarlett Dale and Anna Plattner as well on the downhill, and is just beginning. She's right at the bottom of where Judith Weider is making her way up now. This last big incline in this course. We're approaching the 3-hour mark, and well, just my thoughts, Jeff, when I saw Transhan flying down with that rate, and of course the camera up throwing the brakes on the bike. There is a lot of talk about how you have to be focused on the downhill, of course, get everything else out of your mind. But do you think there'll be an air of kind of mindlessness as well? You've got to take the mental breaks off, haven't you, and just go with the flow of what you feel underfoot in a way?
Yeah, I think when you're a kid, you have that natural fearlessness, and then you have your first trip or fall.
Yeah.
And that sort of scars you forever. You think, oh, yeah, what about that time I broke my wrist? Or what about that time I banged my knee up when I fell? You've almost got to just put that out of your mind, like the Isle of Man TT Motorbike Festival. Just go for it. Assume everything's going to work out for the best until it doesn't. But it is a mindset, and it is a skill as well. It's admirable to watch in a racing situation. Third woman, I think.
Well, we've already, so this is 4th place woman, Maria Lasica, who is making her way up the start of this climb. She's gone through the 19-kilometre mark, 5 minutes 11 seconds behind the time of Judith Vida, but there's only 9, what would that be seconds-wise? I think we haven't got much of a gap between her, 12 seconds between her and Scarlett Dale, who we didn't see on the feed there, but she is the third place athlete, even behind Emma Eriksson, but not much between Maria Lasica and Scarlett Dale in the battle for third. As, we're back on the bike and we are flying, but there's no athletes in sight as we make our way. I think this is the bike trying to catch up with where Trenchand is.
Yeah, he's onto a much smoother downhill, but it is all downhill. It looked like it was a glucose tablet or something similar that the women's leader, Judith Vida, took then. She's got the water bottle, everything. It's like the TARDIS in her backpack, isn't it? She's got walking canes in there. She's got energy gel. She's got glucose tablets. I think she puts her gloves in there as well. The other glove goes in there. So a very roomy waistband bag that Judith Vida is able to access. I wonder if any part of the descent will involve those sticks. I don't think they would help you on the downhill run that we've just seen Transhan do. So the poles may be for uphill use only today. We'll just see. They'll know what's coming up better than we do in terms of stability and whether additional support is required.
She does look strong on this climb, doesn't she, Judith Vida, in comparison to, we saw a lot of rocking and rolling the shoulders and the head of Transhan, who launched his attack in comparison later on in the race and was maybe still recovering a little bit from that. This has been a really controlled run, and she's really making good headways up the hill. Takes a look over the shoulder as she comes up this climb. No one near her in comparison with in the battle in this women's race. Eriksson around 3 minutes back off the time of Judith Vida, who's looking really composed and comfortable coming up this climb, Jeff.
Well, have a look at the length of stride. The pictures are breaking up a little bit, but actually each individual stride is more of a pitter-patter as she deals with this steepest gradient on the course. Maybe only a 30, 40 metre stride length. And contrast that with what we know is coming up with that downhill section through the woods, where her stride will extend to 1.5 meters, possibly even a little bit more on some of the sharper downhill sections. At the end of a day like this, your body will be saying, what the hell was that? You've gone through every range of movement and every impact absolutely possible.
So just taking a look at the intermediate splits at the 29-kilometre mark, you can see the big climber Emma Eriksson up into second. Scarlett Dale's there in third. Maria Lasica in a very good position as well. She's climbed well. We have the French contingent who have been split. They were travelling as a big group of four, and now it's Adeline Martin and Audrey Tanguy who are the two who are really pushing it for France. They still are holding the best position in terms of the team championship, though. And, Anna Plattner, she's dropped well down the order. It may be a similar position to what we saw in the than the short trail at the World Championship. She started off strongly and then it dropped down the order. This quite the significant drop though, out of the top 10 now. Anna Plattner of Austria, still waiting for her to come through the 29-kilometre mark. And I've just taken a look, Jeff, at the splits at the 29-kilometre mark for the men, and it does seem that we have Daniel Patisse in second still. We didn't see him come through initially on that mark. It's the 45-kilometre mark that we're looking at. He is the absent name who we have seen Alan Santa Maria go past, Antoine Chavelin as well. We expect that they've gone past into second and third, but waiting at that confirmation at 43 kilometres now for the men to see exactly where Daniel Patisse is in comparison to those around him. Stian Angermund as well, dropping down the order as we go back to the front of the field for the women. Judith Vida still coming up this really, really long climb. Mentally, Jeff, how do you battle through these climbs? This is the one climb that will feel longer because there's not too much in change of the underfoot conditions. When we're looking at the first climb up to the top, there was you going through the trees, you have the forest, you have the scenery, the change up onto the plateau, and you still keep climbing. Here, it is very much of the muchness. It's very similar, isn't it, all the way up this climb until you get right to the top.
Yeah, she hasn't got to worry about her footing because there's no tree roots or big rocks there. But look at her eye line. It's absolutely fixed on a point about 2 meters in front of her feet. She doesn't dare look up at the climb. It's too intimidating. She doesn't want to know what's coming up. She's just absolutely locked in the moment. One step after the other. Keep your eyes fixed. Just concentrate. Just try and be like a machine here. The big drama that's going on behind her is around third place. 12 seconds between La Chica of Spain and Dale of Great Britain for the bronze medal position. At the moment, if she can keep this together, just keep doing what she's done for the last 3 hours, then the title looks to be hers.
She already has such an impressive collection of medals, of course, from sky running, trail running, these mountain championships, but also the orienteering side of things as well. Has a really strong base in orienteering, a multiple world and European orienteering champion before she switched focus to trail and sky running in 2019. Second in 2023 in the World Championships in the short trail. Second in 2024 in the European Championships in the up and down race. And on her way to a dominant victory at these European Championships, the off-road championships held here in Kamnik, and it won't be too long before we see some of the sights of Kamnik once again in the men's race with the rate at which we see Transhan flying down the mountain. It'd be great if we get to see him at some point, but of course we know that part of the course, a bit of a signal black hole in terms of where we've been able to actually see our athletes on the start of the race, the end of the race, through those trees just to the north of Kamnik.
When we get to the end of her race, assuming she's the champion and she's interviewed, I'm sure she'll be asked about that moment just beyond the high point of the course where she wasn't sure if she was on course. And of course, we captured all of it, didn't we? It was our cameraman. She was asking, is it this way? A little bit of hesitancy. It probably cost her a couple of seconds. At that point, she only had a 20-second lead or something of that kind, and she's gone from strength to strength since then.
Yeah, I really hope we get a glimpse into what was going through her mind. I think we saw it painted on her face, really, the expression, the shrug of the shoulders, asking if she was going the right way. It's never a position you want to be in a race, particularly when she would have known the extent of her lead at that point was quite significant over Anna Plattner, who's now dropped out of contention in this women's race. We can see is that our quad bike, our 4x4, making its way through with our leading runner, Judith Vida, coming up the climb here. It is a twisty and turny climb through the forest, but it's very similar conditions all the way up. It's a long climb that you have to be mentally prepared for because there's not much in the way of distractions until you get out onto the main plateau, and then it's a couple of 100 meters you still have to climb before you reach the real high point, and then the fun begins and you get to descend all the way back down into the town centre. A almost completely downhill second half of this race. And I say second half, it's more the 20 or so kilometres, just under 20 kilometres, the latter end of this race, where they really get to reap the rewards of the downhill.
I wonder if she's won any races, including men, outright across both categories, because you can see these are international level men behind her, including, that may even be, I don't think it's a Swiss vest, but they are high quality male competitors. So I'm sure domestically, when she races in Switzerland, she's capable of winning outright. We know from Tranchon that there is a really tricky section coming up. The course doubles back and then you cross over the road and you have, if anything, an even steeper section of grass hill that goes up past the lake. He made it look very, very easy. So far, I've seen nobody take that in quite the way that he did. Let's see, here it is. There's the hairpin and then the even worse uphill. Is she up for it? We will see. She's got a lot of time to play with. She'll be keying in on that athlete up ahead of her. You'll notice they've gone to a walk. Will she be able to just keep chugging? No, the hands go to the thighs. It's difficult. She's had a rhythm for several kilometres and now it's irregular footing, and that's the quickest way to get up.
And she will know, though, that this part of the course is very much temporary. She's broken the back of the big climb here, and this is just a case of using this as an opportunity as she looks to her watch, and will take on some fluid, maybe take on some energy gels here, some of the bars that she's got tucked away in that pouch just on the top of her hips. And as you say, Jeff, so much fits in there. She's got her her poles in there as well, and I think
I'm sure there's a portable toilet. Anything you need on the course of a race. Well, she has to have the mandatory items in there, and they will be minimal. There'll be a foldable jacket and a whistle and a charged mobile, but it's everything else. She's had a 3-course meal on the way round. I noticed she picked up her litter. Fair play, European champion, but leave nothing on the trails. Well done.
Yeah, they do really set an excellent example as athletes, don't they? The trail runners, the mountain runners. We see it across a lot of the endurance sports, don't we? A lot of these athletes will be involved in, or previous in ski mountaineering, and particularly in those winter sports, there is a real consciousness that these parts of the world, these parts of the planet, particularly if you are competing in the winter sports, the ski mountaineering, the snow isn't always guaranteed. These conditions aren't always guaranteed, and there is a real duty on us to protect them. And it is a message that is really embraced by those in the endurance community, particularly those who compete in these beautiful environments and really respect the environments that they're competing in. You can see the two leaders of each race. They're signified by the 2 stars. It's blue for the women, and the slightly goldish, yellowy goldish star is that of the men's. When we go back to that graphic, I'm sure we'll see it again before the end, just to keep your eyes on that as she continues to hike.
Crushed pumpkin is the Pantone for that yellow, I think you'll find. Yeah, that's not an official Pantone, but that's the one. So she's got the advantage of seeing that guy just at the top of the hill. She can keep keying in on him. There's some glorious downhill approaching, as long as she can get her legs back into that way of freewheeling. You can be sure that the way she's moving here is quicker than trying to run. Whatever the best way of getting up the hill fastest is, if it's... I once ran with a postdoctoral student on the campus at Stanford University, and he was a super intelligent Irish guy, and he started running bent over almost double, like a T-square. You need a really strong core to do it, but he maintained that if you kept your centre of gravity way, way low, you could get up quicker than trying to run where your body inevitably has to come up. And there, he may be onto something there, because the position they go to when they put their hands on their thighs is a very, very low centre of gravity, and the quickest way of moving when all else fails.
And it's the tactics as well. We spoke about it so early on in this race, Jeff, didn't we? It's the tactics of knowing when to conserve your energy, when to push, when to try and fight through the pain, and when to take on the fluids, take on the fuel, break into this hike that we'll see a lot of the athletes do. On the whole, this is, in comparison to a lot of trail courses that we'll see and a lot of ultramarathon courses, this is a very runnable course. It's been the message from a lot of the athletes, and you can see She has really broken the back there of the big climb, and just over these final bits of the plateau, and then it will be down into the descent and back into Kamnik and the square, which will be full of Swiss flags awaiting her arrival, because they've had plenty of time to prepare, Jeff, because from start to finish it has been Judith Weider, the 37-year-old, who has dominated this European Championships.
And she very nearly has her head in the clouds. You can see little wisps of low cloud between us and her on the overhead pictures. It's almost a nightmarish run, isn't it? Where every turn you come round, there is still more uphill to come. There's the men's leader in the Crush Pumpkin Pantone on the downslope all the way back to the finish. And Judith Weider in the women's event will soon have that downhill to look forward to.
There we go. See her in the flashing gold dot there, as she's just yet to come over the real top of this peak, but has really broken the back of it and has done a lot of the hard work. This now will feel like just one final push. She knows it will be downhill. There is a tiny little bit of uphill as they make their way through the forest, around 10 kilometres out from the finish line, that they'll have to contend with, but they'll have had plenty of time to recharge physically, maybe not so much mentally, but physically recharge on the downhills. And we spoke about it earlier on in the race, didn't we, Jeff? The chopping and changing and how hard it is to go from these uphill pushes straight into the downhills, and what your mind is trying to do, but also the body having to adapt from the hamstrings really stinging here. She'll be pressing down on her thighs as she tries to climb up this ascent here, and then switching really quickly physically into the downhill. That poses its own challenges.
Yeah, the one that's done it best so far was Tranchard. Let's hear down at the finish.
Could you guide us through the whole process of us being here today? What does it take to organize such an event?
Well, it's a rather long project and a rather long period, since the interested organizers first they have to bid for the event. Once they have been awarded, this is when the project leader, and actually in this case my role, starts, since we begin with the cooperation with the event organizer, with the local organizing committee, as we call them, and we go through all the milestones which they have to comply with. We have several guidelines and documents which they have to follow. Throughout the preparation of the event, they deliver certain plans. Again, we go through them together. We help them to fine-tune them as needed. And well, if they work well, this is the end result, a beautiful event in a beautiful scenario.
We know the local organizers have organized many big events as well in the past. Probably this was also the reason why they were awarded such an event this year. Would you agree with that?
Well, absolutely. It's a valid point that especially Kamnik and Slovenian athletics was very active recently. Kamnik hosted the 2017 edition of the European Mountain Running Championships, which was the preceder of this event. But also last year, Maribor hosted the European Team Championships 2nd and 3rd division. So absolutely, it's fair to say that Slovenian athletics is a very good host and a knowledgeable and experienced organizer. So we were very happy to return to Slovenia.
So in general, what do you look in a host when you try to find the perfect spot, the perfect local organizing committee? What is it that one needs to have?
Well, it's a very complex question, and we could talk about it until the first athlete arrives from the trail race. But I think it's really the engagement of the local community, the engagement of the city, the experience of the federation, how that given event can fit together with the local region. And I think here again in Kamnik, it's a very good combination of all. With the family of Dusan Papez, with the city being engaged, it's really, you can see that knowledge of Slovenian athletics with the enthusiasm of the local society made a very special force, and it results in a magnificent event.
We are, let's say, halfway through the race or through the whole event. What would it take for you to say it was a success?
Well, we still have to, as you mentioned, we are halfway, but I can say that yesterday we already had a memorable event. Well, some might say it was very challenging condition on the mountain with the fog, with the rain, with the heavy winds. But, well, mountain runners, they are tough guys and girls. So they really loved this, the setup, the course. So looking at the reaction of the teams, we can say, yes, we are almost there. They are very happy. They are pleased with the arrangements made by the local organizing committee, with the services Kamnik and Ljubljana and the region can offer. So now it's really down for the organizers and European athletics to ensure that we keep this satisfaction alive. And then at the end of the next day, tomorrow in the afternoon, when the curtains will fall and we will come to the end of these 3 action-packed days, everybody will leave Kamnik with a smile on the face and to say that, well, the setup was ideal to achieve my best performance. And I think if athletes will say that, together with the LOC, European Athletics achieved its goal.
So I'll find you tomorrow to have the final mark on to put the stamp of on this European Championships.
Well, yes, we have to wait for tomorrow, but let's see. So far, we are on the good track, on the right track. Also today, the weather is helping also much better. So hopefully, everybody will be as happy as we are today, as well.
Thank you very much, and let's keep our fingers crossed that everything goes as planned.
Thank you so much too.
Thank you.
And we should say thank you to Eddie Rutkowski, because he has gone the extra mile in providing information for the event presentation team, the TV production team. So they've really gone after this 100% in their care and attention to every aspect of the race. And by the way, that reference to a sort of precursor to the European Championships in 2017, it was called European Hill Championships or something similar. The common thread between that championship and this is that Jacob Adkin won there. That was the last time he won a major title at this level, and he was our men's uphill senior winner yesterday. So I should think Slovenia will be somewhere he'll come back to and maybe even buy a little one of those shepherd's huts, Ellen, for old time's sake.
Well, none of the shepherd's huts in sight as our leading female athlete has hit the top of this part of the course. It is not the highest part of the course, but it is the final significant climb, and that is now done and dusted for Judith Weider, who will be on her way down. You can just about see Kamnik in the top left-hand side of your picture, the town peeking through the forest there, and she'll be on her way back down the mountain. Fred Tranchand as well, we've seen him flying down the mountain. He's yet to hit the 43-kilometer mark, but he won't be too far away at all, as we can head back down
Kamnik je
into the
kot
town.
outdoor destinacija sigurno ena izmed najbolj primernih točk, da se to organizira v Sloveniji. Vesel sem, da bojo teli tekmovalci tekmovali v tako lepem okolju, s tako lepimi razgledi po naših gorah, hribčkih, tako da prav lepo povabljeni, da tudi ko bo enkrat prvenstvo mimo, da si privoščijo kakšen teden pri nas.
Ja, za tekmovalce je čisto simpel, ja, bo težko, bo pa mislim dolgo, naporno, ampak ja, to ima dalo vse od sebe. Za gledalce bo po moje pa super, sploh gor na veliki planini se taka zelo lepa zanka naredi, krog, veliko možnosti, kje se da gledati, lep ambient, tudi ko se bo zelo moje panoramsko videli, kje smo, tako da ja, čim več ljudi naj pride, pa bo po moje odlični pogoj za navijati.
Yeah, actually we came here in April to check the course, and we really like the place. It's really a beautiful environment and really nice place. And the course is quite fast actually, so even though it's like 53 kilometers and 2,600 meters of elevation gain, but I think it's quite fast, so we expect like 4 hours something of running. So yes, it's long, but I think it will be, also it's very varied, so it will not feel that long. I think it will be a lot of changes, and I think it will be quite fun.
And what about your personal expectation?
Yeah, of course, it's always a bit special with championship because we are representing our like a national team. So both we want to perform for ourselves, but also for the team. So for sure, my expectation, I will do as good as possible, and we want to do good for the whole team because we want everyone go back home with a medal, for example. So that's a great motivation for us.
So have you now been trying the course around where you're staying?
Yeah, or so we just came today, but we just went for a run around, and I really like Slovenia because it's really green. It's yeah, I like the variety. Also, it's like always a little bit up and down, and yeah, it's a nice place. I have background in orienteering, and I know it's also a really good place for that. Like the maps and the areas are really good. So yeah, it's a good place to be.
Vse bo čisto odvisno od vremena, kot sem že prej rekel. Ne? Odvisno, nekaterim pa še hladnejše vreme, nekaterim bolj toplejše, nekaterim blato, nekaterim ne. Tako da to je sploh specifika teh gorskih tekov je, da ne glede na to, kako ti pripravljen pridaš, ne, je od podlage odvisno. Ali boš dal vse potem iz sebe ven v teh možnostih ali ne. Seveda se tudi mi prilagajamo na te zadeve. Mi imamo treninge, tudi po zim delamo zunaj treninge, po dežju delamo, tako da tisti pač atleti, ki trenirajo pri meni, teh problemov nimajo. Ne. Za druge je pa odvisno, kako so se iz tega vidika tudi na to tekmo pripravljali. Ne. Ali so tudi to malo upoštevali ali niso, tako da bo pa pokazalo vse na dan tekme.
So our first shots of Judith Vida making her way down the big descent here, and it has been reported by a few of the athletes that we've heard from the open side of these trail championships that this is quite the technical part because of how soft it is underfoot now after the significant rain that we had yesterday. It's been a very humid day, so there hasn't really been any opportunity for that land to dry out under the foot, but it is a strong part of Judith Vida's ability is her ability to descend. She's an excellent athlete when coming down the mountains. Has been, of course, well conditioned growing up in Switzerland to be able to get down the mountains incredibly quickly. A training base has been huge, and one of the things that a lot of the athletes that you speak to say about Judith Vida is just how rigorous and how much she really focuses on all the small parts of her training. And this will be a part that she really focuses in on, making sure that she's got every part of that descent covered. They'll have come up the mountains, as you were hearing there from some of the athletes a couple of days early. And these will be the sections, Jeff, that they are really testing out. They'll know where the big climbs are, but they'll want to, the bits that they'll really want to make sure they leave no stone unturned on will be those descents to make sure they get their footings and their turns right.
Yeah, it comes into the thinking in lots of ways. It's like wear the right footwear for going downhill as well as uphill. Don't program in a snack or a carbo boost while you're running downhill because there's too many other things going on. And it does look like it goes on for quite a few minutes. We've been riding on and off with Vida. We didn't manage to go the whole way because of that overhang with Tranchon, but we are doing most of it with Vida, and you've just got to concentrate here.
This is the bit that they would have been waiting for through the first 3 hours of the racing. Will be to get to this point.
Is that Patti, or is it the? It looked like somebody that had almost like given up and was walking and just offering encouragement. I wonder if that's the answer of what happened to Daniel Patti. We certainly didn't get him at a previous checkpoint.
No, it's been such a gap between the time check at 29 kilometres and the next one we'll get will be 42 kilometres. So it's quite the significant gap between these two, with between the two time checks even, and that does mean that we have left Daniel Patti's long behind, trying to figure out where he has disappeared off to as we go back.
Yeah, this isn't the leader group. This is the Spaniard who's come from a long way back, Alain Santamaria and Charvelan of France. So this is second and third. The last checkpoint showed them about 4 minutes behind the leader, 5 maybe. So as Ellen said, it's a long gap to the next checkpoint, which is only 10 kilometres from the finish. So unless they've managed to close it down to a couple of minutes. The champion is going to be Tranchant, and he may even be going away. The charge of Santa Maria ended when he caught up with the Frenchman, working together, but it's a big, big gap to bridge, and it's the women's leader bottom right.
Yep, who has been Judith Vider from start to finish. It'll be interesting to see how the race is developing behind, in particular from the bronze medal, because there was just 12 seconds separating Maria Leshika and Scarlett Dale when we last saw them. A reminder, though, that checkpoint was at 29 kilometres. We have been sitting around, well, at least for the gap between 19 and then 20. That's, of course, a 10-kilometre gap between the two time checks. We're having to wait a little bit longer, and then we'll have just under 10 kilometres between the final time check and the finish line. But all eyes will be on 43 kilometres. This is not the leading duo. This is the second place duo we're seeing for the men's elite trail, and it is Fred Tranchant who has been long out front as we go through the real heavier part of the growth here, and that is, I think, the same point in which the bike stopped on the men's side of the racing, has just left Judith Vider on her way, and we will catch up with her later on down the course.
So we're assuming, because it's such a big gap between checkpoints, that Tranchant is still out there, still bombing along on the essentially downhill run into the finish. But stranger things have happened. Patty is the mystery man as well. As we look at the current position of the graphics, the crushed pumpkin yellow of the men and the blue of the women on that gradient incline at the bottom and on the top. Very nice interview with Tranchant that we saw a few minutes ago. He was predicting somewhere around 4 hours. He didn't predict the minutes, but he was obviously very, very familiar with the course. And yet again, the O word got mentioned. He has an orienteering background. And I think that is the strongest of the Venn diagrams for other branches of the sport. Yes, we've got road runners. Yes, we've got track runners. Yes, we've got cross-country runners in particular. But we do appear to have an awful lot of orienteers that switch to trail. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. You're doing a fine job.
Yeah, you see that on both sides of things as well. Judith Vider, who we're just riding on board with now, a former world champion, European champion in orienteering. Of course, one of the big names in the sport, the big transitions, has been Tove Alexanderson, who we were hoping to see this weekend. She made the trip out to Slovenia. Actually, went out to some of the orienteering leagues here in Slovenia to meet some of those competing. Which would have, I'm sure, made particularly those young women who are competing in orienteering in Slovenia, made their weeks, if not years, to have a photo with Tove, who has stepped up in just spectacular fashion, dominating races, winning by margins around half an hour on some occasions, and beating really elite high-level men, and doing so much for women in the sport. As of course we see Judith Vider as trod on the same path, and has really paved a way for those to come through in the sport behind her. It is of course a big disappointment that we're not seeing those two go head to head today, as we would have loved to see. So we're leaving Vider behind as our bike flies around the course. I'm sure quite some pace as we ride on board here. There you can see once again the difference between the leading men and women, and as we speak, the men, our leading man has gone through the 43-kilometre mark. That is Fred Tranchant, who has gone through 43 kilometres in 3 hours, 23 minutes and 23 seconds. A lovely bit of symmetry in that time check there. And the key thing that we're keeping an eye out for here, Jeff, is where is our Italian leader. He was second place at the last time check. That was, almost 14 kilometres ago now. Where has he ended up? We'll have to wait, because we expect that Alain Santamaria and Antoine Chavalan will come through ahead of him.
Well, it means that the leader has only 10 kilometres to go. So on a downhill finish, and especially with a bit of road section, you can expect him to run that in 35-36 minutes or thereabouts. So unless second place, whoever it is, whether it was Patty, who we thought we saw walking in the woods, or it is Santa Maria and Chavalan, they need to be within 3 minutes, because otherwise it is too much to ask to cut back on a man of Tranchon's quality on the downhill with so little real estate left. It was an hour between checkpoints, so a lot seems to have happened in that. The women's race may be done and dusted, the men's race may be done and dusted. The minor medals are still in a contest, and the team event is still wide open. Because remember that if he has stopped, Patti was leading quite a strong Italian challenge. So there are ups and downs, literally, in the team positions, the individual positions over this last section of the race.
Yeah, interesting as well. You mentioned the Italian charge. I think we spoke about it earlier on, didn't we? Interesting to see Christian Minogino, or and even not see Christian Minogino really at all in this race. We've seen some pictures of him, but he was right down the order. I think the last time we saw him outside of the top 10, and the Italians struggling to adapt really to the trails here. You would have expected, Jeff, with two of them plucked out earlier on in the race, right at the start line as the pre-race favourites. You'd have expected a stronger Italian charge, but it is France who are leading the way and are sitting 1-2. Or are they? Well, just looking at the time checker, and it seems Daniel Petit has gone through 43 kilometres, 3 minutes just over behind the time of Tranchant. Now, we haven't seen any images of him for the last hour. So you can understand.
He's the invisible man.
He is the invisible man. You can understand why we are concerned about his whereabouts. But it appears he has been caught, or he has been found even. And it would be good at some point if we do get some footage of the Italian, who it does mean then that this is the battle for bronze. And well, they're just guiding. Some instructions there from the French team as overcomes Alain Santamaria to take on some fuel, whereas Antoine Chauvelin not hanging around here, Jeff.
Well, it must mean that Santamaria is struggling there, because you wouldn't pull over and put a sponge on yourself unless you were in a bit of distress. So yeah, we're looking at the third place position on the podium, and nothing at all. And it looks as though the wheels have come off Santamaria's charge. He came right the way through from barely 10th to third place, and it looked as though that would continue, but he obviously slightly overcooked it in the earlier part of the race, and he looks as though he's fading at this point. I think that was almost like a white flag, wasn't it? There, they came to that aid station together. Chauvelin decided he was going to press on. Santamaria decided he had to cool himself a little bit, had to get the sponge. And you can see the body language has gone a little bit negative for the Spaniard, who's had an hour or two of absolutely high adrenaline, and now it's changed.
Still, though, around 9 kilometres left to race. Things can chop and change one way and then another. Haven't we seen that through the battle for the medals so far? Not so much in the leading positions that have been really one way from the start, with Judith Weider and Fred Tranchant, who holds a 3-minute advantage over Daniel Petit, who we are still hoping that we will see at some point. It would be really good to see him, wouldn't it, Jeff, after so long? It was when you pointed out that it was an hour, just over actually, between the last two checkpoints. It's gone incredibly quickly, but it does mean that it has been an hour since we last saw the Italian man. And did we even see him come through the 29 kilometre mark? I don't remember seeing him too clearly, so it's been quite some time since we saw him. Here is our leader in the women's race, and it has been from start to this point Judith Weider, who has just dominated and has looked so composed, always in control, bar the major the incident, one of the big talking points, where she thought she lost her route, but it was actually on the right track, and still holds quite a decent lead. She's around 3 minutes in the lead as well, so 3 minutes on both the men's and the women's side, the difference between first and second, with Emma Eriksson in second for Sweden, Scarlett Dale in third. But it will be really interesting when our women hit the 43 kilometre mark. You can see, if you can just squint down to the bottom of your picture, the the what are we calling it, Jeff? The pumpkin, squashed pumpkin
Crushed
star,
pumpkin.
crushed pumpkin
Crushed
star
pumpkin,
of the men. That orange one is gone just past the 43-kilometre mark. That is the next time check for the women. So we're still, if those trackers are to be believed, we've got around. What would you make that? Around 4 kilometres, 4 or 5 kilometres before we see the women come through the 43-kilometre mark. So quite some wait I think we've still got before we see our women, and we can judge just what the difference is. A reminder, that time, the difference between the time check, around 14 kilometres and about an hour. We've gone without seeing them between the 29-kilometre mark and the 43-kilometre mark. So looking forward to having our women come through the next time check, as we have done with the men. But still only 2 of the men through 43 kilometres, Jeff.
Yes, ultra means a very specific thing in athletics terms. It means anything beyond the marathon distance. So that's anything above 42.2 kilometres or above 26.2 miles. So there is a world championship at 50k. But Ellen, you alluded to this earlier in the meeting. At the Chianti Ultra Trail earlier this year, Judith Widener was second, 100 kilometres, more than double or almost double what she's doing today. So she has a relentlessness about her, and I think you can see that every time we've gone to her, the level of concentration, the stillness of the head, the pitter-patter of the running action, even on quite rough terrain. She can just keep going and going like a battery all day long. So it's not a sprint for her, but she is suited to this shorter distance, no question.
And here we go.
Here's second.
This is our second place woman, Emma Ellickson, who we are watching come through the similar point to which we've just seen Judith Weider not so long ago. At the last time check, there was around 3 minutes between these two. It'll be interesting to see who follows now. Emma Eriksson, whether it is Maria La Chica or whether it is Scarlett Dale. Those two just separated by 12 seconds the last time we saw them, but admittedly that was around 14 kilometres, not quite 14 kilometres yet, around 10 kilometres ago, and just under an hour since we last saw those two at the real foot of the final climb. Now we go back into the forest, and Judith Weider making her way through this part, which is, we mentioned it earlier, Jeff, this is the bit that they will be looking forward to all race, and have the benefit of being trailed by our cameramen on their electric bikes there.
Yeah, we've just gone through all the threes, 3:33, 33. Men and women started together. So if they've got that on their watch, they'll be aware that they're into their final few kilometres of running. We haven't actually seen Tranchard for quite a while. The last time I saw him was in the interview that he gave on arrival in the village in Kamnik. So it'd be nice to see him and how he's going. But it looks as though both of our runaway leaders hit the button at exactly the right point, and they're going to take the win. But a lot going on immediately behind them for minor medals and, minor medals, silver and bronze medals, and the team places.
Well, these are the tricky parts, aren't they, of the course, as Judith Weider makes her way down those less defined trails in places, as you have to skip over some of the underfoot conditions that are a mix of rocks, turf, just dropped leaves, and now back onto a slightly more defined trail for our leader in the women's race, who has dominated from start to finish. There has been no one there to really match her. She had her eyes set on the gold medal from the minute they left Kamnik. Early doors this morning. It was an early start, 9 o'clock local time, and you mentioned it earlier, Jeff. She has such a good innate ability to find the right path at the right time, doesn't she? And that will come no doubt from her experience that she's built up through orienteering, and those being able to look for those trails, those right routes to run. It is just so mesmerising to watch the way she skips from one side of the path to the other to suit what she feels is best for where she wants to run underfoot.
I love these pictures, and hats off to our mountain bike rider. She took a sideways skid there. He's managed to stay on his feet, but that is muddy. This is the section they were talking about. Goodness me. Be careful, yeah, let's cut away. Look away, boys and girls, before there's a crash. But the skill that he's operating there is that he's having to keep his camera on his helmet, pointing at her, while at the same time trying to go negotiate his tyres down. That is, well, Paty is still in contention, if that's correct. It must be correct. So Tranchard hasn't gone away, but the challenge behind from Chauvelin and Santamaria hasn't materialised. They are battling for bronze, clearly. Can Paty, who we know is a good downhill runner, do anything in these closing stages to challenge the leader? Wow.
Well, I'd be desperate to see him. We're really, really keen
The justice
to see
of it.
any
The justice of it.
of Daniel Paty, who we for long couldn't quite understand where he had disappeared off to, but he's evaded our camera ops, who, as you can see, as they try and battle through the mud here on the bikes. It's such challenging conditions for the bikes, and you can see with the way that Judith Vida can pull away from our camera op on the bike, it is easier to get over this on the bike as a runner than it is to be the camera bike here as we head down the mountain into Kamnik. But
This is basically the way the rainwater makes its way off the mountain, is where we're riding right now. These are marvellous pictures. I mean, I hope he stays safe, but what a view of what the runners face here that has given us. Fantastic. And that was the section that the mass runners were saying was quite treacherous. So hopefully that's the last of that.
Particularly after all the rain that we had yesterday, Jeff, I just think back to those pictures of particularly the under-20s, their first experience for some of them of real European competition in mountain running, and that uphill race coming over out of the forest onto the plain, and just being hit with that sideways rain and how challenging that was. That has all made its way down the mountain, all of those drainage trails which Judith Vida has made light work of, and is making her way towards the 42-kilometre mark. On the men's side, only 6 athletes have come through 43 kilometres, and we are still a little bit of a way out for seeing our women hit that point, but Judith Vida leading the way from Emma Ellickson, and if we can at some point, it would be great to get the shots of Scarlett Dale and Maria Lachica to see who's taken pole position in the battle for the bronze.
Yeah, there's only one country in the men's competition with 2 so far through 43 kilometres, and that is France. The gap between Tranchard in the lead and Paty in second was nothing at 19 kilometres. Then it extended to 1 minute and 14 seconds, and now it has gone out to just over 3 minutes. So actually, although I'm giving Paty a chance on the strength of his descending, the tide is going the other way. It is Tranchon who is opening up. But we haven't seen them. We don't know how they look. Hopefully we'll be able to pick up on them as they get back into the urban area off these trails, because it has been a while for the top 2 since we last checked in with them visually. She's had more pictures taken of her today than Madonna. It's like every time she comes to a cluster of spectators, every time somebody's got a camcorder, bit of a rock star.
I think we're back on board. That was one of our camera runners that we've now picked up. We switched from the bike onto the camera runner, so we have we saw just a glimpse of him there running along with Judith Vida up this short incline. There isn't much in the way of uphills left on the course. They've done all of it, and long ago reached the big high point, and then the downhill. And all really now as we go back into the town centre, the majority of it downhill. There's a big shout out to our camera ops who are on the bike, but also running alongside our athletes to give us the best footage, which of course as they make their way through the trees is easier said than done, as we've experienced, but particularly on this route home it's been great to get as many shots, particularly of our leaders, and then the battle for bronze as well on the men's side. I think it's been great to see so much of our athletes through this latter stage of the race.
and she is still catching the men up ahead, and that athlete up ahead of her, where will he be? About 40th in the race, something like that, maybe a little bit lower, 35th. We will find out, but still moving well. And this is the only hazards down here. There's no rocks, there's no tree roots, but it is wet and slippery from the rain that we had pretty relentlessly yesterday. So she just needs to be aware of that. And we can see her weaving from side to side, trying to find the firm footing. Makes her own path very much. Very peaceful part of the course, this one. Quite lush vegetation on both sides. It won't be too long before we go back urban. They'll have dropped more than half of the height that they're going to do from the start of the downhill. Been a completely different kind of running, but look at the elapsed time. I mean, we are well into ultra territory now. The furthest race in the championship program is for road is 42.2 kilometers, and we're now well beyond that. Here we go. This is our first look at Frederic Tranchant, the leader, and you can see immediately he is moving really well. He made an absolutely decisive move on the last big relentless uphill, and it's given him what last checkpoint was a 3-minute lead over Paty, who we've not seen for a very long time. So the camera bike riding with the two leaders. First visual on Frederic Tranchant, not too far away from the outskirts of the town centre and the finish line.
Yeah, you can see a real change in the gradient, can't you, Jeff, as they drop down into these lower lying fields just on the outskirts of the town of Kamnik, and he'll weave his way through these and then into the more built-up centre of the town, and there will be the finish line waiting. He was thinking, wasn't he, around the 4-hour mark, and he's made some really good headways to be not too far away from that. The clock currently on 3 hours 43 minutes for both the men and the women. If you are just joining us, it was a mixed start, and we've seen, well, so much of this gorgeous scenery, haven't we? Plenty of these old churches, such as identifiable set of buildings, isn't it? The Slovenian, the way they have the white walls and those burnt orange roofs of the buildings. It's a really beautiful sight
Burnt
to
orange.
be seen.
Crushed pumpkin, that's the McKinjay Monastery, which is an imminent checkpoint. As a bloke, a man with an athletics background, can I just give you a little insight as to what may have happened at the team hotel in France last night? All of the under-20 men returned with medals. First 4 individuals swept the team competition as well. And the senior men yet to run will be thinking, right, hold my beer. We'll put those kids in their place. And I'm sure that will be a real motivation. It'll be inspiring, of course, but the seniors are not going to let the under-20s have the last bragging rights on the French team.
No, we spoke about it a lot.
It's a men's thing. It's a men's thing.
Is it a men's thing? Is it that competitiveness?
Yeah. Type A.
Can't let the boys get away with it, can you? It will be interesting, isn't it? I'm sure we'll hear some of those discussions when Fred Tranchant makes his way, just hurdling over the log, which is easier for him to do than the man on the camera bike there. Yes. As we take a look at the course profile, this is where Tranchant is, and he's not far away at all, is he there, Jeff? It's very steady now, his decline into the town centre, where he will be met by the crowds in Kamnik, and will be presented not too long after that with his gold medal. What a day it's been for Tranchant. But they were dominant on home soil in Annecy in 2024, and I think a lot of athletes came out of that race saying, oh, it was home soil. We always knew the French would do well. They know those trails well. And that, I think if you're a French athlete who was part of that really strong performing unit who swept so many podiums, you want to go out and prove that it's not just the home advantage, right, Jeff? You want to prove that, no, there is sheer talent in it as well. There's hard work, and we can do it on other people's turf. We will come to your back garden and we'll perform in exactly the same way that we did at home.
Yeah, and you can actually hear the breathing of Tranchant. He's absolutely going for this now. Can't quite smell the finish, but it's not far away. The one that the team management will be getting behind is the third scorer, because he's got to hold it together. That is currently Remy Brasic inside the top 10, but he's got to, if they're going to close out a gold medal podium, they have to be really careful, because the third scorers for Poland and Spain aren't that far behind. So Tranchant, yes, he's led the line, and they'll be able to pass that on to Chauvelin, who's sharing in second place at the moment. But the third place finisher is the one that's got to really be responsible for closing that team. So good luck to him.
And it is hard as well, isn't it? That mentality of being the third finisher for your country, particularly if you came into it without your own ambitions, Jeff. You come into a race, you want to be on the podium individually, of course, first and foremost. If that slips away from you, you have to stay locked in mentally, because you cannot let the team down. Even if you might want to slow down, relieve some of the pressure on yourself, take some of the pain away, you can't do that. You have to keep driving to ensure that your team take the gold medal.
Yes, there's big team responsibilities. That's why I was surprised and I was shocked when there was one of the male athletes who'd stopped in the woods to cheer on the women's leader, Vida, and the fear at that point was that it was Patti of Italy, who we still haven't seen, but is in second place, 3 minutes behind this Tranchant, the leader. I think at this point his hydration and fueling strategy is done. I think if you take anything on board in the last couple of kilometres, it's not going to have a benefit by the time you finish. So it feels like you can hear him keep gasping every time there's a sharp turn or a twist, or when he had to jump that log. He's really on his limits, but what a nice feeling for him. I mean, he's been an outstanding competitor. He was the world short trail champion last year, but this is big. A European title in the Alps, where I bet he does the majority of his training, and with a comfortable margin. And where he did it was absolutely a tough guy's decision. At the start of the last long incline, he attacked, and it was risky, but it's working.
And both the attacks have been so decisive, haven't they, from both Tranchant when he did it, and it was him and Patisse moving as a pair. And then on the flip side, as we see Judith Vida, from the start, she had her eyes fixed on goal. She knew what she wanted, and she's gone out, and really no doubt now as we still wait to see them come through the 43-kilometre mark for the women, but she's had her sights set on that gold, and there's no one there remotely close enough to challenge her. She has a 3-minute advantage, as does Frederic Tranchant in the men's side of things, who we are back on board with now as he makes his way through the closing stages of this race. We are just over 10 minutes out from the 4-hour mark.
I'm looking for the mirror image of the trails that they came up on. I'm not sure if we've quite rejoined that, but this will be familiar to him. You can see little glimpses of the town in the background. So a fantastic feeling for him, and we're sharing it, going at the same speed as him, right on his shoulder, and he is moving really well. There is 4 hours of running in those legs on some of the worst terrain you can imagine. Do you remember back to the finish line of the uphill championships yesterday, where he took all of that in his stride, still knew that his attack was to come? We're all about to get blocked by that truck. No, we're past. And this is nice, isn't it? A nice sweeping downhill No roots, no rocks. He can just let himself go here, let gravity do half the work for him and get ready for his celebration. You can hear the breathing though, can't you? He's not let up.
No, I was just about to say.
Now we're back into the town.
You can really hear how much he's given to this race now, and particularly for the last hour or so, Jeff, it would be easy for us to look at the times, look at how he's been able to stretch the field, and after that big uphill where we could tell he was really working for it, it would be easy to say he's had an easy ride, but he's given everything to this course, and you can hear with the way he's breathing, a real tight turn there to then get back onto the grass. Yeah. It's not easy on the ankles, that.
He nearly missed that one, I think. He was looking at that knot of spectators thinking, where's the gap? No, we've just run somebody over on the bike. Never mind, that's okay. It's soft surface. Nice bouncy landing. And I think he's inside the final kilometre here. So he has the luxury of being able to enjoy it as he goes down that cordoned off section. And pretty soon we will be into the last few turns of the town centre where the mass race has already finished, and our first champion of day 2 is going to be Alain Tranchant of France, the pre-race favourite.
Yeah, I think there's a part around here where looking at the overhead, so they get to go past an athletics track. How fitting is that as they make their way back into the town, and we'll go through the town centre up to the main square. We see, of course, the fans dotted around the course, and that number of fans and how deep they are will get greater and greater as Fred Tranchant makes his way towards the finish line. Here, his job long done, the move he made so decisive to give him the title, backing up his world title in the short trail from last year with this more middle distance trail, and slightly easier in terms of the terrain he's had to cover, but still had to push it. There is that athletics track that we saw from the overhead as he will twist into the town centre, and like you say, Jeff, not far away now from the finish line, the outright winner, Fred Tranchant, who has led from gun to tape.
He gave a very gracious interview ahead of the start. In fact, when the French team arrived, so it may have been a few days ago. But you could read between the lines there. It was, oh yes, I'll do my best. I want to be in the mix. You know, I'm going to give it a good go. But I read into that, try and stop me winning this one, because he number 1 seed from a very strong team with very strong backup from his wingman. I mean, to be the first man home for France, he's almost got to get the gold, because the next vest that we see after he finishes will also be France, at least when last we saw them. It was the Spaniard Santa Maria drifting back in 3rd. So I think the confidence was there, the form was there, the pedigree was there. And this is, I like the look of these trails. I would like a run around these. I'm not so keen on the rocky and muddy downhill, but this is a super way to finish a race, especially when there's nobody in sight and you're going to win a gold medal.
Yeah, it'll be so interesting to see.
A bit of a smile.
He's been, those grins have been emerging, hasn't he? As he's, I'm sure, heard his name shouted by the fans as he's coming over the river once again. It was, around 3.5 hours ago when we last saw glimpses of that river as they left the main part of the town up into the trails, and it will feel like a long time ago now for Fred Tranchant. Who will come around the corner after him? Well, that'll be the interesting thing. Daniel Paty was in 2nd at the 43-kilometre mark, but we are yet to see any pictures of him, and we haven't for about an hour and a half now. So we will see how, if the gap has been closed by Chavalan, and whether Alain Santamaria has been able to recover himself. We will only really find out when we get to the finish line, though, Jeff.
Well, just a couple of turns away now. There are no more hills. You can see it's flat as a pancake in the city centre. The crowd's thickening. The local time is just coming up to 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday. Now the barricades and the barriers and the branding. This is the final run in. There's the tricolour. Is he going to take it? Yes, he is. Allez les Bleus. Yeah, don't worry about looking back. I don't think he's been getting good information about how far ahead he is, because otherwise he could have relaxed much sooner. But the world short trail champion becomes the European ultra trail champion And it's Fred Tranchant who takes gold.
Well, what a performance, Jeff. Leading from start to finish, really, Tranchant. The first 6 kilometres, he really bided his time, didn't he? He was there in the leading pack, but he didn't make any unnecessary attacks. He knew what he needed to do, and he didn't want to push any further than was required. He saw those who went off far too quickly then fall back behind him, and really it was always going to go one way. He has been formidable, and now we just have to wait and see. It might be quite the wait though. He had an advantage of just around 3 minutes the last time we went for a time check. That was 9 kilometres ago though, so we have some wait to see who will come through second, third and fourth, and there was a good battle for the medals. But straight over to celebrate with the team, because of course, Jeff, it is an individual sport. We've already spoken about the team aspect on the trails, but there is so much that goes into getting these athletes fit, ready to race, and then transporting them all around the globe for these top level races.
Yeah, suddenly we are all France, aren't we? Everywhere you look, there's a French national shirt. Here's the replay, the big moment, takes the flag, looks back, no need. You'd have to have the best eyesight in the world to see second place. So he can really savour these last few metres. And France are the team of the championship so far. Looks like they could be on their way to team gold as well here. The invisible man is the athlete we haven't seen for a while. Daniel Patti of Italy hasn't been in vision, but he has gone through the checkpoints. He's made of tough stuff, this guy. He has the look of somebody that if you gave him a cup of black coffee and a croissant, he could go round again this afternoon. He's just got that wiry, sinewy, driven endurance, hasn't he? That's the look back. Is that second place at the bottom of the shot? No, we're with the elite women. We're covering Vida.
Yeah, this is Judith Vida, who we are just seeing make her way around the closing stages of the race. She's still yet to hit the 43 kilometre mark, so still over 10 kilometres to go for Judith Vida. And as we said before, very similar to the men. Interesting to see how the battle is developing for the medal positions behind her, because this race only going one way, and that is the win of Judith Vida. She has been so dominant and really taken this race by the scruff of the neck. She has been superb so far, and we don't see that changing even with around 10 kilometres left to go. Multiple world and European orienteering champion, switched her focus to trail and sky running in 2019. A series of second places, but there won't be second today for Judith Vida. It will be top spot, and here is our missing man, Jeff.
Yes, we haven't seen him since the top of the hill. Moving well. He had to give best to Tranchant with that surge on the uphill section from the Frenchman, but it is going to be silver for Daniel Patti. He's run well. I think he just had to let go because the attack was fierce. He gambled on it being a risk and him being able to reel in. Much, much bouncier action, almost a mid-foot striker. We're keeping an eye on him and an eye on the women's leader.
Plenty of support for Judith Vida. Cries of bravo, bravo as she heads towards the 43 kilometre mark. Not too far away now for our leading woman. Has those markers ahead of her with the male athletes as well that she can just fix her focus on and keep moving forward. I wonder if we'll see more now the men's race is nearly at its conclusion from those further down the field.
And there's one of our mass runners still finishing, one of our final mass finishers. The Italian flag celebrating a second place goes to Daniel Patti. He's had 3 wins on the circuit already. I think a European silver ranks better than any of those, and certainly he's punching the air and celebrating silver for Patti of Italy in the trail race.
Well, that was a lonely run, wasn't it, for so much of that race, Jeff, for Daniel Patti. And, well, we couldn't see him for the majority of the race. He was too far behind Tranchant, but then also too far ahead of the second or the third and fourth place athletes in Chavalan and Santa Maria. Now, interesting because it has been quite some time since we saw that pair.
Yeah.
There wasn't much between them at the last time check, but it was Santa Maria who was dropping back.
If I get you a coffee and a croissant, do you fancy going round again this afternoon? And Paty saying, no, I'm going to my bed. I am done, mate. I'll be back for the medal ceremony. I'm proud of my silver. Italy going well. So it was a key performance for him. Back with Vida in the women's. Equally a runaway leader.
Well, it's been interesting, isn't it, in the senior races, Jeff, that we've seen so far, because there has been 4 of them now, and they will all have been won by runaway leaders in the races. We saw that in the senior races yesterday in the uphill. It was a very different picture with 2 shared golds handed out in the under-20 races, but the women and the men's race in the uphill dominated both times by Great Britain. Here today we have Switzerland dominating the women's race, France in the men's, and I wonder what we'll have for the up and down races tomorrow. Will they be won in a similar fashion, or owing to they're a lot shorter, aren't they, those races, owing to the distance?
52 kilometers.
Let's hear from our winner now.
Congratulations, you're the European champion. Guide us through the whole day for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, it was a great day for me, I must say, but I was not so confident until the last meter, so I was really pushing hard at the end. And I can say I'm really proud of my race. I think it was quite well done. I think Daniel Patis, I have big respect for him, and I think he's probably faster than me on the flatter part or faster part. So I thought I could see that in downhill I was a little bit more confident. So I was attacking already in the downhill from the high plateau, and I took some risk, and of course I made a gap, and then it gave me a little bit of confidence, and yes, it was how to say, then it was just about surviving, and because after that I was trying to push really hard every time I could, and yeah, very happy. I have no idea how far he was behind. I didn't know if he was coming back or not, so yeah, very happy. Thank you.
Congratulations. I think we are just about to greet him, so let's join in greeting them together.
Thank you. Voilà.
That was interesting. So he wasn't getting information on the course about how big the gap was, and he couldn't look back and see. So he was just fearing at all material times that Paty was right behind him. It's the only way to run, in a way. The motivation and the adrenaline you get from that is far better than thinking, I'm 5 minutes clear, I can relax.
It was something that you picked up, though, wasn't it, Jeff, when he started looking over his shoulder before the finish line, when he went to pick up the tricolour, that maybe he didn't realise how far ahead he was. 4 minutes and 40 seconds, the victory of Fred Tranchant, dominant. But for a very long time, he didn't really realise it. And I suppose it is hard to tell as well, as much as we were struggling to understand just how close, or where even, Daniel Patis was. I assume the same information, obviously hard to pass back between the French team as well, scattered around the course, and have plenty of athletes to focus on. Here is our 3rd place finisher, and Anton Chavalan, who is making his way around the closing stages. He'll twist and turn onto the streets, and then it'll be one final bend before he hits the finish line.
Yes, it was also interesting that Tranchant was saying that his first effort he made was on the downhill. He sensed that he was taking the downhills a little bit more smoothly than Paty, and we wondered if Paty's strength was going to be the downhill. Well, not in the early stages, it wasn't. We'll very shortly cut to the finish for Chavalan, second man home for France, and probably taking them to team goal. But meanwhile, through the last of the wooded sections, this is Judith Vida of Switzerland, the runaway leader in the women's title.
Yep, continues to be the runaway leader as they go through the 43-kilometre mark. She's around 3 minutes ahead of now Maria Lechica of Spain, who is up into second. She's 20 seconds ahead of Emma Eriksson, and we're still waiting on the arrival of Scarlett Dale through the 43-kilometre mark to go back to the finish line.
And yes, of course, he'll take the flag because it's an individual medal for him, and it looks like team gold for France. 2 on the podium. The bronze medal in the trail race at the European Off-Road Championships goes to Antoine Charvelin of France. Congratulations. We showed those under 20s. Now, the next athlete we should see is Alain Santamaria of Spain, but he was clearly struggling a little bit. Right when he was locked shoulder to shoulder with Charvelin a few kilometres back, he took a sponge on board, and that's always an indicator that you're not feeling 100%. Almost let the bronze medal go involuntarily at that point. Has he managed to hold on to fourth place? Because Spain have a challenge on its way in the team as well. And that looks like the Spanish vest is a mixed red and orange yellow. Is it Alain Santamaria? When we get down to ground level, we'll see. I think it is. Dark hair, dark shorts. So he's had to work really hard for this. At one stage, he was absolutely slicing his way through the field. It looked like he would really come right the way through to the lead, but I think that took a toll on him, and it's been a good run nonetheless for a man who's been at the top of the podium in home races, in ultra trail races in Spain already this year. Just looking to double check. It's very hard to identify a national vest from the shoulders only. Yes, it is. So he's really had to dig in and grit his teeth here. You can see he's rocking and rolling a little bit. Takes the flag anyway for fourth place, and why not? Really had to tough it out over the closing stages. Fourth in Europe in the ultra trails. Alain Santamaria of Spain will watch and wait and see what his teammates can conjure up behind him as to whether they have a chance of a medal, having missed out by 2 and a bit minutes on an individual place on the podium himself. But all celebrating, because that was a tough one, tough day of racing. Just about everything that running can throw at you there. Mud, rocks, uphill, downhill, wind, mist, going through somebody's building.
Running through a front room. You didn't think you'd see that today. Yeah. And it's great to see the camaraderie as well between Santamaria and Tranchant as well. They know each other so well from racing on the circuit. He's very strong in the uphill races. Santamaria, 14th at the 2025 World Championships in the uphill. And is one of those that likes to do the trail and compete on the uphill as well. Maybe a bit too much to see him across 3 races this weekend though, and just off the podium today, finishing in 3rd. Looking back at the women's race as well, still with our leader Judith Weider, and a change in the order that sees Maria Lešíka up into 2nd. Emma Eriksson is the athlete in 3rd. Scarlett Dale of Great Britain and Northern Ireland dropping down the order, just fading in the latter stages. She's outside of the top 5 now. We've got 5 athletes through the 43-kilometre mark. The time at that mark for our leader is 4 hours, 1 minute and 21 seconds, with just under 10 kilometres left to go for Judith Weider, who can really enjoy the closing stages of this race with over a 3-minute advantage on her competitors. But it has been a strong late charge from Maria Lešíka. We spoke about that earlier on in the race, with the possibility of the man we've just seen cross the line, Alain Santamaria, putting on a late, sort of middle of the race surge to try and reconnect with the leading pack. It didn't pay off for him, but it has paid off for his compatriot Maria Lešíka, who is up into the silver medal position. But an easy ride now for the rest of the race, you feel, for Judith Weider, bearing any disasters out on the trails. This has been her race, controlled from start to where we find her now, with almost 4 hours and 10 minutes on the clock.
And there are the men up ahead. Every time we come back to her, it seems either she's in complete isolation or running with a group of men. They're a few seconds ahead. We've had another finisher at the line in the men's competition, and it is Marcin Kubica of Poland. if it follows, it should be the Norwegian Angermund in sixth place if he stayed in position from the last checkpoint, and then Remy Brassac of France to conclude their team. And here is Angermund. So it's actually 4 countries with 4 athletes home, but France have 2, and the next athlete to feature could well be the closing scorer for the French gold medal team. We must watch and wait, and so must they, because we've learned that they are not getting complete information. It's such a big loop, 53 kilometers. There's no way of them knowing what's going on behind them or up ahead of them. So they've just got to make every place count, and then, like us, they're watching and waiting and seeing what comes. So that's the first 5. 6th man is Angermund of Norway. So you can see a lot of different national flags in there, but the key one is 2 for France. The other 2 Frenchmen will be saying, how is he going? How's he doing? But let's keep an eye on this women's race.
And here Judith Weiler is connected with a group of 3 male athletes. I think it's that 2 in the dark green. I wonder what we're looking at the back of Portugal maybe, or maybe Bulgaria in the dark green, as she's taking this opportunity just to be carried along by the male athletes ahead of her. Here is our final French counter over the line.
So Brassac takes the flag because it's gold in the team competition. He knows it, so some information has carried. There's a big French contingent just over to the right. They will embrace him. So as they did in the under-20 men's competition on the uphill yesterday, the gold individually and the gold team for France. Good luck in the World Cup.
Well, they have been very strong indeed, haven't they, France? Confirmation then of the top 5 once again. A dominant performance from Fred Tranchant of France. We didn't see him for very long, but Daniel Petit came across the line in second, and France with all of their counters in an excellent position to see them take the gold medal in the team competition. Here's Luke Grenfell-Shaw coming towards the line.
And he's going to be the first British finisher in 8th place overall. It's not a bad challenge going on behind, but he's very happy with that as an individual performance. Ran it well, very consistent throughout. I don't think he was outside the top 10 at any point, including the ascent out of town. So that was a tough guy's race. Well done.
Yeah, coming through the early part of that race, the climbing section was where he was significantly stronger than those around him. He found himself in the top 3, or the top 5 even at that point, and coming across the line in 7th, so not losing too much ground. And well, what a story he has for finding his way into trail running and endurance sport. If you have an opportunity to go and watch his documentary, Cycling on a Tandem to China from the United Kingdom, do go and give it a watch on YouTube. Here is some more of our Polish athletes coming across the line. Well, they're in a good position for the team battle, Jeff.
Yeah, I think this is, well, we've had Matuchak, I think. Is that him? There are 2 or 3 Poles challenging. I think that is Rafał Matuchak. So everybody's taking their flag, celebrating the finish and the completion of a really major challenge, the longest race. So that's Matuchak there. So his teammate has caught him. That is, well, I won't try and guess. I'll wait for it. There they are. Marcel Fabian and Rafał Matuchak. Now, if they can get a 3rd man home, and I think it is potentially a long wait, at least it was at the last checkpoint, so that may frustrate them.
I think maybe just looking at the results there, I think there might have been an issue with the tag of Stian Angermund, because we saw him across the line. His time, though, hasn't registered, and I think that's maybe where there's been some issues with things just catching up. I believe that Luke Grenfell-Shaw will be in, would that put him in 8th, I think, instead. So basically what you're seeing on the screen, add an extra number from everyone past 6th, I think, if I'm right, because there appears to be a problem with the timing chip of Stian Angermund, who is dropping down the order on our screens, but we have seen him across the line as here comes our first finisher for Finland.
This is Juho Ilinen. I'm still looking back. I don't see a third Polish finisher. Those two guys are going to watch and wait.
I think we have Marcin Kubica came across the line in 5th. Then we have Marcel
so
Fabian.
that's their team included.
So I think their team is concluded.
They've got silver. Yeah.
And that is, of course, a strong performance. But it was a real statement from the start, wasn't it? And we saw the Poles running together, Jeff, and felt like this could be a good day for them to finish on the podium. And the teamwork paying off. It will be a silver medal for Poland. France taking the gold in the team competition. And well, who else have we got in the mix here for the final team podium place?
Well, Italy must have a chance.
Spain as well, you feel, with Santa Maria across the line in 4th. At the last time check, then we had, I think, 13th, 14th, if we still have problems with Angerman's time chip. And then
this guy, Minoggio, is chasing after that Spanish finisher up ahead, because it could be the difference between bronze and 4th in the team competition. And the Spaniard looks round. Don't think he's got a lot of gears left on his bike, but he's only got 2 turns in the road left. I think the information has been conveyed by the team management there that if you can catch that guy, we've got a chance of the bronze team medal. Spain and Italy are the 2 athletes in the mix.
And then with the
this
Italian.
Is Romania. Yes.
Well, it just could come down to the performance of Gianluca Giano, who last time we saw him he was around 20th, but he was running with Minoggio. So if he has been able to climb up the order, then it could go the way of the Italians, but by my reckoning, it is just being edged by the Spaniards for the bronze for now. But of course, between the finish line, which we are dropping back to intermittently, and 43 kilometres, there is a 9k difference between those. So lots can happen in that time. Very little.
And lots has happened.
Yeah. And particularly when you look down the order, there has been a lot of chopping and changing, but very little has happened at the front of the women's race, which is where we are back to now. Closing stages for our women's leader in Judith Weider, who is making her way through this descent through the plateau. They'll go into the fields and make their way then into the town centre. And we won't be too far away. There's a look at the grass quality. Looks pretty pristine
clover,
to me.
lovely.
Yeah, nice clovers there. And it is that green, isn't it, that we so frequently just associate with Slovenia. That luscious green that they wear so proudly on their kit for every sporting event that they go out to. So identifiable, and you can understand why it's the national colour of the country when you just look at those plains there, and of course the trees as well, so luscious and green, and a real backdrop, a brilliant backdrop to these European off-road running championships here in Kamnik.
That battle between Spain and Italy went to Minoggio, and he's been given 13th place, but we have noted that that may need to be adjusted for. Oh no, Angerman has now been slotted back into the results in 6th place, so we are correct live. So the Italian scorer was Cristian Minoggio in 13th, and the Spanish scorer was Diego Menendez in 14th place. We'll let somebody else do the maths around them.
I think do we have one more Italian counter
one more
to come?
For each.
Yeah, one more for each, and I think
Anguita
yes.
is the next one expected to close.
So it looks like it will go the way of Spain here, but of course, as we said, there's quite a significant amount of road trail between 43 kilometres and where we are seeing these results now at the 52 kilometre mark, just over 52 kilometres this course. But we're, of course, showing us as 52 kilometres, so around 9.5k between the last checkpoint and the finish line. And there is your top 10 in the men's race of the second day of the European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships here in Kamnik. What a gorgeous venue we are in, as we take a look at some of the scenery while we wait for the finish of our elite women.
team results are already showing as France closing with 11 points and Poland with 24. Just looking for the third Spanish finisher. I think this is 2 for Finland. And we're looking at 17th place there, so still inside the top 20 males. Still with a bronze medal in the team competition to be confirmed. And if it is to be confirmed, it should be Francisco Jose Anguita, the next man that we see in the colours of Spain, to close all 3 medals for the team on the podium. And it's not.
Well, he's fallen down the order here, isn't he? Because this is Florian Bernabo, who is coming towards the finish line. France successful in the team competition and taking gold as Fred Chanchand backed up his World Championships medal on the short trail, 45 kilometres that day, 52 today, and still proving that he is the man to beat. Now European champion to add to his world title as well. We are waiting keenly for the arrival of either an Italian or a Spaniard to round out the scoring. And as things stand, we're seeing, of course, what we expect should be our next Spanish finisher, Anguita, drop down the order. And, well, he's getting dangerously close, you feel, just based off the statistics and numbers that we're seeing, which, of course, have around 10 kilometres of road in between when we last saw them and now, to Gianluca Giano, who will be the next Italian, we imagine, over the line. So it could swing either way. One thing that isn't going to swing any other way than a victory for Switzerland. And Judith Weider is the women's race. Closing stages for this one as they make their way around these fields, luscious green fields. And it won't be too long before she is back in the town centre to claim her gold medal, and it will be the Swiss flag flying high.
Well, the first 2 scorers for Italy were 2nd and 13th, and the first 2 scorers for Spain were 4th and 14th. And that is why it needs to be the Spaniard that we next see if they're to have a chance. Women's standings. Does that mean I didn't see Scarlett Dale on there at all?
Let's take a look down the order. She has gone through the 43 kilometre mark. Scarlett Dale of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 4 hours, that'd be quick. 4 hours, 18 minutes, 55 seconds. She is just outside of the top 10 after holding the silver medal position for quite some time. It's Judith Weider who we are riding along with as our leading woman, with Maria Lashika in 2nd and Emma Eriksson in 3rd. We have had an issue with one of the tracking tags of Fabiola Conti, of course one of the Italian favourites. It's registering her as finished. Well, that is an interesting development. And we'll keep our eyes on where Fabiola Conti has actually dropped now. Is that result corrected on our timing screens? And she is back to where we expect her to be in the order. She's a little bit further down. I don't know if she is continuing on the race. Fabiola Conti is saying that she's yet to make it through the 29 kilometre mark. So you wonder whether there's a DNF in there for Fabiola Conti, one of the Italian favourites. Same for Anna Plattner, who we haven't seen the chip times of through the last couple of time checks.
Just to confirm that Spain closed with 4th, 13th and 15th, Santa Maria, Anguita and Menendez for 32 points and the bronze medal. Their spare runner was Jose Angel Fernandez in 22nd. I think he gets a medal. I think that all 4 of the starters will get a medal in the same way as relays and cross-country teams.
So back through the forest we go with Judith Vida, who is leading the way in our women's competition. Approaching the 4.5 hour mark.
You know, these instant results give us all heart attacks, don't they? You get runners that don't appear that you could have sworn you saw go through, runners that do appear that you could have sworn have not arrived yet. So it's we'll wait till they appear as ratified. The one thing we do know is the men's competition is now complete. That is on the European Athletics website with the individual gold, silver and bronze and the team podiums finalised. But we don't have yet a women's podium of any kind. This woman would like to be on the top step at least once.
Yeah, she's had a series of second place finishes in major competitions. Of course, plenty of wins under her belt over the years. A multiple world and European medalist in the in orienteering. She has a series of first place finishes in big World Cup races and sky running trail events, all of that. But this would be a huge win for Judith Vida, back on top spot and on top spot in a major championships. We're seeing some of the Slovenian home athletes come through, and they're getting the biggest roars as they make their way over the river and into the town centre.
Yes, that is the first of the Slovenian finishers. It's trying to look at what we're down to, about 35th place or thereabouts of those that have finished so far. So he's going to be just outside 40, and it is Tina Zismond of the home nation.
Well, not much time in the forest left for Judith Vida as she makes her way through the twists and turns of this final stages of the trail course here, as we go back to the finish line and a sprint finish for the minor positions. We are down the order now, as Jeff said. This the battle for 33rd and 34th, as we see our first Slovenian finisher come towards the line, roared all the way home, the flag clenched in his hand, and across the line and straight into a heap. Tino Zismond of Slovenia, he's given everything to the race, and well, how many times have we seen that? It is such demanding conditions of the body and not of the head. He's doing all right, just that rush over the line, and there to be attended to straight away and helped up by the medical staff as he takes on the water. We go back to the front of the women's race, and of course no change there. There's been no change from start to finish in this women's race, because Judith Vida has performed spectacularly. She has one of the male athletes in tow with her. Those two just helping each other around the course. not too many ahead of her. She's been jumping between these packs of male athletes, Jeff, and using them to help guide her way along the course. And it is a real benefit, isn't it, for these women's athletes to have that focus point that they can use to just see them on to the next one. It can be quite lonely running at times. We see that with the men at the front of the field, as once again she reaches to her pocket, taking on some fuel and fluid, Judith Weider. And it is of good assistance when they're there. Of course, we saw earlier in the race an absence of any other athletes around her caused some confusion. But when they are there, they can be quite helpful for the women's athletes.
Yeah, she's got an extensive compartment of treats that she carries around with her, vacuum packed into that bag around her waist. It always seems to be a different male athlete. We're celebrating the first Slovenian finisher here. In the end, Tina Zizmond was 35th, which out of 104 athletes in the men's race is notable. So he's enjoying his moment, his time to shine. Still dozens of athletes to come. It's a very hard event to drop out of because it's a loop. There is no broom wagon that will sweep you up. You've essentially got to walk back or await first aid. Looks like he's walking away a little bit gingerly. Always a different male athlete. I have seen this guy once or twice before, but they seem to yo-yo around in position. I wonder if she's getting the information. We heard from the men's winner that he didn't know, even looking right behind in the finishing straight when he had a 4.5 minute lead. So they're not getting relayed information like you might see in a cycle race or a road race where they're doing multi-laps. They're just having to guess whether they're clear.
There has been a few looks over the shoulder as well, hasn't there, from Judith Weider, not just when she thought she was a little bit lost, but even further on in the last, I'd say the last 20 kilometres or so. There has been times where even though she's been long out front, 3 minutes her lead for the majority of the last 20 kilometres or so, her lead has stuck around the 3 minute mark, looking over her shoulder occasionally just to test where she is. We've gone past a few Swiss staff, but even then it's hard to relay that message around through the mountains where signal isn't the easiest thing. Here's this tight hairpin turn. She gets onto the grass, and well, this we know from I think the male athlete went down there. I think the guy she's running with hit the deck. She continues though, a look to one side then the other. We can see our camera op on the bike. They're flying around this bit of the turf behind her. It won't be long before she finds herself running parallel to the athletics track. Another look over her shoulder. She's you do wonder, based off what we've heard from our men's winner Tranchand, if she is just a bit cautious of where her positioning is in this race.
It's the only way to travel, isn't it, in a race, to be pessimistic, to believe there's somebody not too far behind. But it is surprising that information can't get to her. I have been admiring the multitasking of the gentleman on the left, where he has to cycle in a certain direction, but point his helmet camera in another direction to capture the shots of leader. We've had terrific insights from the bike cameras and the runner cameras in this championship. It's going to be the way forward, I think.
I think I'm looking. Is that an Iceland vest? I think behind Judith Weider. I think the male athlete she's been running side by side with quite some time now. It looked like the colours of Iceland. There is quite a strong Icelandic contingent who have made their way over to Slovenia for these competitions, and they've been running out in all three of the disciplines, or all 3 of the disciplines so far. And we'll have runners on the start line, no doubt, tomorrow for the up and down race. Here is Judith Weider, though. Final stages. You can see all downhill from here now as they'll drop down into the town centre, the lowest point. They've climbed all the way up over 2,000, almost 2,500 metres. They've climbed above sea level over the course of this race. 52 kilometres dominated from start to finish by the Swiss woman, who has not put a single foot wrong, even at times if she may have doubted her positioning in the race. It is an Icelandic runner who finds himself on the shoulder as they go past the athletics track. Will loop over the bridge into the town centre. She looks to her side once again. She is so far ahead. She has nothing to worry about. It has been one of the great performances in European Championships from Judith Weider to claim gold medal here in Slovenia, second in the up and down race in 2024. This time she's on the big trails. There's very little room for error here, and she is dominated from start to finish, and we'll have her moment very shortly on the finish line. Not too long to go into the last kilometre now. I think probably closer to 500 metres, maybe a touch more for Judith Weider. A big smile on her face now. She knows that she's comfortable in her position as European champion here.
I think it must be Martin Urbancic of Iceland. He's the lone Icelandic competitor in the men's race. I think pride will make him want to try and kick on. That must irritate women because it happens at every level in every road race I've ever seen. But trust us, you can enjoy this. She was doubtful about the route to take. She was doubtful about whether she's in the lead. But I think she'll get handed a flag. There'll be a lot of cowbells and a lot of joy because she's absolutely smashed this race.
Well, anyone at the finish line would have had the signal and the ability to see that from start to finish it has been Judith Weider's race. There's been plenty of time to organise the Swiss contingent. They love this discipline, don't they? They love mountain running, trail running, sky running, you name it. If there's a mountain involved, the Swiss are there. And they will have their flags, their cowbells out ready to go there. We take the turn into the finish line and she's already met by the Swiss delegation and the flag. She'll have a long run in here with the Swiss flag. It's excellent to see, making sure that she has it drenched over her shoulders. And she's flying around the corner like Superwoman. The flag flying behind her, and she is Swiss's Superwoman today. She is dominated from start to finish. Look at that, both arms raised. Was it ever in doubt? Judith Weider has taken one of the favourite tags and run with it for 52 kilometres. She is the champion here in Slovenia after a string of second places, near misses at world and European level. She has her gold medal now on day 2 of the European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships. Your trail champion, Judith Weider, from start to finish, she was excellent, and Switzerland have their gold medal.
Well, that fierce concentration behind the shades can finally come to an end. The Swiss flag, it's a big plus, isn't it? And Iceland celebrated, covering most of the distance with her. That was fantastic. She's relatively high in the overall finishing field, I think. Maybe just outside 50. I haven't looked at the combined.
Yep, 51st. She is. She's down as. That is, I believe, Johansson of Iceland, who she's talking to. I think she's off for a victory lap as well, and a well-earned lap at that. Look at her go. You can understand why she'd want to soak up every second of this, Jeff. She has... we've spoken about some of the stories that these athletes have. She's fought back from so much adversity over the years. Ranked second in Europe in the ITRA rankings, and now she is on top of Europe, adding to her impressive collection of medals at world European level over the years, and she will be soaking that one up indefinitely.
Yes, it's a right, and you're almost there. Enjoy. This is second place in the women's competition. I think she's had a much more isolated run. There are still men finishers, but they're dotted about, so she may have had to carve out the second half all on her own.
Oh, what a race this has been for Maria Lasica. She has timed this almost to perfection. It was always going to be out of her grasp to try and close the gap on Judith Weider. But what a run. And you can see the mud. She's caked in it through those final stages. We saw how tricky it is, those descents down into the town with the runoff of the water, the rain from yesterday, dropping down the mountain and really impacting the trails. And she's come from well back, Maria Lasica. Timed her run to perfection, really bided her time through the early stages, made sure she got the worst part of the run out the way, and then pushed on when she felt strong. And this has been an excellent race to see her claim the silver medal. Always, as we've already said, Judith Weider's time well out of reach, but this is a big day for the Spaniard, Jess, as she makes her way around the corner.
Yeah, it seems like a long time ago that she was locked in a duel with Scarlett Dale of Great Britain. Their fortunes have gone in opposite directions since then. Haven't been keeping tabs on the team standings. All they can do is their best. Everybody gets a prize. Everybody gets a flag. Everybody gets a standing ovation. What's not to like?
She'll come towards the line grasping the Spanish flag. She has been excellent today. She's cheered all the way by the Danish athlete behind her. Those two, no doubt, will have done a lot of the running together. You can see the pride on his face and the pride on the face of the Spanish woman across the line. Maria Lasica, what an excellent run. One thumbs up, a high five. She was never going to be able to close the gap, but what a run.
Whoa,
and to pull away from
close.
Emma Eriksson as well. There's not much between these two. And across the line, she goes in third. Well, what a brilliant battle. I wish we'd have seen a bit more of it between those two. It's swung in various directions, the battle for second, third, and of course then who would fall off the podium. But Emma Eriksson and Maria Lasica, they were out of the top 10, Jeff, when we went through the first time check. A huge climb for Eriksson in particular, and Lasica as well to claim the silver medal. What a brilliant battle for the medal positions behind Judith Weider.
Winner goes in the middle. That's pretty cool that somebody's turned the Swiss flag into a cape. I don't know if it works that well in the photos. That's the only thing. Now she's got to try and unpick it like a duvet.
I think Eriksson looking around trying to find the Swedish flag. She isn't the Swede that we all expected to see on the podium this weekend. It would have been Tove Alexandersson, her compatriot, the leading woman in all the rankings coming into this. She opted not to race this weekend. It was Judith Weider who then picked up the favourite tag and ran with it. And look at that. It is all about that, isn't it, Jeff? And it's the loved ones, the family, the friends who through the 52 kilometres would have been on the mind of these athletes. And now she has her Swedish flag, and no doubt.
Yeah, now she gets it.
She'll be off
the photo.
Come on, Mum. She'll be off to try and get that photo back. She'll get everyone together, I'm sure, once again. And that gives time Judith Weider to unpick the cape that she was given. But these are massive medals. It's of course a massive win as well for Judith Weider, but when you look at these two, Eriksson and of course Lasica as well, those two really big medal moments for Spain and for Sweden. We can hear from our winner.
52 kilometers, how difficult was to win this race?
I'm actually really pleased. It was tough. They pushed me a lot, especially in the end. I never knew how much the gap is, and when you're in the front in the beginning already, it's really hard. But I'm actually really happy, and it's really cool to finally have a nice and good race again.
Any really tough part that you would remember?
I mean, this course is really beautiful, so I will remember this one. And of course, it's always tough to race. But no, actually, I'm really pleased, and I think I could not have done much better.
Congratulations and enjoy.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I'm surprised she didn't say, I nearly made a wrong turn. I had to ask the cameraman if I was on the right track, but perhaps that seems like weeks ago now. There's a lot of ground been covered by those feet for that win.
Well, what a big bronze medal that is for Emma Eriksson, who is only, by my calculations, 23 years old, Jeff. And we look at our winner, plenty of experience, 37 years old. And then further back, when you go to the silver medal, still mid-20s, Maria Lasica, and just 23 years old, taking the bronze medal here in Kamnik. That is a huge result for the young Swede.
Well, that's 2 for Iceland. They have got 3 in town, so they'll be waiting on a third finisher. And are those Slovenian colours?
They are indeed, and some teamwork as the Slovenian team make their way through the closing stages back on home concrete now after a trip up the mountains. They'll be so used to competing in these Alps and most likely on these trails as well. They're so well trodden for Slovenian Championships for orienteering, for the World Cup for trail running as well, all held on these trails. And it's nice to see that the teamwork there, the athlete in the lead, just looking over the shoulders, asking where he's going, and his teammate glued to his heels. And you can tell who's feeling the better out of those two after almost 52 kilometres.
What we've had so far one of these will definitely score for Slovenia. Do you think they'll run in hand, or will we have a sprint for the line between the pair of them? I've got their names, but I'm trying on my phone it's as slippery as a bar of soap, the instant results, so they keep scrolling off. You can see their names there, Bosna at Tratnik. Marko Tratnik was the one that we introduced on the start line. He was third in the Gladiator 60K back here in April. So may have run even some of the same trails. It looks like he's a little bit more eager for it, doesn't he, the athlete on the right?
He does look like he's encouraging his teammate along. You can see him looking to either side, making sure his teammate's there. He was also looking to ensure that he was going the right path, and it is the man who's trailing him, who's got his eyes fixed on his heels, and I think is using him to just carry through these final 500 metres or so. It's gritted teeth, isn't it, for the athlete who now loops onto the right-hand side, looking at his watch, and it is such tough conditions, but these are the bits you enjoy. Although, saying that, after all that time on the trails and the battering that the hamstrings are taking, the calves are taking, coming back onto that really hard surface probably isn't as welcome as people might think it would be, Jeff.
On his back, I don't think it's a quiver of arrows, is it? I think it's his collapsible poles put into like a pouch. So he's not gone for the waist-high collapsible poles. I thought one of them was grinning and one of them was grimacing. But I think because they're under no pressure from behind, they probably will choose to run in together. It would be in the spirit of it, wouldn't it? It would be a bit #embarrassing, though, were they to take a wrong turn on home soil.
Well, thankfully they haven't done anything #embarrassing. We nearly had a wrong turn. We thought we might have, but it was not, thankfully, for Judith Weider, who won in dominant fashion after just before the halfway point, looking around, feeling a little bit concerned, thinking that it might not have been her day, and it very much indeed was. Here are the athletes now coming across the line. Well, we have two Swiss finishers. Therese Leboeuf has joined Judith Weider, so Switzerland in a very good position looking at the team ranking, and Nadia Fassler will be their next athlete across the line. She needs a big final push to ensure that Switzerland take this team title, because as we look at the standings, Jeff, it's France who find themselves in a good position. Adeline Martin will be likely the next across the line. Audrey Tongue in a good position as well. She's finished in 6th for France. She's the athlete we've just seen come across. So it will very likely be between France and Switzerland for the team competition on the women's side of things. There's the team spirit shown here by two of the home athletes coming towards the line.
Yeah, hands together. Do they get a Slovenian flag? Has anybody got a Slovenian flag handy for these two? It's been a wonderful hosting so far. The race director was saying, let's just wait until we get through tomorrow as well. Now get a bottle of water, that's far more functional. They have hosted at a high level now for several years consecutively, including the track European Team Championships. So Slovenia is very ambitious, and European Athletics in particular is keen to share out the hosting opportunities. But this has been a terrific championships, whether or not. Take 2 bottles into the shower, not me. 1 to drink, 1 to rinse my head. And it's not a sunbathing club down there, because we still have extreme cloud cover.
We do indeed, and right on cue, a picture of some of that cloud cover, which we hope, desperately hope, cross your fingers, doesn't turn into rain, because that could cause havoc. Jeff, tomorrow for the up and down race, if we have any rain overnight, I'm sure there'll be whatever the opposite of a rain dance is being organised by the athletes to try and shoo any of those clouds away. Dry conditions are what we want. Of course, part of the issue has been the humidity as well, so very little of the water on the ground being absorbed into the air as we take a look back at some of what we could have had if the sun was shining.
Well, this is the weather we want tomorrow, and it is forecast actually.
Slovenia, this could be your way of green escape.
The final podium to be closed here on day 2 in the Trail Championship at these European Off-Road Running Championships in Slovenia is the women's podium, and that is still an unfolding story.
It is indeed.
Team podium.
Because Switzerland have 6 points. As we see our first female Icelandic winner, or finisher even, across the line. Our leader for Iceland, tipped as one of the favourites coming into this race and finishing in 8th across the line. Kristinsdottir. And she holds some good performances over the course of the last couple of years, and that a big performance for her after finishing 11th in the long trail at the World Championships last year. She has finished in 9th, with Sylvia Schweiger coming across the line in 8th, just ahead of her. France in a very good position in the team standings, and well, it could go their way, Jeff, if the next athlete across the line is indeed Mari Goncalves, but we will wait to see who emerges around the corner in this finish straight, right in the heart of Kamnik, the town square, hosting the finish line and the start line for these trail championships, and some very happy Slovenian faces there.
It is very healthy for the sport that we have 7 different nationalities in the top 9 finishers. There's some great coaching stories behind that. Gives everybody an opportunity, especially if you can pack it with 2 or 3 supporting athletes of a shot at the podium. We'll find out in the next few minutes where Team Gold, Silver and Bronze is going, but it's still in the air.
13 points going the way of France so far, 6 points going the way of Switzerland. It is, of course, the lowest points, the point, of course, where the athlete has finished. So with Judith Fider finishing 1st and Therese Leboeuf finishing 5th, we have 6 points the way of Switzerland. Their marker, their next best athlete, is around the 13th mark when they went through 43 kilometres. So we will be waiting with bated breath to see who is next towards the finish line out of our women's athletes, and whether it will be a French flag or whether it will be one of the red and white of Switzerland. So we're hoping that our next group of female finishers come across the line in the next 5 minutes. We may be cut off otherwise, but we do hope that we can get confirmation of the results before we get to that point at 2 o'clock Central European time. If not, then head over to the... well, here we go. It is a French flag, and I think, Jeff, depending on how far the gap is then back to the next Swiss finisher, this will mean that France hold quite a good position when it comes to the team championships, and they know it as well, don't they?
They've got 3 gold medals out of 4 that were on offer today. Yes, we're all French today. Well done.
Just waiting on that result to jump up on our page, but I believe that is Mari Goncalves who has come across the line, and if that is 10th, that means that France will end on 23 points, whereas the best now that Switzerland could do would still be 17th. So it is in
But
the
on
balance.
countback, their third finisher would be behind the French third finisher.
Of course,
it's
you
how
make a
quickly
very
you can close
good
the team,
point.
I think. Is it a can?
Well, there we go. I think confirmation there that it is France who have taken the team victory, and big smiles on the face of the French trio across the line. And it has been a really dominant performance when it comes to the team competition, hasn't it, in the past couple of days for France, who have come out. They mean business. And we do, of course, have one more day of action still to come. The up and down races taking place tomorrow, and you can join us Sunday morning at 9 o'clock Central European time is where we kick things off with the under-20 men. 40 minutes later, the under-20 women take to the mountain before the senior men, and we conclude the action with the up and downhill mountain race for the senior women. That is at 12:15 Central European time. A reminder, of course, head over to the European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships social media page. It's just EA Running is where you can find all the behind-the-scenes actions from these championships, and we will be back, myself, Ellen Ellard, and Jeff Whiteman, tomorrow at 9 o'clock Central European time with the start of the under-20 men's up and downhill mountain race.
Goodbye.
Slovenia. This could be your way of green escape.